Li Tianyu suddenly became the host of the bragging tax system, and everything became different. Because, only his bragging rights need to pay taxes. Li Tianyu, I have a suite in the third ring of the imperial capital. System, please pay 6,000 yuan to get a set of residences in the imperial capital third ring road. Chapter 1, It doesn't matter if you brag, right? It was already 8 o'clock in the evening, but the Gingyun mansion, located on the fourth ring road of the imperial capital, was still brightly lit. There are many internet technology companies in this building, and they are basically working overtime until late at night. The reality may be even worse than the legendary 996. As a research and development plan of a technology company, Li Tianyu certainly can't go. However, he is not the type of honest work, taking advantage of the department leaders to go to a meeting and stroll around the company. Li Tianming accidentally saw Lu Manqi and did not leave. Lu Manqi belongs to the administrative department, so it stands to reason that she doesn't need to work overtime so late. Li Tianyu is bored, and it's not bad to pass the time with sultry beauties. Hi, Manqi. Lu Manqi raised her head and saw Li Tianyu, but said hello politely. Why haven't you left yet? I haven't finished sorting out some things, so I'll leave when I'm done. Lu Manqi replied. Lu Manqi is indeed a beauty, and can be regarded as the most beautiful one in the company. She is 1 meter 6'5" meters tall, not tall or short, thin areas that should be thin, and quite plump where there should be flesh. Of course, the face is also more delicate, completely the type that Li Tianyu likes. But obviously, Lu Manqi doesn't really want to talk to Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu didn't care about her attitude, and still forced a conversation. Manqi, do you want to go mountain climbing on weekends? I heard that there are a few nice places in Qiangbei. There are mountains and waters, which are especially fun. Don't go. Then what do you like to do? Go shopping? Watch a movie? I don't like anything, so I like to rest at home. Li Tianyu didn't give up, just about to speak again, but saw Gao Ping come over. Gao Ping is also in the administrative department, a little older than Lu Manqi, ordinary looking, and eloquent. Usually Gao Ping can't get used to Li Tianyu, who is not so motivated and scornful. Li Tianyu, what are you doing? Are you harassing our beautiful lady Lu again? What are you talking about? What do I call harassment? Li Tianyu was unhappy. Gee, isn't it what harassment is? Do you still want to ask Manqi out? Do you have the qualifications? What qualifications do you need to ask her out to play? I'll just ask you, do you have a car? No. Do you have a room? No. Are there any deposits? Gao Ping spread out her hands with disdain. You said you are a person with no qualifications. What qualifications do you have to ask a beautiful woman out? 3-0, I. Li Tianyu said this, feeling a little irritated. Why do I have 3-0? I tell you, I will buy a house soon. Gao Ping and Lu Manqi were shocked when they heard this. The house price in the imperial capital is now the highest in the country. Even in the suburbs, it is 450,000 square meters, which most people can't afford. What's more, Li Tianyu's salary is only a little over 10,000 at most. He hasn't eaten or drank, and hasn't been in the house of God for decades. Gao Ping was happy. You? Buy a house? Yes, what's the matter? Then I ask you, where can I buy it? Hometown? I'll buy it in the imperial capital. Yeah, where is the imperial capital? In the third ring. Li Tianyu said confidently. Lu Manqi glanced at Gao Ping. Sanawan's house, how can it cost 7 or 8 million square meters? Gao Ping chuckled and said, Li Tianyu, this bull is not so good. Obviously, neither of these two people believed that Li Tianyu was bragging. The fact is also true. Don't say Li Tianyu buys a house in the third ring of the imperial capital, even in his hometown, he can't afford it at all. But the bull has blown out, and Li Tianyu is really not easy to take it back. Am I bragging? Just keep watching. Gao Ping squinted his eyes and said, okay, after you buy the house, can we visit it? Sure. Then don't forget, and don't let us wait too long. Don't worry, it won't be long. After Li Tianyu finished speaking, he hurriedly walked away. Looking at Li Tianyu's back, Gao Ping said disdainfully, I don't have any other skills. It's pretty neat to brag, Manqi, you don't care about this kind of people in the future. Lu Manqi nodded, Although Gao Ping didn't speak loudly, Li Tianyu also heard clearly, and he secretly scolded Gao Ping to be nosy. Depend on. What does lousy have to do with her? It's not her who did it. Li Tianyu also regretted a little, and shouldn't be so big. Buying a house in the imperial capital is obviously impossible for him as a small planner. Having said that, it is said that there is no tax on bragging, but Li Tianyu wants to pay a little tax, as long as the bragging can be realized. This idea just struck Li Tianyu's mind when he suddenly heard a voice. The conditions are fulfilled, and the bragging tax system begins to load. 10%, 25%, 45%, 70%, 85%, 100%, complete the start. Suddenly, a translucent interface appeared in front of Li Tianyu's eyes. WTF? Li Tianyu caught it in the void, unable to touch anything at all. However, the content displayed in the interface surprised him. Chapter 2 Taxes are really useful. Li Tianyu realized that the interface should be directly reflected in his mind. Name, Li Tianyu. Level, Rookie. Existing wealth, 13,250 yuan Dragon Coin. Daily tax amount, 10,000 yuan Dragon Coin. Order Center, click to enter. Task panel, click to enter. Very simple personal information. But what does it mean? Fark. Li Tianyu realized that now wealth is really all his current deposits. He is the Yueguan clan, and he managed to save more than 10,000 yuan. But what is the daily tax cap? There are also Mall and Task, these two seem to be buttons. Li Tianyu instinctively clicked the Mall button. The interface has been switched, and the displayed content has completely changed. Community name, Fanwali. Community location, East 4th Ring Road. Building type, multi-story. Room number, 502, Unit 3, Building 5. Room area, 105 square meters. Tax amount, 7,300 yuan Dragon Coin. Community name, Wentingya Yuan. Community location, North 5th Ring Road. Building type, high-rise tower. Room number, 2112, Building 23. Room area, 95 square meters. Tax amount, 4,700 yuan Dragon Coin. Community name, Shuimu Qingcheng. Community location, North 3rd Ring Road. Building type, high-rise slab building. Room number, 1301, Unit 3, Building 11. Room area, 85 square meters. Tax amount, 6,800 yuan Dragon Coin. Li Tianyu saw the information and was dumbfounded for a while. What is this special thing? Real estate advertisement? Suddenly, a text prompt appeared in Li Tianyu's mind. System prompt, after the host brags, the system will conduct a feasibility analysis. If the bragging can be achieved, then the plan will be listed in the order center. The host chooses a plan, pays taxes, and the bragging is achieved. Darn it! Real or fake? Bragging can be taxed? And the tax payment can still be achieved? Li Tianyu looked at the houses displayed again, and sure enough, there was a tax amount at the bottom. You can get a house for a few $1,000s. Li Tianyu took a close look at the three houses in the order center, which are located on the East 4th Ring Road, North 5th Ring Road, and North 3rd Ring Road. Especially in Shuimu Qingcheng district, Li Tianming has really been there, not far from the company, and it is indeed in the North 3rd Ring Road of the imperial capital. The location is very good. Although the community is not large, the environment inside is good and the surrounding facilities are complete. Li Tianyu originally wanted to rent a single room inside, but the rent was dyingly expensive, more than 3,000 yuan a month. What kind of bragging about this? No, it's that the bragging tax system is not good. You only need to pay more than 6,000 yuan in taxes to get a house of more than 80 square meters in Shuimu Qingcheng district. It should be a 2-bedroom apartment. What are you still hesitating? The house in the North 3rd Ring Road is a leverage. Li Tianyu clicked directly in, and then played the following information. System prompt, you will pay a tax of 6,800 yuan Dragon Coin and get 1301, Unit 3, Building 11, Shuimu Qingcheng, are you sure? Okay. Li Tianyu was excited and clicked the OK button. The system interface disappeared. 1 minute passed. 3 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. Li Tianyu stood there, nothing seemed to happen. Darn it! What kind of ghost system is this? Lie to lousy. Li Tianyu was so disappointed that he couldn't help but yelled, which attracted the attention of colleagues nearby. Tianyu, what are you doing here? Li Tianyu looked up and cried out that it was bad. It was Zhao Jitong. Zhao Jitong is the director of the planning department, and it seems that the meeting is over. I went to the toilet just now. The lazy donkey has a lot of poop and pee. Zhao Jitong glared at Li Tianyu, hurry up and go to work. Don't even think about leaving if you are busy today. Okay. Li Tianyu agreed and hurriedly returned to his workstation, wondering how to cut corners to finish today's work. As for the Braggering tax system, he has long forgotten it. When the busy schedule was over, it was already more than 10 o'clock in the night. Li Tianyu dragged his exhausted body to take a taxi back to his residence, which was located in a rental house outside the North 5th Ring Road. This rental house is amazing. It's only 18,000 a month. It's just barely in condition. It has almost no decoration. It's just a rough house. But just a place to sleep, and working in the imperial capital can't be too demanding. Li Tianyu was too tired, so he slept on the bed and fell asleep until the next morning. The flower in my heart. I want to take you home, in that late-night bar. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. Li Tianyu was confused by the ringtone of his cell phone. Look at the watch, it's only 7 o'clock. Who calls someone so early? Li Tianyu picked up his mobile phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar landline number. Hello, is this Mr. Li? Yes, I don't buy insurance, I don't have money to manage money, and I can't afford to buy a house. Mr. Li, I'm not doing sales promotion. You have stored the key of the room with us. Please come and pick it up. Huh? The door key? Li Tianyu sat up all of a sudden. Where is it? Mr. Li, you are really joking, we are the real estate department of Shuimu Qingcheng. Chapter 3 The two-bedroom house in the third ring of the imperial capital. What? Shuimu Qingcheng. Li Tianyu was startled. Could it be that system is really useful? Li Tianyu was out of nonsense and couldn't even care about going to work, so he quickly put on his clothes and took the subway to Shuimu Qingcheng district. When he arrived at the community property department, Li Tianyu got a set of keys. Li Tianyu ran all the way to 1301, Unit 3, Building 11. Then insert the key into the keyhole of the anti-theft door and twist it lightly, and it opened really well. The house is really 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, with great layout and orientation. It's a brand new inside, and I don't know if it's been renovated. Not only is the decoration style very fashionable, but it also has no taste. Furniture and home appliances are also everything, a famous brand in one water. Does this house belong to Li Tianyu? What about the real estate certificate? As soon as this question flashed through my mind, I saw a red certificate of property rights on the coffee table in the living room. Open it and take a look. Darn it! The name of the owner above really says Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu was so excited, this time he really developed. No need to live in that dilapidated rental house anymore. Bragging about the tax system is really useful. Li Tianyu suddenly realized that he could blow out a few more houses. Wouldn't it be even more cool and crooked? Open the system interface. Li Tianyu sees the following information. Name, Li Tianyu. Level, Rookie. Existing wealth, 13,250 yuan dragon coin. Daily tax amount, 10,000 yuan dragon coin. Order center, click to enter. Task panel, click to enter. There is still 6,450 yuan soft RMB left. This is also normal. Yesterday, he paid 6,800 yuan in tax to get this 2-bedroom apartment in Shuimu. But compared to the value of this house, it's not worth mentioning. 6,800 dragon currency, even the rent for renting this house is not enough. And as long as you get another set of houses and rent out one of them, a lot of rent will be paid in immediately, which is like an empty glove white wolf. Li Tianyu directly clicked on the order center, but there was only a line of small characters, no bragging information was detected. By the way, you need to brag first. Li Tianyu cleared his throat. My house in the imperial capital has more than one set, there are many sets. After speaking, Li Tianyu opened the order center again and found new discoveries. Community name, Xiaojie Junjing. Community location, West 2nd Ring Road. Building type, bungalow courtyard. Room number 18 Wanjia Hadong. Room area, 135 square meters. Tax amount, 23,800 yuan dragon coin. Community name, Ding Xiu Haoting. Community location, West 3rd Ring Road. Building type, high-rise tower. Room number, 0712, Building 16. Room area, 56 square meters. Tax amount, 2,700 yuan dragon coin. Community name, Nayanawali. Community location, East 3rd Ring Road. Building type, multi-story. Room number, Unit 401, Building 5. Room area, 55 square meters. Tax amount, 4,400 yuan dragon coin. Li Tianyu watched for a long time and felt that these three houses were not good. The first courtyard house was not bad, but it was too expensive. It needed to pay more than 20,000 yuan in taxes. How could he have that much money? The other two sets, one is a tower, I don't like it, and the other doesn't have an elevator. At first glance, it is an old community, so I don't like it even more. At this time, Li Tianyu found another refresh button, and he clicked it, and as expected, information about the other three houses appeared. One of the houses attracted Li Tianyu's attention. Community name, Yushuiyuan. Community location, North 4th Ring Road. Building type, multi-story. Room number, 202, Unit 4, Building 7. Room area, 82 square meters. Tax amount, 6,000 yuan dragon coin. This house is only 82 square meters. The tax to be paid is obviously much higher than that of other houses on the 4th Ring Road. Why is this happening? By the way, it may be the school district room. Li Tianyu immediately turned on the phone map to check that Yushuiyuan was really close to Imperial Capital No. 2 Middle School. That is the key middle school of the Imperial Capital. Housing prices in school districts can be much more expensive than ordinary houses. Most importantly, the rent will also double. That's it. Li Tianyu did not hesitate to choose this house in Yushuiyuan, and then the system confirmation box popped up. System tips, you will pay a tax of 6,000 yuan dragon coin and get 202, Unit 4, Building 7, Yushuiyuan, are you sure? Li Tianyu hesitated for a moment, and all his assets added up to 6,450 yuan. After paying the tax of 6,000 yuan, only 450 yuan was left, which is really impoverished. But just rent out that house, don't be afraid. After pressing the OK button directly, Li Tianyu waited for the property department of Yushuiyuan to call him. Unexpectedly, after waiting for a few minutes, it was not the property staff who called, but the door guard Dong. Last time you left the door key of the guard room, hurry up and get it. How long has it been? You can't come and get it anymore, I'll go to your house. Li Tianyu said quickly, oh, I'm going now, don't worry, I'll be there soon. Chapter 4 Can he afford to rent a school district room? Li Tianyu took the subway and went to Yushuiyuan on the North 4th Ring Road. He found the guard, Dong, and successfully obtained the key to the door. When you walk into this school district room, you can see that it is still Ishui's brand new environmentally friendly decoration, brand new home appliances, and you can move in with your bags. However, Li Tianyu didn't plan to live in this house. He had to rent it out as soon as possible. He now only has more than 400 yuan. Li Tianyu was preparing to post information about renting on the internet. Who knew there was a call coming in? At first glance, the call was made by the department director Zhao Jitong. Oops, it's 10:30 now, and I'm already late. Hey, Li Tianyu, where is your kid? Li Tianyu is still in the mood to go to work now, so he immediately began to lie. By the way, brother Zhao, my parents have come to the imperial capital suddenly. I wanted to ask you for a leave, but I would forget it when I was anxious. N.S. Your parents? Didn't you say that your cousin came to the imperial capital last time? My cousin, just left, isn't this my parents are here again? You kid, you have a lot of things, I tell you, the quarterly assessment is about to come, you are very positive for me, otherwise don't blame me for being eliminated by the last. Li Tianyu was taken aback and said hurriedly, I know, brother Zhao, I will work hard. Li Tianyu hung up the phone, but another call came in. This time it was indeed Li Tianyu's mother Yi Tsuwaping. Hey, Mom, do you miss me? Unconscionable son, I miss you, but you don't want me. Yi Tsuwaping scolded with a smile. Li Tianyu, look at what you said, I think you want to die. Yi Tsuwaping, don't be poor with me. I will tell you something business today. Do you have time on Sunday? Li Tianyu, do you have time? The key depends on what you want to do. Yi Tsuwaping, your aunt who wants to introduce you to someone. You must spare me a noon next Sunday, have you heard? Li Tianyu, I'm not going. The women you found for me are either crooked melons or fat guys. I was so embarrassed to die if I went. Yi Tsuwaping, I told people that this time your Aunt Jo introduced you to this one is different, I promise you will like it at a glance. Li Tianyu, cut, Mom, you are always exaggerated. Yi Tsuwaping, I don't care if you believe it or not, you have to go to me, if you don't go home. Li Tianyu had no choice but to say, I know, I can't go there, do you have to stop the relationship between mother and child? Yi Tsuwaping, it's pretty much the same. After hanging up the phone, Li Tianyu sighed, sat on the sofa and took out a cigarette, shocked. Isn't it just seeing a girl? It's not a big deal. Li Tianyu posted the renting information on the internet with his mobile phone, looking forward to renting out the house as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, within 10 minutes, the call came in.
Listen to the voice, it's a female. Hello, is that Mr. Li? Yes, it's me. I think you have a house in Yushuiyuan for rent, right? Yes, do you want to rent?
Yes, I'm in a hurry to find the school district room in Imperial Capital No. 2 Middle School.
Please rent it to me. Li Tianyu's bid on the internet is 15,000 yuan a month, which is not cheap. Unexpectedly, this woman would not even pay the price, or even look at the house, just rent it.
Li Tianyu wondered whether his price was still lower. However, now Li Tianyu is also anxious to rent out, so he doesn't want to go back, and promises the woman to come to see the house tomorrow. The next day happened to be Sunday, and Li Tianyu didn't have to go to work, so he simply lived in Yushuiyuan.
He made an appointment with that woman at 9 o'clock in the morning.
After Li Tianyu got up at 8 o'clock, he went to the breakfast stall at the gate of the community to have breakfast. After devouring everything on the table, Li Tianyu shouted, "Boss, check out. 1 drawer of steamed buns, 1 fried dough stick, 1 bowl of wonton, 1 bowl of tofu brain, a total of 19 dragon coins."
Fark, boss, are you too expensive?
Young man, this is a conscience price for me. If you think it is too expensive, it is because you don't make enough money. Li Tianyu was angry, and patted the 20 yuan on the table, no need to look for it. At this time, a burst of laughter came over. Ha, this kid is really good enough to pretend. Li Tianyu turned his head and saw that there was a young man sitting there, and a woman sitting beside the man. The point is that the woman Li Tianyu still knows, it is actually Gao Ping, a colleague in the company.
Li Tianyu, what a coincidence.
Gao Ping pursed her lips and said with a smile, "What?
You live here too?" Li Tianyu was startled and didn't know how to answer.
He didn't live here, but there was a house here.
Probably not, here are basically the school district rooms of Imperial Capital No. 2 Middle School, and the rent is extremely high. The man said.
This man is Gao Ping's boyfriend, Tian Chao, who works in a nearby financial company and is a highly paid person.
No wonder he would say such a thing. How can a person who earns 19 yuan can afford to rent a room in the school district? Chapter 5 start with 370,000. Who said I can't afford to rent? I tell you, I have a house here. Gao Ping asked in surprise, is there a house? You mean you bought a house here? Of course, Didn't you say that your house is on the 3rd ring road? This is the 4th ring road. Li Tianyu really has no way to explain, can he say that he has achieved both of his boastings?
Tian Chao's expression is rather weird, whether it is San Juan or the house here, the house price has to be 80,000 yuan, which is not something that anyone can afford.
That said, husband, we will be able to afford it in the future, right?
Of course, I promise that within 3 years, I will be able to save enough for the down payment for the house. It's a house within the 5th ring road.
Gao Ping emphasized. Yes, we must buy a house in the 5th ring road.
Li Tianyu was helpless and cursed inwardly, show your affection and die quickly.
Now even if he said he had 2 houses, they would not believe it. Li Tianyu, I think you can give up on Lu Manqi.
Gao Ping turned to Li Tianyu and said, a girl like her must find someone who has a car and a house, at least with an Emperor Capital account.
What do you have now? Don't waste your energy. The music suddenly rang. The flower in my heart. I want to take you home, in that late-night bar. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. Li Tianyu quickly took out his mobile phone and pressed the answer button. Hey, yes, I'm at the gate of the community. You have already arrived? Oh, it came by car. Is it that black Audi? With that, Li Tianyu waved to a black Audi parked on the side of the street.
The 2 people who got out of the car were both women, in their 30s and 40s, very beautiful and well-maintained. The other is a little girl, who seems to be a high school student. When he was a teenager, he looked very tall, with a melon-seeded face and willow eyebrows, which looked like a beauty.
The 2 men look a bit imaginative. They are a mother and daughter, their mother's name is Lu Shangyan, and their daughter's name is Ku Tongxin. Hello, is it Mr. Li? Lu Shangyan asked. It's me, you want to see the house, right?
Lu Shangyan took the initiative to shake hands with Li Tianyu. Yes, let's tell you, we've been looking for a room in the school district of Imperial Capital No. 2 Middle School for a long time.
Thinking of seeing your house on the internet yesterday.
Gao Ping and Tian Chao opened their eyes with surprise when they heard the conversation between the 2.
Tian Chao asked in a low voice, I heard that right? Why would this woman look to this kid to see the house?
Gao Ping shook her head.
Could it be that what he said is true? Does he really have a house here?
No, impossible, he is a dick, how can he afford a house?
At this time, Lu Shangyan asked again, how is the house? If it is not decorated.
Relax, fine decoration, complete furniture and appliances.
That's great, we don't want to be too troublesome, then we. Go, I'll take you to see right away.
Said that under Gao Ping and Tian Chao's dumbfounded gaze, Li Tianyu greeted the beautiful mother and daughter to enter the Yushuiyuan community.
It shouldn't be. Gao Ping really couldn't believe it.
How could Li Tianyu really have a house in the imperial city, and it was still such a deadly expensive school district house?
By the way, will he be a real estate agent? Tian Chao said here, and added, the kind of part-time job. Maybe, it's really possible.
Gao Ping is an employee of the administration department in the company and has the opportunity to get in touch with the specific salary of all employees, and she knows Li Tianyu even better.
Li Tianyu's salary is really not high in the current emperor's capital. It's just over 10,000.
If you deduct 5 insurances and 1 housing fund every month, you can get up to 8,000 yuan. At this level of salary, it is normal to find a part-time job outside. Thinking of this, Gao Ping felt much more comfortable. On the other hand, when Li Tianyu opened the door and invited Lu Shangyan and Kutongxin into the room, the exquisite decoration in the room made the mother and son shine.
Lu Shangyan's family situation is also very suitable for this house.
The imperial residence has a wealthy family status.
There are as many as 4 or 5 real estates in the imperial capital, and one of them is a villa.
What Lu Shangyan is looking for is a clean house that is best able to move in with a bag. The house of Li Tianyu completely exceeded her needs, so he immediately signed a rental contract with Li Tianyu.
Kutongxin is now going to be promoted to the 2nd grade.
He was transferred from another high school, and the contract was signed for 2 years at once. Li Tianyu's bank card immediately received a payment of 370,000 yuan in dragon coins.
After everything was arranged, Li Tianyu was happy to leave.
At this time, Kutongxin said sweetly to Li Tianyu, "Thank you, uncle." Li Tianyu looked at this little beauty. "You're welcome, you can ask me to solve any problems at any time."
"Okay, then I will trouble you," Lu Shangyan replied.
After coming out of the Yushuiyuan community, Li Tianyu was finally relieved. There is a saying to say it, it is called "you have money in your pocket, don't panic when things happen." Now let's not talk about eating a breakfast of 19 renminbi, even if it is 109, Li Tianyu's face doesn't move.
Chapter 6 Laozi finally has money. With money, Laozi is finally rich.
More than 300,000 yuan of dragon coins, for Li Tianyu, has never been a small sum, it can be said to be a huge sum of money. The most important thing is that he now owns a 2-bedroom house in a prime location like the North 3rd Ring Road. When Li Tianyu returned to the house in Shuimu Qingcheng, he suddenly thought, why not rent out this house as well, so that he can get hundreds of thousands of yuan in rent again.
Fark. I'm so stupid. People are poor and short-sighted. With this bragging taxation system, Li Tianyu can buy real estate again. He now has more than 300,000 yuan on his bank card.
No matter how expensive the house is, he should be able to pay taxes. Li Tianyu first bought a house in Shuimu Qingcheng, so that he was close enough to take people to see the house.
Then, Li Tianyu took a fancy to a courtyard house on the North 2nd Ring Road. This courtyard house is amazing. It is only a few hundred meters away from Beihai Park and Prince Gong's mansion.
The area of this courtyard is not small, it is about 400 square meters, and it is estimated that it was the house of a certain imperial official. Of course, the taxes to be paid by this courtyard house are also leveraged, reaching 45,000 yuan.
If it was before, Li Tianyu would definitely say, "Fark. Grab the money." But it's different now. Master is not bad for money.
Li Tianyu clicked the pay tax button without hesitation, but an error message popped up.
System prompt, the tax amount has reached the upper limit, and the tax cannot be completed.
Li Tianyu just remembered that the upper limit of his daily tax payment was only 10,000 yuan of dragon coins. However, this courtyard house has to pay more than 40,000 yuan in taxes, which means that Li Tianyu simply cannot succeed in paying taxes.
System, what's going on? I can't buy anything more than 10,000 yuan?
Correctly speaking, it is the tax amount.
The system actually responded. I know, then can't I pay higher taxes? Host, you need to improve your level. Grade? Li Tianyu immediately opened the system panel. Name, Li Tianyu. Level, Rookie. Existing wealth, 360,000 yuan dragon coin. Daily tax payment, 10,000 yuan dragon coin. Order center, click to enter. Task panel, click to enter. Li Tianyu only noticed that his rank is now rookie.
System tips: to rise from rookie to outstanding, you need a wealth of 10 million dragon coins.
Li Tianyu secretly scolded a few swear words, which was too shameless. 10 million yuan of dragon coins, isn't that a snatch of money? There are only 360,000 yuan in the account now. When will it be possible to earn 10 million yuan?
But there is no way, the system has the final say.
Li Tianyu thought for a while, buying a house and renting it out should make money soon.
By the way, Li Tianyu suddenly thought that if he sells 2 houses, he will be able to make up 10 million quickly. System tips: it is forbidden to sell property acquired by the system. Well, there is no way to take advantage of this obvious loophole, and you can only make money honestly. Suddenly, the call came in.
Li Tianyu looked at the teledisplay and it was Wu Mingzhi. Wu Mingzhi is Li Tianyu's college classmate, and the two are quite good buddies.
Wu Mingzhi is a local, and he naturally keeps in touch with Li Tianyu, who stays in the imperial capital, and goes out to play together from time to time.
Tianyu, are you busy these days? Busy? You are so busy, I don't know you yet, and I know all day long. Wu Mingzhi scolded with a smile. Stop talking nonsense, what is your kid looking for?
Good thing, I have nothing to do today, let's go drinking in the old place.
I don't care, but can the one in your family be happy? She went home today and can't control me.
Li Tianyu finds it strange that Wu Mingzhi's girlfriend Jianlan is also a local, but she rarely goes home. The reason is that Wu Mingzhi needs to be closely monitored 24 hours a day. Most people didn't believe it when they heard it, but it did happen. Li Tianyu really admired it at the time. Later, after the relationship with Jianlan was established, Wu Mingzhi could be considered a little bit close, at least not so blatant. Today is Sunday, Jianlan should logically not go home at this time, unless... What? You two quarreled again? Hey, don't mention it, we'll talk when we meet. Sure enough, why Wu Mingzhi came to Li Tianyu for a drink. Chapter 7: The Way to Talk to Beautiful Women. The old place mentioned by Wu Mingzhi is actually near the alma mater of the two. That's a barbecue restaurant, but it tastes amazing, maybe it is the best barbecue restaurant in the whole capital. Li Tianyu came here in a taxi. As soon as he walked in, the boss greeted him kindly. Yeah, here, your friend has already arrived. Okay, or upstairs? Yes, upstairs. The boss has known Li Tianyu and the others a long time ago, and usually gives them a discount. Li Tianyu went up to the second floor and found Wu Mingzhi in a familiar location. You're welcome, you can be more vigorous. Wu Mingzhi said happily, I have a treat today. That is necessary, I haven't eaten meat in a long time. Look at what you are doing. The two actually ordered a lot of skewers and a dozen beer, and soon a waiter brought the beer up. With a ding, the two touched a cup and drank. Jizzy, you don't want to find a few girls, what's the point of having a meal with these two gentlemen? Fark off, who asked you to eat? I am looking for you to come over for a drink. Wu Mingzhi scolded with a smile. What's wrong with you? Are you going to have a boring drink here and quarrel with Jianlan? Wu Mingzhi picked up a meat skewers and pressed it to the end, not once or twice. Aren't you two okay to die? What's the matter? Hey, it's hard to say, not because of her family. Wu Mingzhi went to see Jianglan's parents yesterday, but he got angry again. This is not surprising. Although Wu Mingzhi's family is in good condition, even in the imperial capital, he is considered a small and rich family, but compared with Jianglan's family, it is insignificant. Although Jianglan's parents agreed that Wu Mingzhi would associate with Jianglan, they were reluctant. Every time they met, they would inevitably be full of contempt and disdain in their words. This made Wu Mingzhi very uncomfortable, so he complained to Bruno when he went back yesterday. Jianlan was also a violent temper, and had a big argument with Wu Mingzhi, and then went home in anger. Her mother said that the car I drive is too low-end. Wu Mingzhi couldn't help complaining, I don't understand. Everyone has to drive a luxury car? The key is that my Passat is not bad. What? Luxury car? So demanding? Yes, listen to that, you still have to go up to 500,000 yuan to be worthy of her daughter. When Li Tianyu heard this, he was really uncomfortable. Don't even talk about cars worth 500,000, not even cars worth 100,000. Regarding Wu Mingzhi, Li Tianyu couldn't persuade him. He couldn't say you two are not right, let's break up quickly. Drink, drink. The two had another drink. Tianyu, haven't you found a girlfriend recently? I either work overtime in the company, or sleep in bed, or spend it on the way to and from get off work. How can I find a girlfriend?
Your kid is getting better and better. When you were in college, you were countless women. How come you became an ascetic monk when you graduated? If things go on like this, you can't be suffocated anymore?
As he said, Wu Mingzhi also showed a smirk. Li Tianyu was about to speak, but was attracted by a beautiful woman. The beauty just came up from downstairs, just to find a seat near Li Tianyu and Wu Mingzhi and sit down.
This girl is totally the type that Li Tianyu likes.
Long-haired shoulder guard, tall body, visually about 1.68 meters, and his face is also very pure. It seems that he is still a college student.
Wu Mingzhi also saw this beauty, laughed, and whispered, Tianyu, this girl is good, do you want to win it?
Li Tianyu hesitated for a few seconds and shook his head. Forget it, she can't come by herself, maybe she has a boyfriend.
What if you have a boyfriend? Even if you have a husband, you can go up and grab it. Darn it.
Wu Mingzhi is still so unscrupulous.
Are you going or not?
I tell you, if you want to go, I am going.
Okay, I'll go.
Li Tianyu thought it was just to make a girl, what's the big deal? Although Li Tianyu's level of picking up girls is not as good as Wu Mingzhi's, it is not too bad. He also had a few girlfriends in college. Only after stepping into society, Li Tianyu's success rate of picking up girls dropped off a cliff. This can only be attributed to the fact that the girls after work are more realistic, and it is really not easy to get it without real money. Li Tianyu thought while sitting opposite the long-haired girl.
Looking so close, this face feels even more refined. Hi, beauty, alone? No, I'm waiting for friends.
The girl said flatly.
It's boring to sit and wait, why don't we talk?
No, I don't feel bored sitting by myself. Seeing that the beauty's face was a bit cold, Li Tianyu was not discouraged. Beauty, it's the first time you've been here at the first glance.
I'm very familiar with this store, and I can introduce you some delicious food.
That's alright, you can tell, what's delicious?
Li Tianyu's spirits lifted up. As long as this girl is willing to talk to him, it means there is a play. Let me tell you, the lamb skewers and lamb tendons here are really good. The taste is excellent, but this is not the most recommended.
Ha?
What is that? Hearing what Li Tianyu said, the beauty was a little curious. Chapter 8. Those teachers are much prettier than you. This beauty is named Chen Anlu. She is very young.
She has just graduated for more than 2 years.
She works in a very famous advertising company in Imperial Capital. She is a visual designer.
Chen Anlu had heard colleagues say that this barbecue restaurant tastes quite outstanding before, so she invited a good girlfriend to try it out.
The best roast here is lamb kidney and lamb treasure.
As Li Tianyu said, water came from the corners of his mouth. I personally like to eat lamb kidneys.
It is called a charred outside and tender on the inside. If you bite it down, it feels like you are eating snowy cake. The whole taste buds are exploded.
No, it's like 10,000 sheep running in your mouth, you can feel.
Chen Anlu frowned and waved her hand.
Okay, I don't like eating mutton kidneys.
By the way, what is Yang Bao? Li Tianyu chuckled. It is estimated that Chen Anlu had never had a boyfriend, and he didn't even know what Yang Bao was. Dang Dan.
Ha?
Chen Anlu didn't react for a while. Li Tianyu made a nasty gesture with his hands. Yang Dandan, do you understand?
Chen Anlu's face turned red all of a sudden. It was a charming one. By the way, let me tell you, besides these two, there are others.
Okay, I don't want to know, you go quickly, my friend is coming soon. Is your friend a man or a woman? It has nothing to do with you. Li Tianyu was startled, and immediately asked, what is your zodiac sign? How come your attitude has become so fast? Chen Anlu gave Li Tianyu a fierce look. Li Tianyu has a thick-skinned face and doesn't care at all. Beauty, do you have a boyfriend?
Yes.
Chen Anlu replied in a dull voice. Li Tianyu smiled. I have learned how to face each other, and after my observation, guess what?
How?
Your eyes are twinkling and your expression is subtle. You are obviously lying. Chen Anlu was speechless when she heard it. What nonsense this man was talking about.
Li Tianyu still wanted to add fuel and jealousy. He hid his soul, but the sound of high heels rang behind him.
Looking back, it was another beauty. Jiayi, sit here.
Chen Anlu hurriedly greeted the beautiful lady to sit down. This is the best friend Lin Jiayi she was waiting for.
Lin Jiayi looked at Li Tianyu and showed a strange expression. Who is this? Do not know.
Lin Jiayi understood Chen Anlu's expression.
Hey, are you after my Anlu? It doesn't matter if you see it, it's okay to have dinner and chat together, and make friends, right? Li Tianyu asked, not to be outdone. No, my family on Lu has such good conditions.
Be careful when making friends of the opposite sex, at least you must have a certain financial foundation.
How do you know that I have no financial foundation? Heh, then tell me, what is your financial foundation? How much money do you make in a month?
Li Tianyu felt angry, and blurted out, I have 3 suites in the imperial capital.
Does it count as a financial foundation?
Lin Jiayi and Chen Anlu were surprised when they heard it. Having 3 houses in Daidu is a big asset, even a house in the suburbs can be worth several million.
However, the two beauties didn't believe it very much, as Li Tianyu was bragging. If you really have 3 suites, it's okay, I'm afraid you're talking about it. If you don't believe me, I can take you to my house when I look back.
Li Tianyu said again, 2 beauties, or let's add a WeChat account to facilitate contact.
Lin Jiayi suddenly said, do you have an AV in your phone? Li Tianyu thought he had heard it wrong, AV? What kind of AV?
It's the kind you guys like to watch. Li Tianyu was happy, it turned out to be a fellow man, of course there are.
Would you like to watch? There are Okita Ichi, Yoshizawa Erbu, Toda Sanxiang. That's okay, then you go back and watch the performances of these teachers, don't disturb us quietly, okay?
Li Tianyu didn't expect to be stunned, so he immediately fought back, Cut, who was rare to tease you, those teachers are much more beautiful than you.
Lin Jiayi's expression changed, you.
Li Tianyu put it away when he saw it, and immediately got up and returned to his seat.
This time Wu Mingzhi was so happy that Li Tianyu would slap him twice.
Okay, it's just not done, it's not the first time, come and continue drinking. The two of them were not paying attention to the 2 beauties, and they ate meat and drank heavily while talking about each other. I'm almost done, there are still a lot of skewers left on the table. At this moment, Li Tianyu had an idea, picked up a few skewers and walked to Chen Anlu and Lin Jiayi.
Why are you here again? Chen Anlu frowned. This kind of skewers is the characteristic of this place. There are absolutely no other places.
You must try it. After Li Tianyu finished speaking, he walked back without waiting for the beauties to respond.
Chen Anlu hesitated, picked up a string and looked at it.
Not to mention, I haven't seen this thing, and I don't know what it is.
Then, she couldn't help taking a bite. Hey, don't.
Lin Jiayi wanted to stop, but before she had time, Chen Anlu bit down.
What?
After hearing a scream, the thing Lin Jiayi bit down burst out with a lot of juice, and even sprayed Lin Jiayi's face.
What is this?
Lin Jiayi wiped the juice on her face with a paper towel, while complaining, oh, you are so stupid, this is bullseye, you can't bite like that.
Cow, eyes. Evil. Chen Anlu quickly vomited everything out of her mouth. Laughter came not far away.
Chen Anlu turned her head to see that it was Li Tianyu and Wu Mingzhi who were hugging their heads and laughing.
This guy is so bad, so bad.
Chen Anlu glared at Li Tianyu, but the other party cast a big smile, extremely shameless.
Man really doesn't have a good thing. Chen Anlu said angrily. Why don't you like men or let's be a good fit?
Chen Anlu glared at Lin Jialu, come on, as if you like women.
By the way, aren't you going to have a blind date next weekend? Who is the other party?
I don't know, you think I want to go, I just go and deal with it casually.
Maybe it's a handsome man.
Cut, do you think it's all over the street?
Chen Anlu didn't hold any hope for the mysterious blind date. Chapter 9 Isn't it just a car?
Although Li Tianyu did have 3 houses, Li Tianyu still had to go to work the next day. At least for now, Li Tianyu has no reason to resign naked, and the time has not yet arrived. He is a little worried that he resigned today and the system will recycle the house tomorrow.
This is tantamount to losing his wife and breaking down.
Today, the planning department does not have any specific work, and planners including Li Tianyu are generally drawing. Li Tianyu thought it was wonderful to spend a day leisurely like this.
Unexpectedly, just after noon, more than a dozen people in the planning department were taken to a meeting by Director Zhao Jitong. Darn it! What annoying! Li Tianyu cursed secretly, the thing he hated most was meetings.
However, Li Tianyu immediately became happy as soon as he entered the conference room, and Lu Manqi was there. It's strange that Lu Manqi belongs to the administrative department, so why would she attend the meeting with the planner? Recently, the company is going to participate in the 7th Imperial Capital Science and Technology Expo.
I think everyone should know it.
Zhao Jitong said slowly. The company leaders also discussed and decided that the administrative department would take the lead, and then various departments would assign a few people to the arrangement.
Meeting place.
Li Tianyu flinched when he heard that he was going to help arrange the venue.
His life credo is just see the benefits, let the difficulties see. He really didn't want to do something as troublesome as setting up a meeting place. Just listen to Zhao Jitong's question, well, planners, did you volunteer yourselves? The meeting room was quiet for a while. Co-authored these people all share the belief of Li Tianyu's companions, so they are afraid of trouble. Okay, since everyone is unwilling to go, then I just specify it directly. Li Tianyu hurriedly lowered his head, and said silently, I can't see me 100 times. Li Tianyu, go ahead. At this time, Li Tianyu was meditating to the 101st time, and did not hear it for a while. Li Tianyu, how about people? The colleague next to him pushed Li Tianyu, and he reacted. Ah, yes. Cooperate with the administrative department, don't be lazy. Hearing what Zhao Jitong said, Li Tianyu was completely confused. Ah? Why is it me? Nonsense, it's you. Zhao Jitong said categorically, Li Tianyu will stay here to have a meeting with people from the administrative department, and the others will go away. No way, since you have stepped on it, whether it's shit or landmines, you have to endure it. Fortunately, Lu Manqi is also there, and Li Tianyu can also watch beautiful women to pass the time. In fact, there are not many people in the administration department who actually participated in the layout of the venue. In addition to Lu Manqi, there are Zhang Changfang, the head of the administration department, and Feng Yang, another male colleague of the administration department. During this meeting, Li Tianyu played on his mobile phone all the time, and didn't listen to what he specifically said. Anyway, it is the administration department who takes the lead, and people can do whatever they want. There is no need to talk to these people. After half an hour, the discussion was finally over. Just listen to Zhang Changfang say, that's okay, Manqi, Feng Yang, you will go to the conference venue with Li Tianyu from the planning department for a while to see the situation there. Lu Manqi and Feng Yang quickly agreed. Zhang Changfang said to Li Tianyu again, Li Tianyu, is it all right? Okay, no problem. Li Tianyu raised his head and replied. Zhang Changfang was very busy, and he hurried away after speaking. Li Tianyu and the other three were left in the conference room. Manqi, let's clean up and leave. Feng Yang said with a smile. Lu Manqi said, okay, how do we get there? Take a taxi? No, I have a car, just go in my car. Lu Manqi nodded and glanced at Li Tianyu, then you too. Okay, then I'm not welcome. As soon as Li Tianyu stood up, he heard Feng Yang Yin and Yang say, are your planning salaries so low? Except for the director of the planning department, there is no one who drives to work, and it's too miserable. Li Tianyu is not a fuel-efficient lamp, so he immediately sneered, cut, you are great when you drive a broken car? It doesn't cost much to buy a car now. The people in our planning department don't drive. That's for green travel, for environmental protection, and better than you. A high level of consciousness, do you understand? Oh, that way, you continue to travel green. Feng Yang said, and said to Lu Manqi, Manqi, let's go first. This, not so good. There is nothing wrong with him. If he wants to pretend to be an environmentalist, let him pretend. With that, Feng Yang took Lu Manqi away. It seems that Feng Yang also has non-discriminatory thoughts about Lu Manqi. What's so special? Isn't it just a car, wait for lousy? Li Tianyu thought of something, and then changed his words, isn't it just a luxury car, lousy can easily own it. Then, Li Tianyu immediately opened the system interface and opened the order center neatly. At first glance, Li Tianyuel was broken. Sure enough, various cars appeared on the list. Buying a car in the imperial capital is not only a matter of money, but also a license issue. Now lottery draws have lower chances of winning the jackpot than buying lottery tickets. Could the system be able to get the license plate of the imperial capital? Chapter 10 Driving a luxury car to check in. Li Tianyu doesn't care about it, let's get a car cool and cool. Vehicle name, Audi Q5L. Vehicle type, SUV. Tax amount, 2,000 yuan Dragon coin. Vehicle name, Mercedes-Benz E-Class. Vehicle type, car. Tax amount, 3,000 yuan Dragon coin. Vehicle name, BMW 7 Series. Vehicle type, S sedan. Tax amount, 3,500 yuan Dragon coin. Vehicle name, Porsche Cayenne. Vehicle type, SUV. Tax amount, 4,800 yuan Dragon coin. Li Tianyu looked at these four cars and chose the Porsche Cayenne without hesitation. Although the car has to pay the highest payment, it has reached 4,800 Dragon coins. It was almost possible to buy a house in the imperial capital, but compared with the actual selling price of the car, it was almost as nothing. Moreover, Li Tianyu is also a man with a deposit of more than 300,000 yuan. A few $1,000s is a fart. When Li Tianyu paid the tax smoothly, he sat in the meeting room and waited.
I don't know how the car keys of this luxury car will be handed over to Li Tianyu. After a while, Li Tianyu's cell phone rang. At first glance, the ID showed that it was the local mobile phone number of the imperial capital.
Li Tianyu pressed the answer button. Hello, is that Mr. Li? It's me.
Hello, I am the salesperson of the Forest shop of Porsche Weiguang building, Wang Feng. The procedures for your car order have been completed, and you can take it away.
Li Tianyu immediately asked, is it that Porsche Cayenne?
Yes,
when would it be convenient for you to pick up the car? Weiguang building is very close, only a few minutes walk away. I'll go over immediately.
After hanging up the phone, Li Tianyu packed his things and went to the Forest shop of Porsche Weiguang building. Then he found the salesman Wang Feng who called him. Wang Feng pointed to a car in the parking lot and said, Mr. Li, this is the one.
It's so beautiful.
The sky blue body and the stylish, classic and cool big toad shape is definitely a fake Porsche Cayenne. Li Tianyu looked at him, farking, but the license plates were all already on, and they were also from the imperial capital.
This is your procedure.
Wang Feng said with a smile, we have arranged a pickup ceremony for you. The car lifting ceremony is to make a little red flower and take a picture, which is useless.
No, I'm in a hurry.
Seeing Li Tianyu like this, it seems that a minute delay will cost millions. Wang Feng quickly took Li Tianyu to familiarize himself with some operations of the Porsche Cayenne. Speaking of which, Li Tianyu has already taken the driver's license and often drives in his hometown, so he is not a novice. After he drove on the road, he realized that the luxury car was a luxury car, so it was so easy to drive. The steering is soft and sensitive, and the chassis filter is also moderately soft and hard. Sitting in the car, you can't hear the outside sound at all.
How do you describe it?
Right. Full of sense of luxury. Moreover, the car arranged by the system for Li Tianyu is not a low-profile beggar version, but is definitely a small 2 million top-mounted version, with a proper 2.9T turbo engine and power levers. Li Tianyu ran on the road happily and almost forgot to do business. Fortunately, there was no traffic jam.
Li Tianyu arrived at the venue, parked the car in the outdoor parking lot, and walked in.
The exhibition should start in a few days.
Now staff from various companies are in the venue to arrange the venue. Li Tianyu's company is called Yunguang Technology.
After searching for a long time, he finally found the company's premises. At this time, Lu Manqi and Feng Yang are communicating with the employees of the company where they are cooperating. Li Tianyu walked over and listened for a while, basically talking about some details, such as a flower basket here and a lamp tube over there. Several people discussed for a round, and they were temporarily separated. Seeing that Li Tianyu couldn't help much, he bought a can of Coke from the vending machine and drank it leisurely on the side deck.
Lu Manqi and Feng Yang also came over soon. Li Tianyu, how did you come? Lu Manqi asked curiously.
Feng Yang sneered, He must have taken the subway, and taxis won't be available for so long.
This is a field service, and the company can reimburse the taxi fare. You only need to keep the taxi ticket. Lu Manqi kindly reminded Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu responded lightly, it's okay, I came by car. Driving? You?
Lu Manqi and Feng Yang were shocked when they heard this.
Didn't Li Tianyu have no car? Whose car did you drive here? Isn't this guy bragging?
Yes, the poorer the ghost, the more he likes to brag. When Feng Yang thought of this, he was about to sneer when he saw people from the exhibition company coming over. This person's name is Zhao Xiaolei, a female, and the person in charge of this project sent by the exhibition company to follow up.
I'll give you a suggestion. Sister Zhang, you said. Lu Manqi responded.
You are in the middle of this place, it is best to put a big one, so that it can attract more visitors.
Big items? What is a big item? Feng Yang asked.
Zhao Xiaolei pondered for a moment and said, for example, luxury cars, no, supercars and the like.
Chapter 11 Supercars are naturally expensive. Super running?
Zhao Xiaolei said, yes, although the design of the venue is okay now, but the lack of violent points, super running is the most eye-catching. Swing in the middle of the venue, the effect is absolutely good. Lu Manqi and Feng Yang couldn't help looking at each other.
Where can supercars be found so easily?
Although there are a lot of rental companies that rent out supercars, they need to undergo a qualification review. But Lu Manqi really wanted to do it well, so she said, then, Sister Zhang, let's ask the leader for instructions.
If the leader agrees, we will look for it.
Okay, then you guys get busy first. After speaking, Zhao Xiaolei left.
What to do? Call Sister Zhang?
Lu Manqi looked at Feng Yang and asked, inadvertently completely ignoring the existence of Li Tianyu. It's no wonder that Li Tianyu has always been like a bastard, and he is simply unreliable, so naturally he won't care if he has any opinions.
Okay, ask Sister Zhang first. Feng Yang responded.
Sister Zhang is naturally Zhang Changfeng, the head of the administrative department. Lu Manqi called Zhang Changfeng.
Zhang Changfeng is also very embarrassed on the phone.
After all, renting a supercar is still very troublesome.
The rent is easy to say. The key is that the time is too tight now.
I am afraid it is too late to go to the leasing company. But in the end, Zhang Changfeng still said that she would ask the company executives again to see if anyone can borrow a supercar to recharge the scene. Zhang Changfeng also said that he needs to prepare with both hands, and then think about other methods, whether there are any large items other than supercars. After the phone call, Lu Manqi was also quite embarrassed.
Except for supercars, how can there be any other options? You can't find a few young models to dance, right? Feng Yang, don't you have many ways? Ask your friends if you can contribute a supercar. Feng Yang was a little helpless. No matter how many roads I have, I don't have a friend who can drive a supercar. The thing is a luxury item, and most people can't afford it.
At this time, Lu Manqi noticed Li Tianyu.
By the way, Li Tianyu, is there any way you can borrow a supercar? Feng Yang smiled. You don't have to count on it.
Lu Manqi did not speak, she just asked casually, and did not expect Li Tianyu to help.
Supercar, it should be no problem.
Hearing Li Tianyu's words, the other two did not react for a while.
Ah. Can you borrow a supercar? Lu Manqi asked in surprise. Li Tianyu smiled slightly and said in an affirmative tone, yes. Feng Yang didn't believe it at all. Don't talk about borrowing this kid. Whether he has seen him or not, it's all about two things. Do you know what a supercar is? Nonsense, do you really think that Brother Bai is alive? Feng Yang still thinks Li Tianyu is bragging. That's okay, what car can you borrow? Then leave it alone, I'll go make a call. With that said, Li Tianyu stopped paying attention to Feng Yang and stood up and left.
Looking at Li Tianyu's back, Feng Yang sneered again, it's so special to be able to pretend.
Can he really borrow a supercar? Lu Manqi looked worried. You really believe it? This kid just thinks that the bragging is not taxable. It would be nice if he can borrow a Cherry QQ. Oh. Lu Manqi was not surprised at Li Tianyu's bragging.
A few days ago, he said he wanted to buy a house in the third ring of the imperial capital.
Feng Yang is actually right. Li Tianyu is really bragging, but he needs to pay taxes.
Li Tianyu walked to the corner of no one, then opened the system interface, and he saw all kinds of supercars in the order center.
Vehicle name, Porsche 911. Vehicle type, super sports car. Tax amount, 5,200 yuan Dragon coin. Vehicle name, Ferrari 458. Vehicle type, super sports car. Tax amount, 6,800 yuan Dragon coin.
Vehicle name, Pagani Son of the Wind.
Vehicle type, super sports car. Tax amount, 9,600 yuan Dragon coin. Vehicle name, Bugatti Veyron. Vehicle type, super sports car. Tax amount, 12,000 yuan Dragon coin.
When Li Tianyu looked at the list, he finally let go of his mind. Originally, he was worried that these supercars would pay very high taxes. If it exceeded 10,000 yuan, he would have nothing to do. Fortunately, there are also cheaper supercars, such as Ferrari and Porsche, which have slightly lower-end supercars. Pagani Son of the Wind needs to pay the tax of 9,600 yuan in Dragon coins, which is indeed higher. However, Li Tianyu gritted his teeth and chose this Pagani Son of the Wind. The second credo of Li Tianyu's life is pretend to be criticized and pretend to be thorough. Naturally boasted Haikao in front of those two people, then it would be as expensive as possible.
You can't be stingy about this kind of face. Chapter 12 A Sensation, a 20 million supercar. Li Tianyu paid a tax of nearly 10,000 yuan in Dragon coins, and then walked back.
At this time, Lu Manqi and Feng Yang seemed bored, and they were both looking at their mobile phones.
Seeing Li Tianyu's return, Feng Yang was full of energy. Li Tianyu, have you borrowed the supercar? Li Tianyu ignored Feng Yang and sat down.
Seeing Lu Manqi also looked curious, Li Tianyu smiled and said, Beauty, don't worry, it will be fine if you leave it to me.
Really borrowed? Feng Yang laughed loudly. Li Tianyu, when are you going to pretend? Li Tianyu was lazy and didn't even look at Feng Yang. Feng Yang frowned, obviously angry. Li Tianyu, everyone is an adult. If you don't want to help us, just say it, we will respond to Director Zhao.
Director Zhao is Zhao Xiaotong, the director of the planning department and the direct leader of Li Tianyu.
Feng Yang was obviously threatening Li Tianyu.
If Li Tianyu was reported to the boss of the planning department by employees of the administrative department because of his work attitude, the problem would be serious.
If not, Zhao Jitong will consider expelling Li Tianyu. But now Li Tianyu is not afraid at all. Still the same sentence, you have money in your pocket and don't panic when things go wrong. Even if Li Tianyu is unemployed, he can live on rent, and he will live very smartly. The big deal is to rent out a few more houses. Lu Manqi persuaded, forget it, Feng Yang, it's not easy for everyone.
Seeing that Li Tianyu still didn't respond, Feng Yang thought he was scared, and showed a triumphant look.
Li Tianyu, let me tell you, don't use people as fools. If you have a friend who can drive a sports car, can you be a bad planner in the company? You've already gone to heaven.
If someone said something to Li Tianyu before, he would have blown up his hair a long time ago.
But now I don't know why, and I feel very peaceful.
Looking back, maybe this is equivalent to the calm temperament of the rich.
At this time, Li Tianyu's cell phone rang. Li Tianyu immediately pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Mr. Li?
A strange woman's voice came over there.
It's me. The car you ordered is in Pagani, Zonda of the Wind is in the Imperial City. Where can I send it to you?
Buying a supercar will surely enjoy supercar class service, and there will be a dedicated person to deliver the buyer to the door.
Li Tianyu immediately responded, send it to the Imperial Capital Beigong Exhibition Hall.
Okay, I'll send it to you right away, please keep the phone open.
Li Tianyu hung up the phone and his expression became calmer.
This made both Lu Manqi and Feng Yang puzzled.
Who came here? Lu Manqi couldn't help asking. The car will be here soon. Car? Supercar? Li Tianyu nodded.
Lu Manqi glanced at Feng Yang, who was also stunned.
Did this Li Tianyu really borrow a supercar? Or is this guy trying to brag to death? But if it is bragging, it will be exposed soon. What is the point of doing this?
Feng Yang thought for a while, still firmly believed that this is impossible. He is really a big star in the cowhide industry, and he won't die before the Yellow River, don't hit the south wall and don't look back. I didn't expect that there is such a wonderful work as Li Tianyu in the company. I want to see what kind of supercar you can borrow. Feng Yang said with a sneer. Lu Manqi didn't want to make the atmosphere too rigid, so she said, Li Tianyu, even if, it doesn't matter if you can't borrow it, I thought about it, maybe we can rent a transformer, or a model like Gundam and put it in the middle. Li Tianyu shook his head, the effect is there, but it is not as good as the supercar to attract attention, and I have already got the supercar, and it will be there in a while. Lu Manqi let out an "oh," thinking that this guy is too awkward, and he couldn't get down even if he got him down the steps. Anyway, after trying her best, Lu Manqi naturally stopped talking.
If Li Tianyu really made a joke, he asked for it.
After a few minutes, Li Tianyu's cell phone rang again. He answered the phone, agreed a few times, got up and left. Lu Manqi and Feng Yang looked at each other, and they could see the strong doubts in each other's eyes.
What did Li Tianyu do? Could it be true that a supercar was sent here?
Feng Yang shook his head, no, it's not that he underestimated Li Tianyu, this guy is, at most, running a car worth hundreds of thousands.
What BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and Audi are playing here, they must not be laughed at.
At this moment, many people ran to the door after hearing a tumult from the stadium.
What's the matter? Zhao Manqi asked. Feng Yang shook his head.
Just listen to someone over there shouting, look, it's so beautiful.
Yeah, what kind of car is this? It looks so weird. Weird? Don't be cliched, this is a supercar, do you see the logo? Pagani. What is the name of this model?
Another person responded immediately, it's the Son of the Wind, I saw it in a car magazine.
Yes. Pagani Son of the Wind, darn it, it seems like 20 million, right? 20 to 20 million. Which company is such a trench?
20 million supercars are here to fill the storefront.
Chapter 13, where is this guy sacred? Lu Manqi and Feng Yang could hear the discussion over there clearly. Lu Manqi couldn't sit still anymore, and walked over there, let me see. Feng Yang was startled first, then stood up and followed.
After not taking a few steps, the crowd watching something suddenly separated a crack, and the sound of the large displacement engine suddenly became clear. I saw a low-lying car drove over slowly. It was obvious that this was a supercar. The car is black and white, exaggerated in shape, but full of beauty and science fiction, just like a small alien spaceship.
Looking at the driving cabin again, a handsome man in a suit and leather shoes is driving a supercar, and Li Tianyu is actually sitting in the position of the co-pilot. Lu Manqi's eyes widened, with an incredible expression on her face. As for Feng Yang, he couldn't help but say several fark. He didn't want to understand how Li Tianyu got a supercar. Moreover, just look at the shape of this supercar. This is not a bargain like the Porsche 911, but a real high-end supercar with the tens of millions. Pagani Zonda of the Wind drove to the edge of Yunguang Technologies field, and when the car door opened, it caused another sensation. For top supercars, the doors with eagle wing opening and closing are almost a status symbol. Li Tianyu walked down from the garage and saw Zhao Xiaolei, the person in charge of the venue layout. Li Tianyu walked over and said to Zhao Xiaolei, "Super ran here, where is the right place? Just put it in the middle, let him drive to the middle." Zhao Xiaolei can be regarded as a well-informed person, but she did not expect that this company is so lavish, and actually got such a high-end supercar. I saw Li Tianyu command the handsome guy inside to drive the handsome super to the center of the booth. Sure enough, the booth of Yunguang Technology immediately became different, and Biangu suddenly increased by at least 5 or 6 levels. Even the employees of other nearby companies put aside their work and ran over to get addicted to their eyes. Speaking of supercars, it's not uncommon to see it on the streets of the Imperial City, but if you look at it so close, unless you are at a car show, there are really not many opportunities. Lu Manqi walked over and asked in a low voice, "Li Tianyu, isn't this car expensive? Who did you borrow it from?" Li Tianyu wanted to say that it was his own car, but they were sure they didn't believe it, so they said casually, "I asked a friend for help." He is a supercar rental. Lu Manqi suddenly realized that Li Tianyu's explanation was completely acceptable. "Then we have to be careful, but don't scratch the body and cause trouble to your friend." "Well, just be careful." Li Tianyu replied indifferently, thinking that it would only cost 10,000 yuan anyway, which would be nothing. Hearing the conversation between the two, Feng Yang leaned over again. "What? Your friend originally rented a supercar, no wonder." Lu Manqi glared at Feng Yang. "You say a few words, Li Tianyu helped me a lot." Although Feng Yang was not convinced, he could only idle his mouth and angrily. After solving such a big problem, Lu Manqi felt more comfortable, and her attitude towards Li Tianyu became better. "By the way, how much does it cost to rent this car for a day? I'll call Sister Zhang and apply for funding soon." Li Tianyu was stunned, just patronizing him to be handsome, he has not considered collecting rent. Of course, the company's money will not be made in vain. It's easy to say, "My friend and I are iron buddies, so you just need to see it." That's okay, I will apply for as many points as possible. At this point, it's time to get off work. For Li Tianyu, going out on the field has one advantage, that is, there is no need to work overtime. Feng Yang was so embarrassed by Li Tianyu that he had no good face, and said to Lu Manqi, "Manqi, go, I will take you home." Lu Manqi hesitated, "No, I can take the subway back by myself." "Then I will take you to the subway station." Lu Manqi nodded, and then said to Li Tianyu, "Then let's go first, see you tomorrow." "Okay, see you tomorrow." Li Tianyu took the lead and left before. Feng Yang and Lu Manqi followed closely behind. The two of them soon discovered that Li Tianyu was also walking to the open parking lot. "By the way, Li Tianyu said he also came by car." Lu Manqi whispered. "Go, follow along and see what car he drives. This, isn't it?" "It's okay, let's take a look and leave." Lu Manqi did not insist anymore. In fact, she was also very curious about what kind of car Li Tianyu drove. It didn't take long for Li Tianyu to walk next to a sky blue SUV. The car was very beautiful, and the shiny paint and shiny wheels looked like a new car. Most importantly, that car is obviously a luxury car. Feng Yang's eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, "Paul, Porsche Cayenne. Is this Li Tianyu's car?" Lu Manqi was also very shocked. She knows Li Tianyu's salary level, it is impossible to buy such a luxury car. Moreover, even if the middle and high-level leaders in the company have relatively high salaries, the maximum is 4 or 5 million ordinary luxury cars, and there are not many top luxury cars like Porsche. I saw Li Tianyu directly open the door of the Porsche Cayenne and drove away quickly. This makes the two of them disbelieving. Chapter 14. The cousin is a little demon. Could it be? Li Tianyu is the second generation of invisible rich? Impossible. Before today, I had never seen him driving to and from get off work. Feng Yang suddenly showed an expression of enlightenment. Could this car also be borrowed by Li Tianyu and his friend? That's also possible. Since Li Tianyu's friend can rent supercars, it is even more trivial to have a luxury car like the Porsche Cayenne.
It's nice to have a friend who can rent a luxury car, Lu Manchi can't help thinking. The story of Li Tianyu renting a luxury car in a single phone call was widely circulated in the company the next day. Many colleagues in the planning department ran over to ask Li Tianyu the basics. But where could Li Tianyu tell the truth? While pretending to criticize, he fooled the past with 2 or 3 sentences. However, the Pagani Son of the Wind was not dedicated by Li Tianyu in vain. Sure enough, Lu Manchi was very good, and she directly applied for a rent of 15,000 yuan per day.
The exhibition will be open for a week.
Counting the 2 days of the preparation period, it is 9 days.
Li Tianyu got 135,000 yuan in supercar rental. In addition, Li Tianyu took the time to put another house in the Shuimakingqing community on the internet.
It didn't take long before several people called and said that they wanted to see the house.
First come first served? Shit doesn't make sense.
Li Tianyu was not a fool, of course, whoever pays more will get it. In the end, the 115 square meter small 3-bedroom apartment in Shuimu Qingcheng had a monthly rent of 16,000 yuan.
The tenant was quite generous and paid 3 years rent directly.
As a result, Li Tianyu's deposit has increased by nearly 600,000. Add in the previous 300,000 yuan, and it will soon be approaching 1 million deposit. Where did Li Tianyu have seen such a large sum of money, and he was so happy that he didn't sleep all night. Getting up late the next day, Li Tianyu simply sent Zhao Jitong a WeChat request for leave. Unexpectedly, Zhao Jitong was surprisingly good at talking, so he approved it directly and gave Li Tianyu a good rest.
Darn it!
Did director Zhao Jitong's brain be tricked, or was he violently caught by the door, and his attitude changed too much? But looking back, it is estimated that because Li Tianyu solved the problem of renting a supercar, so that Zhao Ji had light on the same face, and naturally took care of Li Tianyu.
Anyway, this is a good thing.
Li Tianyu bought a bunch of snacks and stayed at home to eat and drink leisurely.
He was so happy.
But soon, his happy time is over. A phone call came, and Li Tianyu saw that the word devil was displayed on it.
Li Tianyu felt a headache. Why is this guy?
But no matter how reluctant it is, Li Tianyu can't help it. After all, the devil is a relative, so he can't ignore it.
Li Tianyu pressed the answer button.
There was a crisp voice over the phone.
Brother, what did you do?
What did you do?
I have been in the imperial capital for more than a month, why don't you contact me?
Li Tianyu's head hurts even more. You have just entered school and are still adapting.
Why should I contact you? You are talking nonsense, you just don't like me.
This feels weird, and Li Tianyu really doesn't know how to respond.
The devil is actually the nickname Li Tianyu gave to his cousin Tang Rou.
Why is she called the demon?
Because this cousin is not a fuel-efficient lamp, she has always enjoyed bullying Li Tianyu since she was a child.
It can be said that Tang Rou is not soft at all, her happiness is based entirely on Li Tianyu's pain.
Originally, Li Tianyu hadn't seen Tang Rou for 2 or 3 years since he worked. But something terrible happened.
Tang Rou was admitted to the Imperial City People's University this year, and has been enrolled for more than a month now. Li Tianyu really didn't want to provoke this little demon, so he kept dragging him and didn't contact her.
Unexpectedly, Tang Rou couldn't help but find his door. Brother! Don't you know how painful I am, a little girl who was unfamiliar with the place in the imperial capital?
When Li Tianyu heard that, Tang Rou said something reasonable. She was a little negligent.
No matter how powerful the devil is, he is just a little girl. Why don't you speak anymore? Are you guilty? Embarrassed? Are you blushing because you ignore me? Brother, let me tell you, if you ignore me, you will be the most unconscionable man in the world.
Tang Rou began to show the devil's true qualities. I will tell my auntie when I look back. You will not take care of me at all, even asking questions.
Did not ask. Don't.
Li Tianyu had no choice but to say, well, I'll pick you up in a while, and I will treat you to a big meal.
Okay, then I'll wait for you. Come here quickly. I said, Grandma, don't you have any class this afternoon? Oh, no. Hurry up. Call me when you get there.
After speaking, Tang Rou hung up the phone.
Li Tianyu had no choice but to put on clothes and bring a transportation card. Traffic card? Li Tianyu couldn't wait to slap himself.
Laozi is also a person with a car, and still take the subway buses too.
Chapter 15. Some cousins who are funky.
The Imperial City Renmin University is not far from Shuimu Qingcheng district. It takes about half an hour to drive. When he reached the gate of the university, Li Tianyu hesitated and drove into the campus. After finding a place nearby and stopping the car, Li Tianyu called Tang Rou.
Hey, Tang Rou, I'm here. Brother, you come to the third teaching building 103. Li Tianyu was stunned. I don't know, you should come out. I'm on the side of the main entrance. No way, I still have some things left to finish. Come and wait for me for a while. No way, Li Tianyu had to agree.
I asked a few students and finally found the third teaching building. Having said that, it is worthy of being a university campus, and the atmosphere is just good. More importantly, young beauties can be seen everywhere.
Li Tianyu was a little confused. Where did these beauties go after graduation?
When Li Tianyu walked into classroom 103, he saw a girl sitting on a chair, writing something seriously.
The girl heard the movement, looked up, and stood up happily. Brother! You finally came. This girl is really Tang Rou, she is a fake.
But this girl's changes are not so big. She used to have short hair, but now she has become a shawl. Not only that, in Li Tianyu's impression, Tang Rou had always been crazy, unkempt, and more naughty than a boy, but now, no matter how you look at it, she is a clean and tidy girl. The most important point is that Tang Rou has now become a big beauty. Li Tianyu was a little stunned for a while. It was really a female big 18 change, and it was only 2 or 3 years that he hadn't seen much, and it had changed so much. This level of beauty is nothing like Tang Rou's mother, that is, Li Tianyu's old aunt. By the way, Li Tianyu just remembered that Tang Rou's father was not the original partner of the old aunt, they were reorganizing the family.
In other words, Li Tianyu and Tang Rou are actually not related by blood.
Unexpectedly, Tang Rou ran over, pulled Li Tianyu over, and sat next to her. You wait for me, I'll be fine right away.
Oh, what are you doing? So busy. It's not about the student council. These forms must be sorted out immediately. What? You joined the student union so soon? Yeah. Tang Rou nodded as she sorted out the form. Didn't you say that you are unfamiliar with the place and lived a miserable life? Yeah, being exploited by the chairman all day long. Did you say I had a miserable life? Li Tianyu was helpless. Tang Rou was so quick-witted that she couldn't tell her at all. Tang Rou patted the thick stack of forms. Okay. It's done. Okay, then let's go have a big meal. Brother, what should I ask me to eat? It's been a long time, don't you just perfunct me?
Just as Li Tianyu was about to speak, the door of the classroom opened again, and a male student came in.
Xiao Rou, are you finished? I can help you.
The students who came and looked up and saw that besides Tang Rou, there was another man, and his face changed immediately.
Xiao Rou, who is this? Li Tianyu thought to himself, this Leng Taoqing is interesting to Tang Rou, right? Does this cousin have such a big charm? Freshly enrolled in the first year of university.
Thinking like this, Li Tianyu felt his arm tighten, and Tang Rou actually took his arm.
Introduce you, this is my boyfriend. Oh, ha. Li Tianyu was a little flustered for a while. Is this cousin going to do something? What? Boyfriend?
The boy showed an unbelievable expression. Impossible, I've already inquired about it, you don't have a boyfriend at all.
What are you talking about? Do I have a boyfriend? Not everyone knows.
Xiao Rou, listen to me, it doesn't matter if you have a boyfriend, as long as you are not married, then I still have a chance.
Darn it.
When Li Tianyu heard this, he was stunned. He didn't expect that there are still a lot of shameless people in this world. He also said this a few days ago.
The male student's name is Lu Jigang.
He is a junior at the Imperial City People's University and is also an officer of the student union. Lu Jigang is considered to be a rich second generation on campus, but this guy has a high-sightedness, and it's really difficult for ordinary schoolgirls to get into his eyes. As soon as Tang Rou showed up in the student union, Lu Jigang was shocked and launched a powerful pursuit of her, even stalking her. However, Tang Rou had always ignored those who had such good conditions.
It's fine now, and I don't know where to make a boyfriend. Can this keep Lu Jigang from getting angry? Lu Jigang is not stupid. He estimated that this boyfriend was Tang Rou who moved in to act. Are you really his boyfriend? Since Li Tianyu was pushed out by his cousin, he couldn't turn himself in. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and replied, so what? Well, which college are you from? Which class? Li Tianyu was also irritated by Lu Jigang's attitude. You are not a policeman, why are you asking so clearly?
Tang Rou really felt that the two were not angry enough, and shook Li Tianyu's arm exaggeratedly.
Husband, let's go, let's eat. Chapter 16 You robbed the bank? Darn it.
This girl is crazy, even the name husband is called out. Lu Zikongo was even more angry, his eyes widened. Fortunately, his self-control ability is not bad, at least he doesn't act rough or swear words.
Xiaoro, I will take you to dinner. I know the best in the imperial capital.
No, the most upscale restaurant is not far from the school.
Not interested.
Tang Rou said categorically, I have made an appointment with my boyfriend a long time ago. Li Tianyu hugged Tang Rou's waist, let's go, I'm going to eat. When Li Tianyu passed Lu Jigang, he pushed him to the side with his shoulders. The two of them walked out of the classroom and the teaching building in this way.
Lu Jigang was stunned for a while, obviously still reluctant to give up. This kid also learned to be smart, and ran to Tang Rou, Xiaoro, why don't we go together with the three of us? I have a car, so it's easy to go anywhere. Tang Rou was about to speak, but Li Tianyu snatched it first, no, I also have a car. You also have a car?
Not to mention Lu Jigang, even Tang Rou was stunned, glanced at his cousin with big eyes, thinking this cousin is not bragging, right? Although Tang Rou hadn't seen Li Tianyu for a long time, her parents could still know his situation.
Li Tianyu can only be regarded as an ordinary white-collar worker in the imperial capital, with a glamorous appearance, but in fact, his life is tight.
With a salary of more than 10,000 a month, the imperial capital is not rich. Living in a small rental house outside the 5th Ring Road, I have to walk more than 10 minutes to the subway station every day, and take the subway for about an hour to get to the company to work. Moreover, the imperial capital has been restricting licenses for several years, and it is impossible for a situation like Li Tianyu to win the number. Even if enough money is collected, there is no way to really buy a car.
But that's okay, Li Tianyu's words can indeed get rid of Lu Jigang's entanglement. That's it, I'll give it to you. Lu Jigang just wanted to see what car Li Tianyu was driving. A car can show a person's economic strength.
If Li Tianyu's car is a popular economy type, then Lu Jigang is confident to kill this guy and take Tang Rou back from him.
Seeing that Lu Jigang was not leaving yet, Tang Rou was a little panicked, and whispered to Li Tianyu what to do. He wants to keep following, he wants to show his stuff. Exposure? What's the filling? You still pretend, where are you going to get a car? Well.
Li Tianyu found it interesting, so he simply stepped forward, don't worry, you won't be embarrassed.
Ha? You really have one? Borrow it?
Li Tianyu smiled without saying a word, and led Tang Rou to the parking lot on the campus, and then walked to a blue SUV.
Why don't you leave? Tang Rou asked in a low voice again. Arrived? Tang Rou looked at this blue SUV carefully, and couldn't help holding out her finger, are you kidding? I've seen this car, right? It's a Porsche? It's expensive.
Li Tianyu smiled and opened the door of the passenger seat and said, please get in the car. Tang Rou was completely stunned when she saw this, and after a few seconds, she wandered into the car on the ground.
Looking into the distance, Lu Jigang was completely stupid. Really or not, this is a Porsche Cayenne.
Look at this configuration, it is a top-of-the-line model, about 1.8 million cars. I saw Li Tianyu got into the driving position, closed the car door handsomely, opened the window and waved to Lu Jigang, man, thank you for sending it off, let's go. Li Tianyu started the car, leaving behind 2 tails of exhaust gas, and left the campus of the Imperial City Runmin University.
Brother, did you rob the bank?
Bah, I haven't seen each other for such a long time, you can't read me better.
Then what's going on with this car?
Tang Rou said, looking at the exquisite and ridiculous interior of the car, this car must be worth a lot of money.
Alright, it's me.
Li Tianyu thought to himself that there is really no way to explain the origin of this car, so let's conceal it temporarily.
I borrowed it.
When Tang Rou heard this, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, and promptly reminded, then you should be careful, don't have an accident, you won't be able to compensate by that time.
Cut, you two underestimate your brother and me.
Yeah, when you say you are fat, you are still panting.
Li Tianyu sighed, call me over with you so that I can play your boyfriend?
What?
It's just a coincidence. Lu Jigang is always pestering me and he is so disgusting.
I just focused on Xingji and thought of this idea, maybe I can completely cut off his thoughts.
Concentrate on producing wisdom?
You can come up with this method when you say how old you are.
Cut, don't all TV shows act like this?
Li Tianyu stretched out a thumb to his cousin, you are really good, you can learn everything.
Don't say some of these, what are you going to ask your cute cousin to eat? When you arrive, you will know it will definitely suit your taste. Half an hour later, Li Tianyu took Tang Rou into a well-known buffet seafood restaurant in the imperial capital Haiwa. Tang Rou looked at the price list at the front desk of the restaurant and showed a surprised expression. 866 yuan per person? Brother, would you like to treat me to such an expensive buffet? Chapter 17. Nonsense, didn't you say it? I haven't seen you for so long, so I have to treat you to a good meal.
Tang Rou gave Li Tianyu a thumbs up. Brother, this time your lovely cousin has to give you a thumbs up.
Then I'm not welcome. Tell me when you can't even eat instant noodles. I will definitely help you with all my strength.
In fact, Li Tianyu is also the first time to eat this stuff.
The seafood buffet of more than 800 per person is not cheap for the average working class.
Before Li Tianyu only heard about the Haihua seafood restaurant, but he was reluctant to go for a meal.
Now it's different.
Li Tianyu was a man with 1 million yuan in soft money deposits after all, and it doesn't hurt at all to spend 2,000 yuan on meals. Having said that, it is worthy of more than 800 seafood buffets.
As long as you can think of, you can find the seafood you have seen on TV.
For example, Australian lobster, king crab, geoduck, and Arctic shellfish can be found.
Most importantly, there is no limit to all.
Li Tianyu and Tang Rou were so happy this time, they walked out of the restaurant with their stomachs round.
Then Li Tianyu drove Tang Rou back to school. Brother, you are too lavish now. Do you have a girlfriend now? Or should I be your girlfriend? Don't talk nonsense, go back quickly.
Li Tianyu twisted Tang Rou's face and said, call me again if you have anything to do.
Do not want.
I have to call you if I have nothing to do, and I will send you WeChat. After speaking, Tang Rou waved her hand and bounced into the school gate like a little girl. Li Tianyu sighed, thinking that when this little demon arrived in the imperial capital, his peaceful days would come to an end.
After returning home, Li Tianyu received a WeChat from Tang Rou. Thank you guys for the hospitality.
Li Tianyu just wanted to return something, but a call came in. At first glance, the ID showed that it was her mother Yi Tsuwei calling.
It's really just a little devil who just sent away a big one. Li Tianyu had to press the answer button. Li Tianyu, Mom, what's the matter? Yi Tsuwei, it's nothing big. Mom just asks you, how are you preparing? Li Tianyu, what are you going to prepare? Yi Tsuwei, are you going to piss me off? What day is tomorrow? Li Tianyu, where is this Sunday? Suddenly, Li Tianyu finally remembered that there was a blind date to deal with on Sunday. Li Tianyu, I see, Mom, isn't it just a blind date? What do you need to prepare for this matter? Yi Tsuwei, son, let me tell you, this girl is pretty good. You'd better give me a chance. Okay, I see, I must work hard, dear mother. Alas, there is a call coming in, it is our leader, I will hang up first.
Li Tianyu hung up the phone, wondering if the girl is okay, so I have to check it out first.
The next morning, Chen Anlu drove on the North 4th Ring Road in the imperial capital.
Today, Chen Anlu was going to have a blind date with a boy named Li Tianyu, who was introduced by her second aunt.
Chen Anlu didn't want to go.
She didn't rush to find someone a few years after graduation, but her second aunt told her to go there once, so she could only give in. Anyway, it was a blind date, and she fell down when they met.
Chen Falu didn't expect the other party to be a handsome man.
The place to meet each other was in a Western restaurant on the 4th floor of China Shopping Mall in the North 4th Ring Road. Chen Anlu drove into the underground parking lot of the Huaxia Mall when a phone call came in.
Chen Anlu held the steering wheel in one hand and the mobile phone in the other.
Just when she wanted to take a look at the caller ID, she suddenly caught a figure out of the corner of her eye.
Chen Anlu was startled and reflexively stepped on the brakes. Oh, my God. Chen Anlu thought it was over and hit someone this time.
She hurriedly turned off the car, pushed the door to get out, and saw a man lying on the ground with one hand still covering his waist.
Are you okay?
Chen Anlu hurried forward, squatted down, and checked the man's injuries.
Oh, elder sister, can you look at someone while driving? Sorry, I didn't mean it. Nonsense, you still want to hit someone on purpose, huh? It's you.
The two shouted in unison. It turned out that what Chen Anlu ran into was not someone else, but the cheap-mouthed apprentice I met at the barbecue restaurant last time. That's right, it was the nasty ghost who made Chen Anlu experience bursting in his mouth.
You follow me. Chen Anlu pointed at the other party and said loudly.
This other party is of course Li Tianyu. He also just drove here, and after parking the car, he walked towards the elevator while looking at his mobile phone. Unexpectedly he was hit by the female driver. Who would have thought that the road in Yuanzhou was narrow, and the female driver was actually the beauty who had provoked at the barbecue shop a few days ago. Sister, it wasn't me who followed you, but you hit me, alas, you are too cruel, what a grudge, this is. Not me, after all, Chen Anlu was the one who bumped into someone, and knew that she was at a loss, so she helped Li Tianyu up.
Does it matter to you? Or should I take you to the hospital? No, no need. Li Tianyu looked at Chen Anlu carefully. I didn't expect you to be so naive. Chen An's expression changed. What do you mean? I like to wear polka dot underwear. Chapter 18. You. Chen Anlu was angry and anxious, wishing to slap Li Tianyu. This guy is not only bad, but also a pervert. It turned out that when Chen Anlu squatted down, Li Tianyu caught a glimpse of the bottom of her skirt. Li Tianyu took advantage, and the pain in his body disappeared immediately. Okay, I won't tease you, I have something to do, let's go. Hey, you. Chen Anlu thought for a while and didn't know what to say, but seeing that Li Tianyu didn't look like something was going on, she simply ignored him. It was really unfavorable to go to a teacher. Chen Anlu thought to herself that she met the evil star before her blind date, and her luck was too bad. Chen Anlu returned to the car and parked it in the nearby parking space. Then she picked up her phone and glanced at it. It turned out that it was her best friend Lin Jiai. It is estimated that Lin Jiai wanted to ask how she was going on the blind date. Chen Anlu didn't bother to go back, and went straight to the elevator in the basement to the 4th floor. After entering the Western restaurant, Chen Anlu casually found a seat and sat down. There are not many people in this Western restaurant before it's lunchtime. Chen Anlu looked around, and it seemed that there was no one who seemed to be the target of a blind date. At this moment, a person sat opposite Chen Anlu. Hi, meet again. Chen Anlu saw that it was the nasty guy again. You said you didn't follow me. What do you want to do? Chen Anlu frowned and asked. Don't tease you, I'm following you and I don't have money to take it. Just now when Li Tianyu entered the restaurant, he happened to see Chen Anlu. Anyway, before the appointment time, he wanted to tease her first. Chen Anlu asked again, then what are you doing here? I have an appointment, why? You have an appointment too? Don't worry about it, you quickly get out of it. Cut, get out of the way, do you think I would always see you? It's not because you always dangle in front of my eyes. After speaking, Li Tianyu stood up, made a gesture of you are weak at Chen Anlu, and went to find another place to sit. At this time, it was the agreed time for the blind date, and Chen Anlu's cell phone rang. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, Chen Anlu knew it was the blind date, that is, Li Tianyu called. At this time, she felt a little nervous in her heart, and she still had a little expectation. Chen Anlu thought, if you are tall, rich and handsome, you can get to know each other, what if you can achieve a little beauty? At this time, a male voice came from the phone. Hello, I'm Li Tianyu. Hello, this is Chen Anlu. For some reason, Chen Anlu felt that this sound was familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had heard it. Have you been to the restaurant? When I get there, I'm on the left-hand side of the door, on the side of the floor-to-ceiling window, the 5th deck. Okay, I'm going to find you. After hanging up the phone, Chen Anlu sat up and waited for the male protagonist to appear. But after a few seconds, the annoying man walked over again, and then stood by and kept staring at Chen Anlu. Of course Chen Anlu was not happy anymore and frowned. What's the matter with you? Are you still haunting me? Li Tianyu was also helpless, and asked weakly, are you Chen Anlu? Ha? How do you know? Oh, that's interesting. With that said, Li Tianyu sat down on the opposite side of Chen Anlu again carelessly. Chen Anlu finally understood, her beautiful eyes widened. No, no. Are you Li Tianyu? Replacement is fake. Chen Anlu rubbed her aching temples, she couldn't accept this fact. The second aunt has taken a poisonous oath, saying that the boy who is going to have a blind date is very good, tall, handsome and stable in work. Of course Chen Anlu doesn't believe it very much, but no matter how bad the blind date is, it can't be so bad, right? Li Tianyu still smiled, we are quite destined. We met before the blind date. That's not an acquaintance, thank you. What's that? Harassment. You are too ugly. Having said that, Li Tianyu pushed the menu on the table to Chen Anlu. I was wrong about the previous thing. Actually, I was joking. I will treat you today. You can order whatever you want. Chen Anlu actually wanted to say bye-bye to Li Tianyu right away, but it was a shame to leave immediately when she thought that she had finally driven here. It's better to kill him here and make this guy suffer. That's okay, what you said, can I order anything? Li Tianyu smiled without saying a word, and made a gesture of listen and respect. To be honest, Li Tianyu's performance is quite handsome. But Chen Anlu also knew that this guy must be pretending to be criticizing. Waiter, order food. Chen Anlu waved, and a waiter walked over. Miss, what do you need? Wait a minute, I'll take a look.
Chen Anlu said while flipping through the menu: Caesar salad, Jack Daniel's marinated salmon, New Zealand lamb chops, half-ripe, and onion pork tenderloin, super lobster soup. By the way, what kind of lobster is this lobster used?
Miss, I chose Caribbean Repulse Bay lobster, which was delivered by air and very fresh.
That's okay, 2 copies.
Okay. Chapter 19. Chen Anlu was determined to treat Li Tianyu once, so she focuses on the more expensive ones. While clicking, he secretly checked Li Tianyu's face.
To her a little surprise, Li Tianyu has always been in a state of unchanging expression.
Pretend, okay, then let you pretend to the end. Chen Anlu murmured. What?
Nothing, a French foie gras, yes, another bottle of Tuscan red wine, high vintage, that's it.
Chen Anlu thinks it's almost the point.
After all, Li Tianyu was the blind date introduced by her second aunt, and she can't do too much. And frankly speaking, even though Li Tianyu said the mouth is cheap, he didn't do anything excessive, and Chen Anlu knocked him down, and they didn't say anything.
But no matter what, Chen An's due points must be around 2 to 3,000 yuan.
In her expectation, this was enough to make Li Tianyu painful for a while.
Li Tianyu, I ordered these, are you okay? Li Tianyu still shook his head. It's okay, I said you can order anything. Chen Anlu was startled, thinking that this guy didn't want to cheat during the checkout, right? Although Chen Anlu's salary is not low, his monthly expenses are also high.
And because Li Tianyu, such a completely unqualified blind date, spent thousands of dollars, it was quite speechless. Li Tianyu seemed to see through Chen Anlu's mind, and said with Erlang's legs upright, "Don't worry, I won't fall back on my account, and I have enough money."
What's the joke? He, Li Tianyu, has a deposit of 1 million yuan, plus a man with 3 sweets, can he eat poorly for a meal? Well, I didn't expect you to have merits. Well, I didn't buy this meal in vain. Ha? What do you mean?
Li Tianyu said with a smile, "Take it as a reward for enjoying the scenery under your skirt."
You? Chen Anlu was so angry that she almost vomited blood, thinking that a bad person is a bad person. Unacceptable. Never be with this kind of person.
Just as Chen Anlu was about to leave, she heard someone calling her name behind her.
Hi, Lulu, what a coincidence. You actually ate here too.
When Chen Anlu looked back, it was actually her colleague Ding Xiangping and a handsome man in Armani casual clothes. Chen Anlu thought to herself, today's luck is really declining, and all the people who don't want to meet have met.
There is a saying, beautiful women are born enemies. The relationship between Chen Anlu and Ding Xiangping is a perfect example.
In the company, Ding Xiangping was kind to Chen Anlu on the surface, but secretly wanted to compete with her in everything. Many times, even Ding Xiangping would secretly say something bad about Chen Anlu.
Chen Anlu gets angry every time she thinks of this, but on the surface she can't lose her demeanor. Yes, what a coincidence. Chen Anlu also had to smile in response.
Ding Xiangping pointed to the handsome man next to him. "By the way, Lulu, let me introduce to you, this is my boyfriend Peng Wangi."
"Hello."
Chen Anlu smiled and said, but she was slandering to herself.
"Okay, I know, you can quickly take your handsome boyfriend away. Since we met, can we sit here?" "Yes, yes." Chen Anlu was really going crazy.
Li Tianyu was enough to give her a headache just now, but now there is another Ding Xiangping.
When Ding Xiangping came, Chen Anlu couldn't even leave. "Lulu, don't you quickly introduce me, who is this handsome guy?"
This question made Chen Anlu speechless for a while. If she told the truth, Li Tianyu was a blind date, she would definitely be caught by Ding Xiangping. And Chen Anlu can guarantee that tomorrow everyone in the company will know that Chen Anlu is going on a blind date, or she will become a big laughingstock. Chen Anlu is also a pretty girl anyway, and she actually has to rely on someone to introduce her.
"What is that?"
Just when Chen Anlu hesitated, Li Tianyu spoke. "I am her boyfriend Li Tianyu."
Chen Anlu was stunned when she heard it, thinking that this kid is too capable of talking.
Ding Xiangping covered her mouth exaggeratedly. "Oh, Lulu, it turns out you have a boyfriend.
I thought you were single." "He, we just started dating." "Li Tianyu, right? Tell me how you chased Lulu?" "Let me tell you, it's hard to chase a beauty like Lulu. In fact, it's nothing, if I have to say something."
Li Tianyu glanced at Chen Anlu, and his smile became stronger. "In fact, we fell in love at first sight."
Laugh. Chen Anlu was drinking water.
After hearing Li Tianyu's words, she almost sprayed out the water.
"Wow, it's love at first sight, it's really romantic, now things like yours are getting less and less." "How to say?" Li Tianyu asked curiously. "The society is very realistic now. If you don't give anything, which girl is willing to follow you?"
Chen Anlu smiled bitterly when she heard it, thinking that Ding Xiangping really started again.
Chapter 20, a famous brand bag of dozens of dollars. Li Tianyu put on a curious expression, how to say. Ding Xiangping glanced at Chen Anlu and seemed quite proud, take me as an example.
When the broad sense chased me, it didn't take much effort.
Oh? What thoughts did you spend? That's a lot.
For example, the car is picked up and delivered, and I will order a cup of love coffee every day.
I will give me a little surprise every holiday. That's it? Look at what you said, of course it's more than that.
Ding Xiangping tucked her hair, revealing beautiful pearl studs, and pointed to the bracelet on her wrist. I see it, this is what Guang Yi gave me.
Her 2 pieces of jewelry looked very fancy, and she didn't know what brand they were.
Ding Xiangping took his bag to the table again, and this, Guang Yi just gave me, LV's new limited edition handbag. By the way, Lulu, guess how much is this bag?
Chen and Lushi didn't want to answer, but in order not to lose face, she had to say reluctantly, this package, more than 10,000? Oh, it is said to be a limited edition. How about more than 10,000 yuan? More than 18,000 yuan.
Right, broadly speaking.
Pang Guangyi nodded quickly, yes, 188,000. 18,018, isn't it more than 10,000? Li Tianyu couldn't help saying.
Ding Xiangping was not happy when he heard Li Tianyu's words.
Oh, look at what you said so easily, don't you think this bag is not very expensive? It's okay, but it's not cheap anymore.
Ding Xiangping frowned, wondering what is the origin of Chen Anlu's boyfriend, enough to pretend, he has to be rectified.
Lulu, isn't your boyfriend very good?
What is his job? Chen Anlu is so worried, she doesn't know what Li Tianyu does, she hasn't had time to ask.
Li Tianyu replied directly, kicked. I mean I do IT. IT, can you make a lot of money? Good.
Chen Anlu's most worried thing still happened. Ding Xiangping's comparability was not so heavy, and she must have thoroughly questioned Li Tianyu.
Chen Anlu also knows that Li Tianyu is an ordinary white-collar worker at best, and his salary is really not high.
If this continues, Chen Anlu will be ridiculed by Chen Anlu even if she doesn't show her stuff. Ding Xiangping turned to look at Chen Anlu, and of course he saw that the other person's expression was a little unnatural.
Lulu, has your boyfriend ever sent you something? Sent.
What did you give?
Take it out for us to appreciate.
Chen Anlu reluctantly smiled and waved her hand, but I didn't bring it with me, it's all gadgets.
Ding Xiangping is not willing to let go, I didn't bring any of them?
Right.
Chen Anlu's face was red, obviously a little annoyed, this Ding Xiangping was really too much. At this time, Li Tianyu said indifferently, Lulu, have you forgotten? I said I would give you a gift. Huh, give me a gift? Oh, why did you forget this? Isn't today the anniversary of the 2 of us met? Ding Xiangping observed Chen Anlu's expression again and felt something was wrong, so she asked, then what gift do you want to give Lulu? It's also a bag. Then I'm even more curious, what kind of bag are you going to give?
Can you let Guang Yi and I take a look and ask him to give it to me later?
In fact, Ding Xiangping didn't believe that Li Tianyu would give Chen Anlu a decent bag.
It is estimated that it is a large-scale goods of $1,000 or $2,000 at most, or even a high imitation bag of several $100s. When Ding Xiangping asked this, he also deliberately wanted to embarrass Chen Anlu and her boyfriend.
It feels good to step on people. Who made Chen Anlu always pretend to be aloof in the company? Just listen to Li Ziyu say slowly, don't worry, I'll bring the bag over in a while, you will know by looking at it. Chen Anlu was completely panicked when she heard it. She didn't understand what Li Tianyu was doing.
Normally the 2 of them have just met, so how can there be any anniversary of their acquaintance? Moreover, Li Tianyu wanted to give her a bag, it was the weasel giving a New Year greeting to the rooster. If Li Tianyu gave Chen Anlu a ragged bag, then her face would be lost. Chen Anlu thought more and more anxiously, and quickly winked at Li Tianyu, but the latter completely seemed to have missed it. In fact, Li Tianyu is now browsing the system interface. Item name, New Ladies Color Blocking Shoulder Bag. Item brand, Louis Vuitton. Item color, brown. Tax amount, 75 yuan dragon coin. Item name, New Early Spring Boitechapo Canvas Round Cake Female Bag. Item brand, Louis Vuitton. Item color, brown. Tax amount, 59 yuan dragon coin. Item name, Mini 19 Flap Crossbody Bag. Item brand, Hermes. Item color, black. Tax amount, 245 yuan dragon coin. Item name, New Leather Snake Head Buckle Chain One Shoulder Messenger Bag. Item brand, Vulgari.
Item color, green. Tax amount, 136 yuan dragon coin. Chapter 21 Where to find such a boyfriend?
Li Tianyu didn't have time to look at it, and he didn't know much about women's bags, so he simply chose the most expensive one.
The more expensive the anti-orthogonal tax, the better, and the tax is too cheap. The cheapest is only tens of dollars, and the most expensive is only more than 200. This is really cheaper than buying fake bags. What can't you bear?
Li Tianyu decisively handed in 245 yuan of dragon coins, and bought a black Hermes messenger bag.
At this time, Ding Xiangping turned to Chen Anlu and said, Lulu, are you looking forward to a gift from your boyfriend? The period is still looking forward to. Chen Anlu finally knows what it means to be a dumb eatskoptus and can't tell if there is a bitterness. She can only pray now that Li Tianyu, this fellow, shouldn't go too far. Suddenly, the music rang. The flower in my heart. I want to take you home, in that late-night bar. It doesn't matter if it's true or not.
It was Li Tianyu's cell phone that rang, and he immediately picked it up. Ding Xiangping and Pang Guangyi both showed disdainful smiles.
Lulu, your boyfriend's cell phone ringtone is quite grounded.
Needless to say, Chen Anlu blushed a long time ago.
This Li Tianyu is too tacky, it's really embarrassing to lose her home. Hey, yes, this is Li Tianyu, who are you? Oh, yes, I ordered a bag from you. Yes, I'm at the Jilian Western restaurant on the 4th floor. You can bring it here right away, thank you. Li Tianyu's words surprised the other three. Ding Xiangping thought to himself, did this kid really bought a bag, and it was the kind that was delivered to the door? Chen Anlu's heart was very confused, and Li Tianyu's behavior was so weird that she couldn't understand it. Did Li Tianyu really buy her a gift in advance? But is this necessary? This is just an ordinary blind date. And since I bought a gift, why didn't I bring it directly, but someone came to give it?
At this moment, a figure appeared at the entrance of the Western restaurant.
It was a woman in a suit and uniform with a bag in her hand.
Excuse me, who is Mr. Li Tianyu? The woman asked.
Li Tianyu raised his hand, here.
The woman walked over, and then respectfully handed the bag in her hand to Li Tianyu's hand with both hands.
What you ordered has been delivered to you, please check it. Li Tianyu opened the bag and glanced at it a little, okay, no problem. Okay, what's the matter, please call us anytime. After speaking, the uniformed woman left.
Looking at Ding Xiangping again, his face was full of surprise. She had heard the word Hermes clearly just now.
No, this guy really bought a Hermes bag for Chen Anlu? Is this too willing to spend money?
You know, Hermes bags are the top luxury goods in the women's bag industry, and anyone starts at over 10,000.
Lulu.
Li Tianyu kindly pushed the bag to Chen Anlu's side. I don't know what color you like, so I just chose a popular color.
Do you like it? Chen Anlu wakes up like a dream, and wakes up from the shock.
As a young girl, she certainly knows the value of the Hermes brand.
Why did Li Tianyu buy such an expensive bag? Is it really for her Chen Anlu? However, Chen Anlu was still a bit suspicious of Li Tianyu's motives. Isn't it a bad bag?
So she took out the bag with anxiety and unopened the unopened white dust bag.
Take out a small black bag from inside.
Chen Anlu and Ding Xiangping's eyes lit up, both revealing female instincts. As the saying goes, if you don't get a woman, it's because you didn't send her a bag. If you don't get a bag, it's because the bag you sent is not good enough. Hermes, it's really. Chen Anlu touched the logo metal ornaments on the black bag. It was so exquisite. When she looked at the zipper pulled carefully, it was completely full of luxury. Although she is not an expert in authenticating big-name products, 80% of her workmanship can be sure that she is a real guy. Ding Xiangping was greedy just by looking at it, and he had long lost the momentum of contempt for people just now.
Can I take a look? Can. Chen Anlu handed the Hermes bag to Ding Xiangping. Ding Xiangping looked at it and couldn't help calling out. This is, my god, the latest flip crossbody bag, the counter price is more than 80,000. When Chen Anlu heard it, her eyes widened even more. More than 80,000? Will Li Tianyu give more than 80,000 bags to a blind date who hasn't met yet? This is more nonsense than the fantasy.
In fact, Li Tianyu didn't know how much the bag was, so it cost him more than 200 taxes.
This is really for me? Of course, I just picked one randomly. I don't know if you like it. This batch is well installed. Ding Xiangping could not stay at all.
Originally, she wanted to show off her boyfriend, but now it's okay.
It's not enough to eat a lot of dog food, and she has been slapped a few times. More than 80,000 bags are given as soon as they are given. This kind of boyfriend is too eye-catching. Chapter 22, This person is a little weird. At this time, Chen An's due items were brought up by the waiter one after another. Ding Xiangping took the opportunity to say, "You eat first, we won't be light bulbs." With that, Ding Xiangping took her boyfriend Pang Guangyi out of the restaurant. "Aren't we going to have lunch here?" Pang Guangyi asked. "What to eat? It's too embarrassing to eat." With that, Ding Xiangping speeded up and threw Pang Guangyi away. "Hey, wait for me." On the other side, Li Tianyu sat opposite Chen Anlu. Chen Anlu was really uncomfortable at this time, but she would not be naive to think that this bag was really given to her. "Return this bag to you, thank you for helping me." With that said, Chen Anlu pushed the bag to Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu raised his eyebrows. "What are you talking about? How can you get back the things you sent out?" Chen Anlu was startled. "Are you really going to give me away?" "Nonsense, why should I buy a female bag for nothing?" "But this bag is very expensive." "Very expensive, but also very popular," Chen Anlu shouted in her heart. Although Chen Anlu's income is not low, she only has 1 or 2 brand name bags, and they are not worth more than 10,000 yuan. It is really impossible for her to spend 80,000 yuan on a Hermes bag. Li Tianyu laughed. "If you feel embarrassed, just change things with me." "What? Stay with me for a few nights," Li Tianyu said in a low voice. You bastard, I don't want this bag." "Just kidding, what are you in a hurry?" Seeing Li Tianyu's expression is indeed joking, Chen Anlu calmed down. "Hungry, eat and eat." Li Tianyu didn't have to carry his bag anymore, so he picked up a knife and fork and started eating high-end Western food on the table. "Hey, do you really want to send me? I have to make it clear to you that receiving this package does not mean that the two of us will develop in the future." Li Tianyu waved his hand. "I know." Chen Anlu now finally believes that Li Tianyu is really going to give her the bag. There was a whisper in her heart. This doesn't make sense. The second aunt clearly said that Li Tianyu is just an ordinary white-collar worker. How could he make such a generous move? Is it possible that this guy is an invisible rich man, and the situation hasn't even been found out by the second aunt? Moreover, Li Tianyu did say last time that he has 3 suites in the imperial capital. Is that true? But Chen Anlu thought about it, and still couldn't accept such an expensive gift. As the saying goes, cannibals have a soft mouth and short hands. Chen Anlu is not the kind of girl who can do it with a bag. But having said that, if Li Tianyu's economic strength is really strong, it can really be a little bit better. After a meal, the atmosphere was better than Chen Anlu had imagined, and Li Tianyu didn't say anything unusual. After eating, Li Tianyu shouted domineeringly, "Waiter, check out." "Let me make it, after all, I ordered it," Chen Anlu said embarrassedly. Realizing that Chen Anlu's attitude had actually changed 180 degrees, Li Tianyu couldn't help but drifted a little and said a lot of beautiful things. "What are you talking about? It is only natural for a man to have dinner. I said I will treat this meal, it's me, you are welcome. By the way, have you eaten well? Would you like to order more?" Li Tianyu's words dazzled Chen Anlu directly. Then Li Tianyu very handsomely took the bank card to the waiter and settled the account neatly. That posture is simply a local tyrant with a mine at home. Apart from the awkwardness at the beginning of this blind date, the subsequent development was unexpected and very smooth. Both parties also added WeChat to each other. When leaving, Chen Anlu stopped Li Tianyu. "Return this bag to you, it's too expensive, I can't accept it." Li Tianyu was startled. "Don't you, it's useless if I take it back." "No one else can send it?" "No, if you don't like it, just throw it in the trash can." After speaking, Li Tianyu waved and left, leaving Chen Anlu messy in the wind. A bag of 80,000 yuan, throw it in the trash. This guy can really speak. Of course Chen Anlu couldn't throw it in the trash can, so she had to take it home. After returning home, Chen Anlu's second aunt called and asked about the result of the blind date. I can only say it's okay. Yeah, I can only say it's okay. I have never had such a high evaluation before introducing someone to you. Second aunt, what else did you say? The information you inquired is not correct at all. What's wrong? I have 3 suites in the imperial family, and they are especially rich. They gave me a bag of more than 80,000 yuan as soon as they met. Ah? Are you talking about Li Tianyu? Yes, it's Li Tianyu. What, are you kidding? How can his family have the money to buy him a house in the imperial capital? Could it be that Li Tianyu earned it himself? That's even more impossible. I also inquired a few days ago that Li Tianyu's salary is just over 10,000 yuan,
and even the monthly payment in the imperial capital is useless.
But that's what he said. And if he doesn't have any money, he can't give me an 80,000 yuan bag, right? Chapter 23 Mom, I didn't commit any crimes. Did this kid Li Yu lie to you? Don't you know? We are next to Tsuyuan. Tsuyuan is a town that specializes in making fake bags of various grades, including ordinary imitation bags and high imitation bags.
Especially for those high imitations, the similarity can even reach 90%.
Second aunt, do you mean that the bag he gave me is fake? I'm just guessing.
When I look back, I will ask Li Tianyu his mother, and don't wrong others. After hanging up the phone, Chen Anlu was a little speechless. She took out the Hermes bag again, and she couldn't tell that it was fake.
Perhaps Li Tianyu was wronged, and Chen Anlu thought so.
Speaking of it, Li Tianyu's mother Yi Tsuaping and Chen Anlu's second aunt Zhou Min are also good best friends, so I thought that Li Tianyu and Chen Anlu could have a blind date.
Originally, neither side had much hope.
After all, Chen Anlu had excellent conditions. Not only did she graduate from a prestigious school, but her income was not low. More importantly, Chen Anlu is still a few years younger than Li Tianyu, quite young, and it seems that there is no need to rush to find someone. The two of them talked about it with good results. Zhou Min felt strange. She knew Li Tianyu, and she was not a particularly outstanding boy, so why did she descend Chen Anlu?
This question only realized that Li Tianyu was bragging well. However, for the sake of safety, Zhou Min approached Yi Tsuaping to determine if Li Tianyu had 3 houses in the imperial capital?
No, let alone 3 sets, even if there is 1 set, Li Tianyu doesn't count as bragging. On the other hand, Li Tianyu did have thoughts about Chen Anlu.
After all, this girl wants to have a figure and a good looks. From the appearance, it is his food. Unexpectedly, Chen Anlu's reply was always unsatisfactory when sending her WeChat again. This made Li Tianyu depressed and very upset. This girl was not authentic.
After eating his food and taking his things, she didn't even let her hands touch her.
Why was her attitude so bad?
But Li Tianyu quickly put these things behind. After all, his assets have been increasing.
In the past few days, Li Tianyu got 3 sets of houses again by paying taxes.
The first set is in the East 3rd Ring Road, just near the China World Trade Center, with a 98 square meter house, and the tax payment is close to 10,000 yuan before it was taken. The place where this house is located is a prime location in the golden capital of the imperial capital, so there is no need to worry about rent at all, and the rent is extremely high. The second set is in the North 5th Ring Road, which is close to Zhongwankan, with a 3-bedroom of 150 square meters. Although it is close to the suburbs, it is very popular. Many farmers are eager to rent it out at a high price. The third set is on the North 4th Ring Road, a small 3-bedroom apartment of 115 square meters, only more than 100 meters away from the station of Metro Line 10. The first 2 houses, Li Tianyu, were rented out at about 1,000 below the market price on the condition that they paid a year's rent at a time, and he unexpectedly got another 1 million rent in one go.
Now Li Tianyu's assets have reached 1.8 million dragon coins.
As soon as the third house was posted online, 3 people called to see the house. Obviously, they would soon be able to rent it out to collect money. Li Tianyu looked at the deposit figures in the bank account with joy from ear to ear, but there was still a big gap between the 10 million upgrade requirements. No matter what, anyway, as long as there is money to spend, a car to drive, and a house to live in, Li Tianyu feels that he is living a fairy life. The only thing is that there is a lack of women, but as long as you have money, this is not difficult to do.
If Chen Anlu doesn't work, then there are other girls. For example, Lu Manchi, her recent attitude towards Li Tianyu is still very gentle.
At this moment, Li Tianyu's cell phone rang. It seems that the telegraph is from the mother Yi Tsuaping.
Li Tianyu answered the phone. Hey, Mom, why do you miss me again?
Yi Tsuaping, thinking of a fart, you child is shameful to Mom.
Li Tianyu, why am I ashamed? Yi Tsuaping, last time I asked you to go on a blind date, were you bragging about that girl? Li Tianyu, bringing? Nothing.
Yi Tsuaping, don't think I don't know, you tell people that you have 3 suites in the Emperor, and you give them 80,000 bags.
What a kid, your tone is getting louder and louder.
Li Tianyu couldn't explain. Let's be honest, my mother definitely didn't believe it, so she can only tell a lie. Mom, I have more than 3 houses here, many of them. I'm doing a business partnership with someone. The house belongs to my partner, so I can do my best. Don't worry, I didn't quit my original job.
I'm not that stupid. I will quit after I make a lot of money.
Oh, I told you, it's not something illegal, it's just collecting houses everywhere and renting them out.
Yes, you can say that you are the second landlord. Li Tianyu talked for a long time, finally convinced Yi Cuiping that he did not break the law.
Yi Cuiping said again, I don't care what you are doing outside, should you also go home and see?
Okay, no problem, if there is nothing wrong this weekend, I will go back and have a look. Chapter 24 Is this guy rich?
On Saturday, Li Tianyu asked for leave with his leader Zhao Jitong, saying that he was going home in a hurry. Because of Li Tianyu's recent God performance, Zhao Jitong didn't say anything, and he was very happy to approve the leave.
Li Tianyu's hometown is in Yenyun City near the imperial capital.
Although Yenyun City is well known in China, its scale is only a third-tier city, and it is not a developed city. In the past, Li Tianyu used to go back to Yenyun City by train or long-distance bus, but now it is different.
He can drive home.
Li Tianyu went all the way on the highway and arrived in Yenyun City in just over 2 hours, which felt so cool.
At the same time, Li Tianyu's mother Yi Cuiping went downstairs to enjoy the cool downstairs while waiting for her son to come back.
At this time, another middle-aged woman came out from Lumen, Wang Feng, who lived on the first floor.
Wang Feng loves small talk most, so he immediately went to talk. Cuiping, is your Tianyu coming back today? Yes, it should be here in a while. Yi Cuiping responded with a smile. By the way, after graduation, Tianyu has to stay in the imperial capital for 4 to 5 years? More or less. Wang Feng showed a curious expression, then how much money can he make in a month?
This, I don't know the specifics, maybe more than 10,000.
It's just over 10,000?
I heard that if you don't make 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month in the imperial capital, you can't get through that day. Yi Cuiping was speechless for a while, and what Wang Feng said was too exaggerated.
With so many people in the imperial capital, how can they earn 20,000 to 30,000, are they all hungry?
But Yi Cuiping couldn't stand up against Wang Feng, because that would only make the other party talk more. Who knows that even if Yi Cuiping doesn't speak, Wang Feng can't stop. I don't think it is necessary for Tianyu to stay in the imperial capital.
It doesn't make much money, and the pressure is still high.
Look at my family, Xiaoliang, it's good to stay at home, work is easy, and I can earn 5 or 6,000 wages a month, and the earning is not small. Let me tell you, earning 5 or 6,000 at home is equivalent to making 2 or 30,000 in the capital. Yi Cuiping became more uncomfortable as she listened.
Although Li Tianyu is indeed not very good, he can't be compared with Wu Xiaoliang, the son of Wang Feng's family, right?
Wu Xiaoliang is about the same age as Li Tianyu and graduated from a junior college. It's not that he doesn't want to work in the imperial capital, but that he can't find a decent job at all.
And as far as Yi Cuiping knew, Wu Xiaoliang didn't make 5 or 6,000 at all, generally only 3,000 yuan a month. But there is one thing Yi Cuiping agrees, that if Li Tianyu honestly works from home, it would be really good. After such a day's effort, Wang Feng asked again, right, Tianyu drove back?
No, he didn't buy a car by train.
By the way, your Tianyu didn't buy a car, I forgot. Yi Cuiping secretly slandered herself, what kind of pretense, did you say that on purpose?
But let's not talk about the problem of the imperial capital needing to shake the license plate. Li Tianyu does not have the ability to buy a car now.
This couldn't help making Yi Cuiping a little helpless.
At this moment, a car engine sound came from far and near.
Then, a sky blue car drove over slowly.
Yi Cuiping and Wang Feng didn't know what kind of car it was, but they could basically tell how good a car was.
Wang Feng couldn't help but admire. This car looks pretty high-end, probably worth a lot of money. Strange, who owns this?
It seems that our community has never seen this car.
Could it be someone who came in outside to visit relatives? Yi Cuiping was so angry that she didn't bother to talk to Wang Feng. What did she want to do with you? Anyway, I didn't go to your home to visit relatives.
Of course, it is impossible to go to Yi Cuiping's house. There really is no such wealthy relative in her family. Unexpectedly, the blue luxury car was getting closer and closer, and it really stopped near Yi Cuiping and Wang Feng. Then, under the suspicion of the two men, the car door was pushed open. A person walked out of the driving seat.
What?
Yi Cuiping couldn't help letting out an exclamation when he saw the visitor clearly. It turned out that it was not someone else who got off the luxury car, but her son Li Tianyu. When Wang Feng saw it, she opened her mouth wide in surprise, and could even put an egg in it. Although Li Tianyu hasn't come back for a long time, she can still recognize it.
How can it be? How could Li Tianyu drive home? And the car I drove was still such a tyrant's car. A series of questions surfaced in Wang Feng's mind one after another, circling constantly. Could it be that Li Tianyu has made a fortune in the imperial capital?
It doesn't make sense. If you really mix well in the imperial capital, his mother wouldn't be able to show off in the community every day. I saw Li Tianyu yelling out as he walked this way, "Mom, why are you here?
Did you miss your son so much that he came here to welcome him?"
Yi Cuiping came back to her senses, glanced at Wang Feng who was dumbfounded, and started to feel refreshed.
"Stop talking to me, how did you drive back today? Isn't I just buying a car for driving?" Li Tianyu saw Wang Feng. "Yo, and Wang, did you come out for a turn?" "Ah, yes, I just go around." Chapter 25. Is this a return to hometown?
Wang Feng responded casually, but felt something was wrong in his heart.
"Tianyu, did you buy a car too? When did you buy it? This car looks pretty majestic, what brand of car is it? By the way, now I heard that the Imperial Capital's license plate is not easy to handle, how did you get it?"
Li Tianyu is also considered a personal genius, and you can guess her thoughts from Wang Feng's expression. So, he began to pretend to step forward.
"Hi, yes, I just bought the car. It didn't take long.
It was mainly because of the license plate that lasted so long. It's not easy for my business partner to get a license plate for me."
When Wang Feng heard this, he was even more surprised. "What? Are you not going to work anymore? Are you doing business in partnership with someone?"
No, I didn't quit my job, and I did a side job with people."
"And Wang, stop talking, bye-bye."
After Li Tianyu finished speaking, he took his mother Yi Cuiping and hurried into the unit building. Wang Feng stood downstairs for a long time, as if he had been slapped a few times on his face, causing a fiery pain.
How could this son of the Li family suddenly be successful? It doesn't make sense.
At the same time, Li Tianyu entered his house, picked up an apple and the fruit plate, sat down on the sofa and started gnawing.
From the kitchen came the voice of his father Li Guohua. "Is Tianyu back? Dad, what do you make delicious? It's all your favorite anyway." Yi Cuiping couldn't wait to ask, "Tianyu, did you buy the car you drove?" "Yes, I bought it, how about it? Looks very majestic, right?" Yi Cuiping pondered. "Bah, Stinky, want to lie to your mother? Last time you said you were doing business in partnership with someone, is this car owned by a company?" Li Tianyu sighed. "Okay, you say yes. What car?" "Xiaoyu, did you drive back?" "That's right. Dad, let you see my car in a while, so I'll take the wind, and look downstairs and Wang stupid. Don't be poor, if you have a car, then just pick up your sister. She is in the work unit because of something." "Okay, I'll pick it up right now." Li Tianyu finished eating the apple and set off.
Li Tianyu's sister Lili is married and currently works in an architectural design company in Yenyun City, but she is currently only a temporary worker and has not been promoted.
"Busy at work, low pay, sometimes I have to go there to help people work overtime on weekends, this is Lili's state."
It didn't take long for Li Tianyu to drive downstairs to her sister's company.
Lili was still busy at this time.
Seeing Li Tianyu coming in, she couldn't help but feel a little strange.
"How did you come?" "I drove to pick you up." "Have you bought a car?"
"Of course."
"Don't talk nonsense, it must be a borrowed car, right?"
Li Tianyu was helpless, his family was like that, and they didn't believe that he could buy a car at all.
No way, Li Tianyu didn't bother to explain, so he just recognized it. Lili still had some work to do, so let Li Tianyu sit by and wait for a while. Before long, two people came in. Both are women, one is older, named Lu Rong, and looks like in her 40s.
The other is about the same age as Lili, named Gao Qianyu, about 30 years old.
Lu Rong is the department director and Lili's direct leader.
Gao Qianyu's situation is similar to that of Lili, and she is also a temporary worker. However, Gao Qianyu is active in her mind, superb methods, and very good at ingratiating her superiors. Therefore, she does little work, but she is often praised. Now Gao Qianyu has been spinning around Lu Rong, hesitating cold and asking warmth, slapping his beard and horse, constantly refreshing his sense of existence.
There are people like this everywhere.
As soon as Lu Rong sat down, Gao Qianyu quickly presented a box of tea leaves on her table.
"Sister Lu, this was brought back by my husband from a business trip.
You can taste the superb Junshan silver needle."
"Yeah, thank you so much."
Lu Rong likes tea the most, and she was overjoyed when she received this box of tea leaves. Li Tianyu saw that the old lady was still working with her head dull, and it was obvious that she was not pleased with her efforts. At this time, Lu Rong spoke again. "Qianyu and Xiaoli, let me tell you that there will be a few regular positions in the company recently. You work hard and don't make any mistakes."
"I will look back. I will try my best to fight for you."
Lili raised her head. "I know, I must work hard." Gao Qianyu smiled and said, "Thank you Sister Lu for your guidance." When Li Tianyu heard this, he couldn't help shook his head. From these words, he could see his superiority. The elder sister Lily is obviously a little bit stunned, and she must not be able to do Gao Qianyu's life. She is a cannon fodder.
Gao Qianyu, by the way, Sister Lu, I heard that your daughter is learning the piano?
Lu Rong, yes, she goes to class almost every day. She is very interested in playing the piano, and we certainly support it. After all, playing the piano not only cultivates the temperament, but also helps in the future. Gao Qianyu glanced at Lily intentionally or unintentionally, and then said to Lu Rong, Sister Lu, I remember this when you said this.
I know a very good piano teacher who has studied abroad. I can introduce it to you. Now, her tuition is not high.
Chapter 26, What a Scumbag. Lu Rong, that's great, you give me the phone number of the piano teacher when you turn back, and I'll take the time to contact her.
Gao Qianyu, alas, Sister Lu, you don't need to contact you personally. When you have time later, I will arrange a dinner. Everyone will sit down together and explain everything clearly.
Of course Lu Rong knows that Gao Qianyu is trying to flatter herself, but she still feels very helpful in her heart. Okay, then I will trouble you.
Gao Qianyu smiled triumphantly.
Although this architectural design company named Junwan is not a state-owned enterprise, it has a corresponding background, so the number of regulars is very tight.
Although Lu Rong said that there are a few regular candidates, each department may not be divided into one.
It would be nice if Li Li and Gao Qianyu had a successful conversion. Li Li's work ability is very strong. In this regard, Gao Qianyu can't catch up with the horse, and she doesn't bother to catch up. Gao Qianyu also knows her own advantage, that is, she is good at interpersonal relationship. You must know that in today's domestic society, this is a great advantage. A box of Junshan silver needles and a piano teacher are enough for Lu Rong to use this quota on Gao Qianyu.
Lily was also very awkward, seeing Gao Qianyu trying to please Director Lu, but Lily couldn't do anything. Lily is a hard-working person, with a relatively straightforward personality, and doesn't know how to play office politics at all. Lu Rong exhorted Lily and Gao Qianyu again, and went to the meeting. The higher the seat, the more meetings to be held, which is the same everywhere. Gao Qianyu said, Xiaoli, hurry up on your side, I can only proceed with the picture after you finish it. I know, I'll get it done right away, about 20 minutes. That's fine, I have to watch a movie with my boyfriend in the afternoon. Lily didn't speak, speeding up. The two collaborated like an assembly line.
Lily made the plans and Gao Qianyu produced the plan, so Gao Qianyu always had to finish the work one step later, which often made her quite reluctant.
But she can't do the work of drawing, and now only Lily can do it.
I'll go to the bathroom. After Lily finished speaking, she got up and left. Gao Qianyu curled her lips, the lazy donkey grinds on, there are more feces in urine.
The voice was not loud, but Li Tianyu heard it, endured and endured, finally endured it.
To be honest, if it weren't for my sister's side, fighting in the company would not have a bad effect. Li Tianyu would have used Gao Qianyu a long time ago to scold Gao Qianyu as a stinky bitch. Panicked in his heart, he took a cigarette from his pocket and walked to the aisle to take a few breaths.
Li Tianyu can smoke, but he doesn't have much addiction.
He only smokes a few when he is upset.
After 2 minutes, Li Tianyu walked back.
At this time, he was standing at the door, only to find a strange thing. Gao Qianyu was doing something sneaky in front of her sister Li Li's computer. Just as Li Tianyu was about to question, Gao Qianyu returned to her workstation like a spring.
Gao Qianyu did not see Li Tianyu coming in, and Li Tianyu was speechless. What the hell is this woman doing?
Li Tianyu murmured in his heart.
A few minutes later, Li Li came back. When she sat at the desk and took a look, she muttered to herself suspiciously, Huh? Why is my computer turned off? Gao Qianyu replied back, Did you kick the power?
No.
With that, Li Li lowered his head and turned on the computer. Then have you saved it? Gao Qianyu asked again. It should be saved.
After entering the Windows 10 system, Li Li opened the drawing software, her face changed immediately.
How could it be like this? Why is it all gone?
Gao Qianyu hurriedly got up and walked over, frowning, Don't be kidding, your set of pictures, and my plan, which is going to be published today.
Don't tell me to remake it.
Li Li's face is already full of sweat. This picture is completed after she has been busy for a week before and after.
If it is really lost, even if it is overtime today. Thinking of this, Li Li almost cried. Li Tianyu stared at Gao Qianyu and secretly cursed bad son, stinky drama.
It turned out that this woman was doing tricks on her sister's computer just now, digging a big hole. Just as Li Tianyu was about to yell at Gao Qianyu, to expose her shameless behavior, suddenly a flash of light flashed in his mind and an idea came to mind.
Sister, let me have a look. I'm a computer expert, maybe I can find it for you.
Li Li's face was overjoyed. If he encountered a savior, then help me take a look. When Li Tianyu sat at the desk, he did not immediately start the computer, but turned on the system and entered the order center.
IT Elite. Tax amount, 9,500 Dragon Coins. Description: possess comprehensive digital knowledge, proficient in internet technology, good at programming, and possess certain network security and intrusion capabilities. Risk of side effects, low. IT Master. Tax amount, 50,000 Dragon Coins.
Description: the world's top network technology tycoon and architect can create network language on their own, and even in certain specific times, they can create artificial intelligence life. This life can have 80% independent ability. Risk of side effects, medium.
Chapter 27. Li Tianyu was secretly overjoyed, thinking that the system could be played like this as expected.
But it is also very thrilling. 2 IT-related skills have been brushed out in the list. The lower-level IT elites need to pay 9,500 Dragon Coins. If the limit of 10,000 yuan is exceeded, it is really difficult to handle. Li Tianyu paid a tax of 9,500 without saying a word, and obtained the talent of IT elite.
Suddenly, Li Tianyu's head was hit by thunder and lightning, with a splitting headache.
Fortunately, Li Tianyu was very tolerant, so he didn't yell out, otherwise Li Li would not be surprised.
Despite this, Li Tianyu's expression was still grinning, not painful.
When Li Li saw this, she had a wrong understanding.
Tianyu, if I can't handle it well, I'll think of another way. Gao Qianyu said disdainfully, what can I do? I think it's out of play today.
You still have to talk to Sister Lu and see if you can delay it.
Li Li showed an embarrassed expression.
Just now Lu Rong said that she should try not to make mistakes in her work. She made such a big mistake as soon as this person left. No matter how good Lu Rong's temper is, I am afraid she will be furious. After this incident, I am afraid that the matter of getting to the right is completely missed by her Li Li.
At this time, Li Tianyu finally eased up. It's okay, I have a way. My mind was still chaotic just now, but now my thinking is surprisingly quick. All kinds of IT information rushed out like sparks.
Just now Gao Qianyu directly deleted the drawing files and emptied the recycle bin, which seemed to work seamlessly. However, Li Tianyu, who has the talent of IT elite, immediately had an idea. From simple to complex, there are 5 or 6 ways to recover lost files. The easiest way is to use the backup function that comes with the operating system, which can be done in a matter of minutes.
Gao Qianyu didn't know what Li Tianyu came from.
In her cognition, the files were deleted and the recycle bin was emptied, and it would never be possible to retrieve the files again. Gao Qianyu sneered, and then sat back at the workstation, thinking that when Lu Rong came, he would sue Li Li, and this time his conversion would be stable. People don't kill themselves for their own sake, and Gao Qianyu's face has no trace of ashamed. Speaking of Cao Cao will be there.
Lu Rong came back after the meeting.
As soon as she walked in, she saw Li Tianyu sitting at Li Li's desk.
Li Li, who is this?
Li Li was taken aback, and quickly responded, this is my brother.
What does your brother use your computer for?
Have you finished your work?
This. Gao Qianyu took the opportunity to stand up. Sister Lu, there was a problem with Xiuli's computer just now. Lu Rong was startled. What's the problem?
Gao Qianyu glanced at Li Li. I can't find the pictures Xiuli made.
I can't find it.
Lu Rong turned to Li Li and asked loudly, Xiaoli, how could something like this happen?
Today is to be completed, and plans are required.
Sister Lu, my brother, is helping me recover.
Gao Qianyu, it's impossible to recover, so hurry up and do it again.
Li Li saw Lu Rong's angry face and bit her lip. Tianyu, don't do it, let me.
Recovered. Li Li was startled when he heard Li Tianyu's voice. Hey!
What?
I mean, the restoration is over, is this the file?
Li Li quickly leaned over and glanced at the computer screen, her face beaming with joy.
Yes, it's this. Open it and take a look.
Li Tianyu clicked on the file, Li Li checked it, and it was no problem.
He repeatedly said a false alarm. Gao Qianyu was stunned, her eyes widened, wondering why there is such an operation? How did this kid recover the deleted files?
Lu Rong breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. That's good, Xiaoli, pay attention to it in the future, don't make this kind of mistake again.
I see, Sister Lu. Li Li was overjoyed and didn't think much about other things.
Li Tianyu stood up and said to Lu Rong, Sister Lu, it's actually not my sister's fault. Lu Rong didn't expect Li Tianyu to say this, frowning, it's not your sister's fault, whose fault is that? Li Li quickly pulled her younger brother, stop talking. In Lily's consciousness, even if it is not intentional, it is wrong to make an excuse, and the leader will be disgusted.
Sister Lu, she deleted it. I saw it with my own eyes just now. With that, Li Tianyu pointed at Gao Qianyu. The expression of the latter solidified on his face. She deleted it?
Li Li and Lu Rong both showed surprised expressions.
They didn't expect Gao Qianyu to do such a bad thing.
Although Gao Qianyu didn't realize that Li Tianyu had witnessed everything just now, she was a little flustered now, but she was worthy of being a fierce character who had experienced many battles, and she immediately recovered her calm.
Did you see? You kid, don't slander people. Which eye do you see? Your sister and I are colleagues. How could you do such a thing to harm him? Are you delusional?
Gao Qianyu was extremely fluent in a series of questions, and her face was awe-inspiring, and she was not afraid of Shadow's crooked. She understood that as long as she didn't admit it, Li Tianyu had nothing to do. Lu Rong said solemnly, "Young man, you can't talk nonsense.
There must be evidence for this kind of thing."
Li Tianyu smiled and pointed to a surveillance head not far away. "Just call up the surveillance video." When Gao Qianyu heard this, she finally started to panic.
She really didn't expect this. There is surveillance in the office.
Speaking of this step, Lily is also a little suspicious of Gao Qianyu. She did go to the bathroom just now. During this time, Gao Qianyu had plenty of time to commit the crime.
Then I'll go to the monitoring room.
Li Tianyu stopped her sister. "You don't need to go to the surveillance room.
I have found the surveillance video from the intranet of the office building." Chapter 28, Sorry, you are fired. Huh? Lily looked surprised, wondering when his brother has this ability?
Although she knows that her younger brother is doing internet-related work, it is just a copywriting plan.
Li Tianyu smiled secretly. He just used basic network skills to crack the internal network access password of the office building. It can be seen that the network security protection here is horribly low.
Looking at Gao Qianyu again, her expression flustered, cold sweat broke out.
How could it be possible? Do you think you are a hacker? Does this surveillance video mean that you can see it?
Seeing that Gao Qianyu was still stubborn, Li Tianyu didn't talk nonsense, and directly opened a folder and clicked on the latest video file.
An image appeared above. Lu Rong's attention was immediately attracted. Lily was a little excited, she really wanted to know if it was Gao Qianyu's ghost. As for Gao Qianyu, both legs seemed to be shaking. Really, this kid really found the surveillance video. In the picture at this time, there are 3 people, Lily, Gao Qianyu and Lu Rong, which means that Lu Rong has not yet gone to the meeting. Li Tianyu pulled the progress bar back for a while, and the screen changed, leaving Lily and Gao Qianyu alone. Soon after, Lily turned around and said something, and then went out. Only Gao Qianyu was left. Gao Qianyu stood up and walked to Lily's desk. Lu Rong couldn't help but exclaimed, "This is..." Lily's face was frosty, she was so angry that she couldn't speak, she only gave Gao Qianyu a stern look at the bewildered Gao Qianyu. She never expected that Gao Qianyu would do such a thing. "Gao Qianyu!" Lu Rong scolded, "What the hell are you doing? Tell me, what did you do at Lily's workstation?" I just looked at the time." "Look at the time? Do you think of me as a 3-year-old child? After watching the time, why did you turn off the phone?" I accidentally." Lu Rong was so angry that her brain hurts, and immediately became violent. "Fart. Your heart is so black. Is this a human thing? Gao Qianyu. Where is your bottom line? What do you have in your mind? You hurt her to hurt me in the company, do you know? How important is this set of pictures, haven't I told you before? If you can't get it out today, this project will be over. You don't know exactly how important it is." Gao Qianyu's face was as gray as death, her lips trembled, and she could only nod her head continuously, not daring to take a mouthful. Lu Rong was so angry that he patted the desk table hard. Gao Qianyu was taken aback by the sound of pop. "Gao Qianyu, you won't use it from next week. This..." "Sister Lu, we have something to say, I promise not to commit anymore." "What else to say? You are such a character, how dare I keep you again?" After Lu Rong finished speaking, she turned her head and said to Lily, "Xiaoli, you finish the drawing and send it to me, and I will write the plan." Lily waved her hand quickly, "No, let me write." "No, I'm fine today anyway, isn't your brother just coming back? You go back to eat." With that, Lu Rong sat at her desk and ignored Gao Qianyu. Gao Qianyu was dumbfounded, and neither did she go, nor did she go, as if she had been held down by acupuncture. Now that Lu Rong said so, Lily finished the drawing and sent it to her, and then walked out of the company with Li Tianyu. Of course Lily wanted to thank her younger brother, but she couldn't say what she said. After all, it's a relative, and it's a good thing to say so much. After seeing Li Tianyu's sky blue Porsche Cayenne, Lily opened his eyes again. Lily's family also has a car, but it's just a Corolla. Compared with Li Tianyu's car, it's not worth mentioning. My God, Xiaoyu, what business have you done? This car is expensive, right? Li Tianyu fooled Lily in 2 or 3 sentences, feeling very refreshed. He really wanted to help his sister, even if it was a little help. The reason why Li Tianyu was able to finish university with peace of mind, Lily put a lot of effort in, and collected a lot of tuition and living expenses for him. Sitting in the co-pilot seat, Lily exclaimed even more. This car is really high class. What kind of car is it? Porsche. This is a Porsche. Xiaoyu, how expensive is this? I can afford your brother anyway. Li Tianyu asked about his brother-in-law Shifeng's situation again and asked him if he wanted to pick him up. Lily said no, Shifeng was socializing. Shifeng also works in a private company in Yenyun City, and is really busy. Driving home, Li Tianyu and his family had a good lunch. Everyone is happy. Especially Lily, this time because of her younger brother, she finally showed her face in front of Lu Rong. Gao Qianyu was fired, and if there is really a positive indicator, Lu Rong will undoubtedly give priority to Lily. Chapter 29, Meeting Old Classmates. After Li Tianyu had finished his meal, he went out for a stroll and went down to eat. Speaking of it, Li Tianyu hasn't come back for half a year, and his neighborhood is still the same, but some stores have changed. Li Tianyu went to a nearby small supermarket to buy a bottle of Coke, but when he came out, he ran into an acquaintance. Tianyu, Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu looked back and found that it was Qi Wei. Qi Wei is a high school classmate of Li Tianyu. The two had a good relationship before, and they often played together, but since they went to university, they have been in less and less contact. After counting down, they haven't seen each other for a few years. The two had a conversation first, and they learned about each other's situation. Qi Wei graduated from university and returned to Yenyun City, and is now working in a trading company. Regardless of the small scale of Yenyun City, the economy is not strong, but some industries in the province are okay, such as import and export trade. Qi Wei was very happy to see Li Tianyu. You just came back. Tomorrow noon, the class reunion, Yushan Hotel, you have to be there on time. Classmates? High school? Nonsense, they are all high school classmates, you basically know each other. Qi Wei suddenly thought of something and said with a smile, yes, Zhang Qing will go too. Hearing Zhang Qing's name, Li Tianyu's heart moved. Zhang Qing can be regarded as a schoolgirl in high school. She looks pretty, and Li Tianyu has also thought about her. But at that time, Li Tianyu was young and didn't make a move when it was time to make a move. How is it? Your heart is moved? Qi Wei said with a smile. Li Tianyu showed a disdainful expression. Cut, it's been so many years, maybe now it's disabled. Oh, you can't be sure if you are disabled? That's okay, isn't it the class reunion, I'll go. Qi Wei patted Li Tianyu on the shoulder. I will arrive on time by 12 o'clock tomorrow. With that, Qi Wei left. To be honest, Li Tianyu really didn't want to participate in any class reunion. He doesn't remember a few of those classmates now. Moreover, activities like the class reunion are completely bragging contests, which are very boring. But when it comes to bragging, Li Tianyu is not afraid of anyone. At noon the next day, at the entrance of Yushan Hotel, several people are chatting. Among these people, Qi Wei is impressively listed. They are obviously Li Tianyu's high school classmates, and several of them are the family members of the classmates. Qi Wei, how many people can come today? A classmate asked. About 20. Qi Wei thought for a while and replied, by the way, I saw Tianyu yesterday. Tianyu? Li Tianyu? Yes. Didn't he work in the imperial capital? Is he back? Hey, it is estimated that I will be back for 2 days. He said that he will also come to attend the class reunion today. At this time, another male student said with a smile. Yeah, Li Tianyu is here too, then we have to have a good drink with him. This male classmate was named Wang Changshan, with a platinum necklace hanging around his neck, a brand name watch on his hand, and a Boss brand men's suit, indicating that he is a man with a mine at home. Qi Wei is one of the organizers of this class reunion, and it is fortunate that this kid has a lot of face, and so many people are called here. Several people chatted for a few minutes, and people who came to the class reunion also came one after another. Look, Zhang Qing is here. I saw a beautiful lady getting out of the taxi.
The beauty was wearing a white slim dress with a small waistcoat on her upper body, exquisite and elegant, gentle and leisurely. She is Jiang Qing, the eye-catching beauty in the class since high school. At that time, almost the male classmates in the class, and even the male classmates in the next class, had more or less thoughts about Jiang Qing. However, Jiang Qing devoted himself to studying at the time, and had no idea of engaging in objects.
Few classmates know about her situation now.
As soon as Jiang Qing arrived, the old classmates became active, especially the boys who were still single, wanting to come over and chat with her. Shi Wei felt that people were almost there, so he greeted everyone to enter the hotel box that had been booked in advance. This is a big box with nearly 20 people divided into 2 tables.
At this time, Wang Changshan asked, Shi Wei, didn't you say that Li Tianyu is coming?
Just as Shi Wei was about to respond, his cell phone rang. When he looked at the TV, he was happy, say Chow Chow, and Chow Chow will be there.
With that said, Shi Wei got up and went out to meet Li Tianyu. Of course, Li Tianyu came by car. After parking the car in the parking lot at the entrance of Yushan Hotel, he called Shi Wei.
Soon, Li Tianyu saw Shi Wei walk out of the hotel door and waved at him.
The two of them walked into the hotel while talking and laughing. Li Tianyu happened to sit next to Jiang Qing, which was an unexpected surprise.
At the same time, Wang Chanshan was also at the same dinner table. Li Tianyu first greeted Jiang Qing in a friendly manner, thinking that not only was this girl not long-term disabled, but she was even more beautiful. In fact, in high school, Li Tianyu often deliberately talked to Jiang Qing on the grounds of studying, and the two were considered familiar at the time. Jiang Qing has become more quiet now than then, responding to Li Tianyu's greetings very gently.
Jiang Qing, where are you now? I work in the imperial capital. Li Tianyu was happy, it's such a coincidence, I'm also in the imperial capital.
Well, I heard. At this time, Wang Changshan said loudly, Li Tianyu, don't patronize and talk to beautiful women, don't you tell everyone about your situation?
My situation? What can I tell you? Aren't you in the imperial capital? Are you already well developed now?
The kind of daily advancement. Another girl named Sun Xia also echoed, yes, prices in the imperial capital are high, and now I heard that the house price is generally 70 to 80,000 yuan.
If you don't make tens of thousands of yuan a month, you can live on. Li Tianyu laughed and said, you are too exaggerated. There are so many people in the imperial capital, so everyone can earn tens of thousands of yuan? If you don't earn tens of thousands of yuan, you can't live? Then you can't starve ghosts everywhere. Li Tianyu's words made others laugh. Wang Changshan and Sun Xia didn't laugh. Li Tianyu was undoubtedly hitting them in the face.
In fact, when he was in high school, Wang Changshan and Li Tianyu had always been uncomfortable, and now he wants to take advantage of the classmates to get rid of him. Wang Changshan also has confidence, he should be the best among the classmates.
Of course, there is another reason. Wang Changshan also focused on Jiang Qing. Seeing Li Tianyu and Jiang Qing were close, he was so angry.
The woman Sun Xia is purely helping Wang Changshan. After entering the society, the temperament of a group of classmates is also immersed in different. Some are dovish, just like Shi Wei, who speak loyalty and make friends.
Some hawks, like Wang Changshan, mix well and are defiant.
Most of them are like Sun Xia, who is smarter and knows how to judge the situation.
Chapter 30. Isn't this fake? Wang Changshan is a rich second generation, and his family runs a large factory.
He is now the deputy director of the factory, and he is regarded as his father's deputy.
Even the city TV station interviewed Wang Changshan.
At that time, he was talking in front of the TV camera, just like a young entrepreneur. In other words, Wang Changshan is also a person who has shown his face, and it is normal to have a strong sense of superiority. As for Sun Xia, she was very active, thinking about flattering him, in case she could use it in the future.
No, it is definitely available.
In this society, contacts are the key, and talents and other things have to stand behind. Sun Xia had inquired about it a long time ago.
Li Tianyu was purely a stinky silk hanging in the imperial capital.
It was not worth mentioning. On the contrary, people like Li Tianyu can't see each other a few times in a lifetime, and there is no need for the slightest contact.
Li Tianyu, let's not talk about others, can you tell everyone about your income? They are all old classmates, so don't hide them.
Sun Xia was also afraid that the world would not be in chaos, she insisted on asking the bottom line.
Others also looked at Li Tianyu curiously.
The income of others has always been one of the hot topics of the class reunion. It's not much, it's 10,000 yuan a month.
Li Tianyu said slowly. Wang Changshan laughed. Sun Xia, it seems that you were wrong. You made 10,000 yuan. You can still live well without this. Yes, I was wrong, no matter how you live, isn't it a life? Wang Changshan and Sun Xiao ruined Li Tianyu all over. Even Jiang Qing couldn't help shaking his head. The monthly salary of 10,000 yuan in the imperial capital was indeed not much. Take her, for example, 2 years after she graduated from graduate school, she now earns 20,000 yuan a month. Looking at Li Tianyu again, his face was indifferent, and he didn't know whether he was pretending to criticize or he really didn't care about these criticisms. Qi Wei was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect Wang Changshan to be so disrespectful and make the atmosphere weird. Although he also knew that Wang Changshan and Li Tianyu looked down on them, but he didn't expect that after so many years, he still remembered. If I knew it, I might as well arrange Li Tianyu at another table. Everyone, don't just talk and eat, it won't taste good after a while. Wang Changshan smiled. Qi Wei, do you think that the class meeting is for a meal? What's the point of that? Everyone just wants to chat with each other, enhance feelings, and reminisce about the past. Before the voice was over, there was a flatterer applauded immediately. At this time, Wang Changshan immediately became the central figure in the reception, and almost everyone's words were swirling around him. Who made Wang Changshan the best mix here? Of course, Wang Changshuan's starting point is high. It is different to have a rich dad, and he will have less struggle for more than 30 years. The boy Chunfeng was proud, and his words were beginning to fall short. This man, he must put his career as the most important thing. If he has a career, he will have everything. Moreover, you must understand the depth of your abilities. If there is a saying, don't do porcelain work without diamonds. But having said that, sometimes I have to challenge my limits, just like me. When Wang Changshan said this, he also took a look at Jiang Qing. Now Wang Changshan is not short of women, but Jiang Qing's attraction is still a leverage. I heard that Jiang Qing is still single, so I can't let it go. It's just that this girl is relatively cold, and it really takes a lot of work to get her done. At this time, a classmate named Shi Xing pointed to Wang Changshuan's wrist and said, yeah, your watch is good, isn't it worth a lot of money? This flattering is really an assist. Wang Changshan stretched out his wrist and showed off his high-end watch. Sun Xia, wow, this is a Rolex, the Changshan Brothers Beef Batch. Shi Xing, look at it. It's really a Rolex. It's tasteful. You see young, it's worthy of being young Master Wang. The watch he wears is unique and stands out from the crowd. The people at this table made a fuss, and even the students from the other table ran over to watch the excitement. Wang Changshan smiled triumphantly, this is a trivial matter. This Rolex is a birthday gift from my uncle. It costs more than 30,000 yuan at the domestic counter. The poor play with mobile phones and the rich play with watches. Men either don't wear a watch, or if they want to wear it, they must wear a good watch. A watch is not just a tool to watch time, but an object that reflects personal taste. It is the same as jewelry on a woman. These words of Wang Changshan were like map guns. Among the 10 people on the table, 2 or 3 men were wearing watches, and they hurriedly hid under the table. Are you kidding me? How many men can wear a Rolex? A Rolex is at least tens of thousands of dollars, and the salary is gone in a few months. Even if it can be worn, it is probably a fake watch. Soon, Wang Changshan pointed the muzzle at Li Tianyu again, as if he would not give up unless he died. Li Tianyu, I see you wearing a watch, let everyone see what brand it is. Sun Xia also echoed, yeah, let everyone see what kind of watches a man working in the imperial capital would wear. Wang Changshan laughed, thinking that a person like Li Tianyu would wear a Casio at most. In comparison, it's very shabby. In fact, does Li Tianyu usually wear a watch? It's too much trouble. But today, in order to participate in the class reunion, I deliberately armed myself. For example, the mobile phone has now been replaced by Apple 11 Pro, the clothes are a complete set of Armani casual wear, and the shoes are replaced by Western Rockport. At market prices, a pair can cost more than 20,000 yuan. More importantly, he also wore hundreds of thousands of famous watches. Therefore, Wang Changshuan's provocation hit Li Tianyu's arms, and he immediately stretched his wrist to the table. When everyone saw it, they all had their jaws dropped. This watch is also too beautiful. The dark blue dial, the silver outer ring, and the 4 pointers inside the dial have one function, and the dial design is gorgeous, dotted with very eye-catching textures. The strap is also very special, it is a blue leather strap. The whole piece is not only full of texture, but also gives a sense of elegance and nobility. Jiang Qing, who was sitting next to Li Tianyu, was the closest, and she was quite familiar with the goods. She saw the English logo on the dial PATKPHLIPP. It's Patek Philippe. When everyone heard it, they couldn't help being stunned.
Patek Philippe, some people may not know what brand it is, but most of you here have heard of it. That is the world's top famous watch. It is said that a watch is a base of 100,000 yuan. The design of Li Tianyu's watch is so unique that it is not a bargain at first glance. When Wang Changshan was killed, he didn't believe that Li Tianyu could afford Patek Philippe. You are not a fake watch, are you? Chapter 31 I'm a treat, do you dare to bark like a dog? When Wang Changshan said so, everyone nodded involuntarily. It is very close to Tsuyuan town in Yenyun City. Tsuyuan is a magical place, a very famous fake base. To put it more bluntly, it is a fake holy land. Whether it is daily necessities such as bags and clothes, or electronic products such as feature phones, DVD players, and game consoles, they can be made. Watch. Not to mention that almost all famous domestic brands of watches cannot escape the high imitation blackhand of Tsuyuan. Especially 10 years ago, fake watches in Tsuyuan town were quite popular in Yenyun City. That said, I've heard of Patek Philippe, a watch costs hundreds of thousands. I said Li Tianyu, do you have to do it quickly, where can you get a high copy? Stop bluffing people here. Yes, don't think we don't understand, you can fool us. Someone brought the rhythm, and naturally someone echoed it, and talked again and again. Li Tianyu stretched out his hands helplessly, what am I fooling you? It's not that I have to take out the watch to see. That said, Li Tianyu did not deliberately show off, it was Wang Changshan who insisted on letting him show his watch. However, no one still believes that Li Tianyu can afford a super high-end watch. Strange to say, if this Patek Philippe was worn on Wang Changshan's wrist, no one would doubt it. It is indeed strange to wear it to a person with a monthly salary of only a little over 10,000. Sun Xia said, isn't it just to identify the true and false? I'm good at this, Li Tianyu, dare you give me your watch and let me have a look. Chi Wei thinks this is not so good, I don't think so, let's just eat and chat, don't take anything seriously. Wang Changshan, it's okay, just let Sun Xia spread the knowledge of authenticity to all of us, so as not to be deceived later. Everyone turned their heads to look at Li Tianyu again to see how he accepted the move. What can't you dare? Li Tianyu took off the watch generously, stretched out his arms and placed the watch in front of Sun Xia. Sun Xia didn't take it right away, and told everyone, as for the Patek Philippe watch, I have read the corresponding article on the internet. As long as it is a real Patek Philippe, it is a thorough back. What is back through? Yu Xiang asked. The back shell is made of special tempered glass, so it is transparent, you can directly see the movement, it looks very delicate, but if it is a fake watch, it must be the same as an ordinary watch, it is a steel back shell. One is that there is no cheap transparent material, even if it has the transparency, the second is that the exposed movement is too ugly, it looks very low, it is better not to show it. With that, Sun Xia picked up Patek Philippe, turned to the back and looked at it, startled. What's wrong? Yu Xiang sat next to Sun Xia and also leaned in to take a look. Yeah, it's really transparent. When everyone heard it, they all ran over and stretched their necks to look. Oh, Sun Xia, this is the tempered glass you said, you can see it clearly. Look at the movement, there are gold and silver gears, it's really pretty. It really doesn't look like a fake watch. If it is fake, then the cost of counterfeiting is not low. When Li Tianyu heard this, of course he was very proud, but his face was still calm and composed. After all, in front of Wang Changshan, he still has to behave a little high-end, lest people say that he is not worthy of such a good watch. In fact, Li Tianyu got this watch only after paying more than 80 yuan in taxes. This money is not even enough to buy a high imitation watch. Li Tianyu squinted his eyes and asked, Sun Xia, can you give me an appraisal result, is my Patek Philippe a real watch? Sun Xia was speechless for a while, she touched the watch carefully, and felt that there was no cut-off feeling in any place, it was as smooth as a jewel. With such a good workmanship, if it could be called a fake watch, then Sun Xia would be talking nonsense with her eyes open. Yes, it looks real. Li Tianyu cursed secretly, what a chicken thief, but still took the precious watch over without changing his face. Li Tianyu's vanity was greatly satisfied by feeling the envious gaze cast by Jiang Cheng. However, everything should be adequate. Li Tianyu knows this very well, so he has also kept a low profile afterwards. But Wang Changshan, the kid, is still constantly provoking. By the way, Li Tianyu, you even put on a famous watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, so please treat yourself to this classmate meeting. During the banquet, everyone listened and stopped talking. Most people felt that Wang Changshan was a bit too much. Since it is a class reunion, it must be the AA system. Everyone will spread the money and there is no reason for someone to treat. Among other things, the consumption of Yushan Hotel is not low. The food for this table is at least more than 3,000 yuan, and the 2 tables cost about 7,000 yuan.
Jiang Qing said, Wang Changshan, it's boring for you to say that. Why do you let Li Tianyu treat you?
Shi Wei also helped. Yes, everyone said it is okay, our classmates will be AA system.
Hee, I just made a joke. I'm all old classmates. I won't let you make a joke? Wang Changshan also forced sophistry, he just wanted to suppress Li Tianyu's arrogance.
At this time, Li Tianyu said aloud.
Yes, then I will settle the bill.
Everyone looked at Li Tianyu in surprise.
Is his tone too mad? Really use yourself as a big money?
Although the piece of Patek Philippe on Li Tianyu's wrist looks real, I still have to say how this watch came from.
Sun Xia said weirdly, oh, since Li Tianyu has said so, let's not know what is good or bad. Wang Changshan gave a smirk, thinking that Li Tianyu was finally brought into the pit. Thousands of dollars spent in it, let's see how crazy he is.
Wang Changshan believes that Li Tianyu is not a local tyrant at all, but a stinky silk with a swollen face and a fat man. Jiang Qing couldn't bear it, turning her head and whispering to Li Tianyu, the consumption here is not low, you should not be aggressive. Li Tianyu shook his head, but I also have one condition.
I hope that classmate Wang Changshan can agree. Wang Changshan was startled, you said.
Of course I can check out, but you have to learn how to bark to cheer everyone up.
Wang Changshuan's pupil shrank and his expression froze on his face. Others also looked at a loss. Li Tianyu got on the bar with Wang Changshan. Of course, if you really don't want to, let's just AA. Li Tianyu emphasized with a smile.
Wang Changshan calmed down and thought to himself. Of course he can't do it if he learns how the dog barks in public.
But then again, let Li Tianyu spend 7,000 yuan, dare he? Chapter 32 Let's learn dog barking together. Wang Changshan looked at Li Tianyu, always felt that this kid was bluffing.
7,000 dragon coins were not too big for Wang Changshan, but it was also a big piece of money for a migrant worker with a monthly salary of only 10,000.
Wang Changshan figured this out, patted the table and stared, okay, if you can't pay 7,000 yuan, can you run naked here? Li Tianyu smiled and said, yes. Wang Changshan was startled, thinking that this kid is really going to take the move, right?
He originally wanted to scare Li Tianyu away and let him speak big words leisurely. He didn't expect that this kid was kicked by a donkey and was so stupid that he would not be moved.
Li Tianyu is indeed not joking.
He really doesn't care about the $6,000 or $7,000 now.
Not to mention that Li Tianyu already has about 2 million in deposits. As long as there is a system, it is too easy to make money. At this time, everyone is full of food and drink, and it's time to take a break.
When the students at the other table heard about Li Tianyu and Wang Changshuan's bet, they were surprised at first, and then they all rushed to roar.
Yeah, you two are going to sing a big show. This scene is pretty.
It's not a dog barking, or this streaking guy, one more exciting than the other.
That's right, Shi Wei, is this a show for the Classmates Association? You kid can do it.
Shi Wei was also speechless when he heard this, who would know that Li Tianyu and Wang Changshan really got into the bar. At this time, almost everyone was looking at Li Tianyu, mainly to see if he really wanted to pay.
And Li Tianyu was not in a hurry.
He was putting the last piece of eggplant meat into his mouth. He glanced at Wang Changshan and found that this kid's face was a little uncertain. For Wang Changshan, it was a shame to learn how to bark in public, and he would definitely not lose to streaking. If Li Tianyu didn't pay the bill, Wang Changshan would of course be happy, and he would have prepared a vicious rhetoric a long time ago, so that Li Tianyu would even be embarrassed to get in. But if Li Tianyu really spent 7,000 yuan for such a bet, then it would be a big trouble. At this time, Li Tianyu moved. He snapped his fingers at a waitress outside the box. Beauty, check out. Wang Changshan couldn't help saying, Li Tianyu, I can remind you that you have to pay not only this table, but also another table.
I know, it makes no difference? No. Wang Changshan was speechless, this kid was too capable of pretending. At this time, the waiter came over.
Sir, are you cash or credit card?
Swipe your card. 2 tables together? Yes. Okay, wait a minute.
Soon after, the waitress fetched the bill and the portable credit card machine. Sir, there are 6,850 dragon coins in total.
Everyone heard that the cost is not low.
In Yenyun City, the average person's salary is 4,000 to 5,000 yuan, and the money at these 2 tables is more than 1 month's salary. Tianyu, let's forget it, everyone has agreed that the AA system is required, and you don't need to pay by one person.
Shi Wei couldn't help but say. That's not good.
If I don't pay, I'll have to run naked in public.
It's too shameful. With that said, Li Tianyu handed his bank card to the waitress. Wang Chanshan was speechless. He had long known that he would not mention running naked. Isn't this forcing people to go to Liangshan? Wang Chanshan stared at Li Tianyu closely, and there was no sign of timidity on the opponent's face. Is this kid crazy? After 1 month is full, he will earn more than 10,000 points, and he has to throw away the rent and allowances for meals. For example, how much money is left to make him such a large sum of money? Maybe there is no money in that bank card. Wang Chanshan was thinking about it, but he heard a sound of printing the payment receipt. The payment was successful. Li Tianyu withdrew the card without changing his face, and glanced at Wang Chanshan with disdain. Wang Chanshan really has nothing to say. Everyone saw that Li Tianyu did what he said and gave thumbs up. Thank you for the hospitality, please contact me when you come back, and I will invite you alone. Yiba Yun Tian. It deserves to be mixed in the imperial capital, it is the atmosphere. Li Tianming looked at Wang Chanshan, stretched out his hand and said, the dog is here. Wang Changshuan's expression changed, you. At this time, someone started booing. Changshan, it's your turn, hurry up. Yeah, isn't it just learning how to bark? I'll learn one first, Wang Wang. I'm coming too, the dog's barking, barking. Wang Changshan became more and more embarrassed, and he was even more embarrassed when they made such a fuss. But if the bet is lost, it won't work if you don't fulfill the bet. Wang. Li Tianming frowned, what was the sound just now? It doesn't seem to be a dog barking. Wang Chanshan was angry and barked loudly, Bao bark. The cry was so amazing, everyone clapped in excitement. Where did Wang Chanshan have suffered such a humiliation and great humiliation? This group of classmates left first if they had problems, and those who were willing to continue to change places, all left one after another. Qi Wei said, Li Tianyu, do you want to sing? I'll treat you. Don't go, I'm leaving a bit beforehand, you guys can play. Then, come back together again, how did you come? I drove here. Oh, yes, I bought a car. It's more convenient. When other people heard it, they became curious, wondering what car Li Tianyu bought. Among this group of classmates, not many people actually own their own cars. Even if they drive over, they are the cars of their parents. However, Wang Chanshan is different. He drives an Audi Q3, which is quite petty bourgeoisie. As for Li Tianyu, most people think that at most it is an economical car worth about 100,000. Let's go first. Li Tianyu waved his hand to Qi Wei first, nodded to Zhang Cheng, and walked outside the door. Wang Changshan also greeted everyone to go out the door. In fact, Wang Changshan still wants to see what kind of car Li Tianyu drives, and then he can take a bit of a sarcasm and find something back. Just now Li Tianyu was in the limelight twice in a row, which made him very upset. At the entrance of the hotel, Li Tianyu walked straight towards a car. With sharp eyes, Qi Wei couldn't help but exclaimed, no, Li Tianyu bought a Porsche? Porsche? Really? Fark. It's really a Porsche, yes, it's a Cayenne. This car is so beautiful. Sun Xia curled her lips, if you take a good look, there is a BYD parked next to the Porsche. Think about it, how can he afford a Porsche? After Sun Xia finished speaking, Li Tianyu actually opened the door of the Porsche Cayenne and got into the driving seat. Sun Xia, open your eyes and look. They are the Porsches. Chapter 33 New Discovery of the System. Sun Xia was speechless, her cheek aching, as if she had been slapped twice. She is really confused. This is so special that a person with a monthly salary of 10,000 can afford to drive. It's so amazing, this car can't be 5 or 600,000? 5 to 600,000. I tell you that even the lowest price of Cayenne is 800,000. If you look at his wheels, it is obviously a high-quality model, which costs at least 1.3 million. Wang Changshan listened to his classmates and praised each other, his face was blue and white, and finally turned around and left unbearably. As I walked, I was still thinking fiercely, Li Tianyu, your kid is waiting, Laozi will definitely get this one back. Hey! Chanshan, we have to sing there. Qi Wei shouted. Not going. Seeing Wang Changshuan's desperate back, Qi Wei was also secretly refreshed. He hoped that this guy could learn a little lesson this time and stop being so arrogant. At this time, Jiang Qing asked, Qi Wei, that. What? What is Li Tianyu doing in the imperial capital? This, I don't know too much. Qi Wei also knew what Jiang Qing was thinking. Li Tianyu is too abnormal now. It is a liar to say that you earn more than 10,000 yuan every month. There are obvious shit lies. The hard work of 10,000 monthly salary forces office workers to wear Patek Philippe? Can you drive a Porsche Cayenne? Pure nonsense.
At this moment, Jiang Qing suddenly saw the Porsche Cayenne coming slowly.
When the car window opened, Li Tianyu showed his head.
Almost forgot, Jiang Meili at a WeChat, you are also in the imperial capital, I will invite you to dinner when I have time.
Jiang Cheng recovered and nodded, okay.
If it were before, Jiang Cheng might not be willing to add Li Tianyu's WeChat, let alone eat with him.
It's different now.
The economic strength shown by Li Tianyu is too strong, and his appearance itself is not bad, almost no girl can resist further contact with him.
In the next few days, Li Tianyu returned to Yenyun City and temporarily resumed his normal life.
Yunguang Technology, where Li Tianyu works, performed perfectly at the Science and Technology exhibition, and was almost the most popular among all exhibitors. Of course, this is entirely because of the Pagani Son of the Wind contributed by Li Tianyu.
Precisely because of this, the planning director Zhao Jitong was extremely gentle to Li Tianyu, and even Li Tianyu left early.
This allowed Li Tianyu to postpone his resignation plan. According to his idea, now that there is a systematic blessing, it is tantamount to realizing the freedom of property, there is no need to stay in this company and get angry. At the same time, Li Tianyu has a new understanding of the Braggering tax system. He found that this system can not only impose taxes on valuable things, it is also effective for priceless things.
What is priceless?
The former IT elite and IT master talents are counted as such.
After that, Li Tianyu tried many times.
For example, after he said I'm so handsome in the mirror, the corresponding content appeared in the order center.
Ordinary plastic surgery, the tax amount is 50,000 yuan dragon currency.
This plastic surgery technique has obvious effects, but it will change the overall appearance of the host.
Risk of side effects, large.
Superb plastic surgery, the tax amount is 180,000 yuan dragon currency. This plastic surgery technique has outstanding effects and retains some of the host's facial features.
Risk of side effects, small. Non-marked plastic surgery, the tax amount is 1 million yuan in dragon coins.
This plastic surgery technique has excellent results and basically retains the excellent facial features of the host.
Risk of side effects, none.
Li Tianyu saw that there were 3 types of plastic surgery, and they were not cheap.
Even an ordinary plastic surgery cost 50,000 yuan. The key is that there is a great risk of side effects.
As for what these side effects were, Li Tianyu couldn't understand. Also, if you use this method of plastic surgery, you may not even know your mother, just like the plastic surgery method of Bang Ziguo, it is completely changed. And the most impressive non-mark cosmetic surgery, although it seems that it has no side effects and can retain most of the facial features, but the asking price is too high.
1 million.
How many houses in the imperial capital can be exchanged?
And Li Tianyu thinks he looks pretty good.
Although there is room for improvement, there is no need to spend so much money on plastic surgery for the time being.
In addition to plastic surgery, this system can be buy even for height. It's just that the asking price is even more expensive.
It costs 1 million yuan for each centimeter of height, which is too exaggerated.
Li Tianyu is currently 1.78 meters, not short.
Li Tianyu decisively can't spend this kind of money, unless there is too much money to spend in the future, and then he will consider what it has or not. Later, Li Tianyu also tried some bullshit.
For example, I can live forever, I will move instantaneously, and so on.
However, I did not find the corresponding tax information in the order center, but kept prompting the system level is insufficient to resolve the information.
Could it be that if the system level is sufficient?
But looking at it this way, even if immortality can really be achieved, I don't know how much tax to pay. Li Tianyu tried to rest until late, and was already dizzy at that time.
Using the system also requires a lot of energy. The next day, Li Tianyu was called to the director's office by Zhao Jitong.
Boss, what's your order for me?
Zhao Jitong listened and laughed.
It's amazing to say that Zhao Jitong used to seldom show Li Tianyu a good face, but now it's just because of a meritorious service at an exhibition that the situation has completely fallen apart.
Now Zhao Jitong is happier to see Li Tianyu than to see his father. This is no wonder, because the supercars that Li Tianyu has brought about are so good that the company's boss has praised Zhao Jitong in his planning department more than once in high-level meetings. Tianyu, this is the case.
Recently, your performance has been remarkable, so your salary has also been adjusted upwards, adding 5,000 yuan a month. With that said, Zhao Jitong also stretched out a hand and made a 5 gesture.
Mr. Zhao, thank you so much.
Li Tianyu looked very excited, but he was disdainful in his heart. He owns a few houses in the imperial capital, as well as a man with a luxury car and a tens of millions of supercars.
Would he care about the extra 5,000 yuan in that month?
Zhao Jitong said again, yes, there is still something.
You say. Tomorrow morning, there will be an industry development forum. The company will send people to participate, and the planning department will also send someone out. I thought about it, it's better for you to go. Industry development forum?
Li Tianyu imagined that it was nothing more than a few big men in the science and technology field bragging about each other on stage, and then they were just cheering off the stage.
Chapter 34 Seeing Chen Anlu again. Zhao Jitong also said that this industry forum is not accessible to everyone. Those who can enter with the admission card, except reporters, are industry elites. If it weren't for me to have something to do tomorrow, how could it be your turn? Zhao Jitong emphasized with a smile. Li Tianyu couldn't help rolling his eyes and slandering himself secretly. If you want to be so good, you have to go even if something happens.
To be honest, at that moment, Li Tianyu really wanted to resign. He could have been lying at home and sleeping, so why bother to listen to those big guys?
Endure and endure, Li Tianyu finally endured it. In any case, having a job is better than staying at home. It's okay to quit, but you have to find other things to do before you quit.
Although you can also use the system to build a few more houses and collect rent as a charterer, it is a bit too boring and easy to get bored. And it's not too uncomfortable to go out for a day without going to work. When he returned home in the evening, Li Tianyu opened WeChat and planned to browse the circle of friends. Unexpectedly, the high school class WeChat group chat was full of enthusiasm. The most active is still Qi Wei. Qi Wei, this classmate meeting was very successful. Thank you Tianyu for your hospitality. Mao Wenbin, Tianyu's guest? It's too embarrassing, right? I knew I would go too. Yu Xiyang, that's not it. It's nearly 7,000 yuan, and you can pay without blinking.
You deserve to be a high-end person in the imperial capital.
At this time, Sun Xia jumped out.
Sun Xia, which high-end people are high-end people in the imperial capital? Is the imperial capital sweeping the streets considered high-end?
Yu Xiyang, Sun Xia, you are wrong to say that.
People spend thousands of dollars to treat you to a meal. Isn't that a high-end person?
Sun Xia, cut, what's wrong with spending a month's salary for a meal for the sake of face? Now Li Tianyu may be hiding in a small rental house and eating instant noodles. Despite witnessing Li Tianyu's payment and driving away in a luxury car, Sun Xia still did not believe that Li Tianyu would be a rich man.
You can borrow money and rent a car.
In this world, there are too many guys with swollen faces and fat people. Suddenly, several photos appeared in the WeChat group. Li Tianyu sent the photos of the interior of his current residence to the group, and the last one came with a photo with the living room. Li Tianyu, this is my little black house in the imperial capital, near the North Third Ring Road.
You come to Beijing and welcome each other.
As soon as Li Tianyu's words were sent out, the WeChat group became more active.
Yu Xiyang, Fark. Look at this decoration, the house is pretty good. Qi Wei, North Third Ring Road? The house price in that place must not exceed 100,000, is this the little black house you are talking about?
Sun Xia never appeared again, she seemed to dare not speak anymore. Li Tianyu felt comfortable and had no dreams all night. The next day, Li Tianyu drove into the car and arrived at the industry forum. The conference was held in the main conference hall on the second floor of a hotel named Gangdu Hotel. The meeting hadn't started yet, but I saw many business people in suits and shoes, coming and going, in and out.
Sure enough, it was a high-end forum, and Zhao Jitong was right.
Li Tianyu glanced at the banner hanging at the entrance of the venue, which read the Third Imperial Capital Business Prospects Forum.
It should be here.
Li Tianyu saw that there were 3 or 4 security guards guarding the door. Everyone who entered had to show his admission card. Li Tianyu looked at his watch, and he was still waiting for 10 minutes when he went in. He simply wanted to go to the opposite balcony to get some air. Just as he was about to take a step, Li Tianyu saw a familiar figure.
Chen Anlu?
Why is she here? Since the last seemingly successful blind date, Li Tianyu sent Chen Anlu's WeChat message, but he has not received a particularly positive response. It's not that Li Tianyu has never engaged in any object. Like Chen Anlu's attitude, it is obvious that he shows 2 words, we have nothing to do.
The twisted melon is not sweet, and Li Tianyu didn't want to be stalking, so he gave up.
At this time, Chen Anlu was walking beside a man. The man in a suit and leather shoes, with shiny and smooth hair, belonged to the type of pretending to be criticized all the time. Li Tianyu looked down on such people, and at the same time he was hesitant to say hello to Chen Anlu. Although Chen Anlu was a beautiful woman, she doesn't care about it, and he doesn't need to be hot on her ass.
When Li Tianyu hesitated, Chen Anlu also saw him. It's you?
Yes, it's me.
What are you doing here? Li Tianyu pointed to the door of the conference hall. I'm here for a meeting, Beauty, how about you? You? Come to this forum? Of course, can't I? At this moment, the handsome man asked, An Lu, who is this? He is a fellow of mine. Li Tianyu raised his eyebrows. Hometown?
You didn't say that when you were on a blind date with me.
You? An Lu, you had a blind date with him?
The man was quite surprised, his expression on his face wandering, and he didn't know what he was thinking.
Chen An Lu did not deny. Li Tianyu sneered and said, What happened to my blind date? Who are you? I am An Lu's colleague, and my name is Zhao Yingguang. I'm not interested in knowing your name. You?
Zhao Yingguang frowned. Even if An Lu had a blind date with you, you can't follow her.
You are a crime like this, you understand? Track? Li Tianyu can be heard. Zhao Yingguang thinks that he, Li Tianyu, appeared here and followed Chen An Lu secretly. Chen An Lu glanced at Zhao Yingguang. It shouldn't be possible, he. An Lu, you know the truth about knowing people, knowing their faces and not knowing their hearts. You should also understand the reason that people's hearts are separated from their belly. Look at this kid, how can you participate in such industry forums? In fact, Zhao Yingguang is right.
The Emperor Capital Business Prospects Forum can be regarded as a high-end forum. Those who are eligible to enter, even if they are not big names in various industries, are at least at the elite level of the company. Low-level employees like Li Tianyu, if it weren't for the care of the leader, really shouldn't be here. But Zhao Yingguang's words were nothing more than irritating words. He has been pursuing Chen An Lu for a long time, but there has been no progress. The thought that such a person would actually have a blind date with Chen An Lu makes my heart sore. Of course, he didn't think Chen An Lu would really like Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu was too lazy to talk to Zhao Yingguang and waved his hand to Chen An Lu. I'm going in first, bye. After taking out the admission card and showing it to the security guard, Li Tianyu successfully entered the industry forum venue. Zhao Yingguang, who was outside, was stunned, but he didn't expect that this kid was really a participant. Chen An Lu also found it strange. According to what the second aunt told her, Li Tianyu was an ordinary white-collar worker, at least he would not have any qualifications to participate in such a high-level forum. Chapter 35. In fact, later, the second aunt Zhou Min talked with Chen An Lu on the phone again to explain the situation. In his spare time, Li Tianyu is engaged in real estate leasing to make extra money. The 3 sets of houses in the capital city he mentioned are the real estate used for leasing in the company. Chen An Lu didn't have much reaction after hearing it. Anyway, she didn't believe that Li Tianyu really had 3 houses in the emperor. Are you kidding me? The house price of the imperial capital is now a few $1 million, and 3 houses are still available? As for the 80,000 yuan bag, Chen An Lu deliberately looked for a knowledgeable person to look at it, but did not see any traces of fraud. This makes Chen An Lu a little uneasy. Li Tianyu's money didn't come from a strong wind. It is really inappropriate to keep such an expensive bag by himself. Chen An Lu was thinking about finding a chance to return the bag, but she hadn't been able to spare the time recently. It was an opportunity to see Li Tianyu today. Chen An Lu planned to tell him about it after the meeting was over. Li Tianyu entered the venue, found a seat casually and sat down. Within a few minutes, it officially started. For Li Tianyu, it was nothing to tell, even the host was not a beauty, but a big man. As for the content, this so-called industry forum is no different from what Li Tianyu had originally guessed. The organizer invited 3 big business executives to sit on the stage and start a few words from you, and I talked a few words. They are talking about the recent domestic and worldwide business opportunities and business models. These 3 business leaders are well-known domestic entrepreneurs, including financial crocodile Zhou Kaichen, science and technology tycoon Mai, and education god Yu Yuanhong. The 3 of them are all well-known characters with excellent eloquence. Everyone listened carefully and with gusto in the audience. Li Tianyu didn't listen very carefully, he was wandering all the time. Anyway, this business model has nothing to do with Li Tianyu. As long as he has a bragging tax system, he can make money easily. However, Li Tianyu also has difficulties. He has been thinking about how to make 10 million and raise the level of the system. If you only rely on rent to make money, you will be exhausted. At this moment, the host announced that he had entered the interactive session. Of course, it is the interaction between the guests and the audience. The host also announced, in response to the business thinking that Mr. Ma just mentioned, do the audience in the audience want to say anything? The venue was quiet for a while, and no one raised their hands. The 3 people on the stage are all big shots. Although most of the audience in the audience is the elite of the industry, they are somewhat stage fright. At this time, a person raised his hand. Li Tianyu saw that it was Chen Anlu's colleague Zhao Wang.
Oh, are you trying to show off?
Li Tianyu guessed right, Zhao Wang just wanted to be cool in front of Chen Anlu. He took the microphone, introduced himself first, and then began to talk.
Hello teachers, I will talk about my point of view on business thinking. There are currently 3 business models, OEM mode, ODM mode, and OBM mode. Everyone should know that the OEM mode will always have the lowest profit, and the ODM mode is designed, but there is no own brand, so the final OBM model, that is, the brand operation model, is now the mainstream. Zhao Wang's eloquence is not bad, standing there and talking about it, he did get some applause.
As for Chen Anlu, she was also quite surprised by Zhao Wang's performance. Zhao Wang's family conditions are good, but Chen Anlu always thinks that he is a dude, not very reliable, but he did not expect that there is still some dry goods in his mind. Not to mention anything else, to be able to talk in front of these 3 bigwigs is already very admirable.
Moderator, this gentleman is right. Can anyone share my thoughts?
Zhao Wang's inspiration flashed, showing a sinister smile, and suddenly pointed at Li Tianyu. I saw that person raised his hand just now, so let him talk about it.
Moderator, okay, please let this gentleman talk about his views.
Just as Li Tianyu was stunned, the microphone was passed into his hand.
Li Tianyu was stunned. He is here to mix time, when did he raise his hand? Li Tianyu immediately understood that Zhao Wang wanted to cheat him.
Li Tianyu scolded a few MMPs and had to stand up, feeling helpless for a while.
Please introduce yourself to this gentleman.
There was a flash of inspiration in Li Tianyu's mind.
Yes. What am I afraid of? I have the power of the system. Am I still afraid of these small scenes? My name is Li Tianyu, and I currently work for Yunguan Technology. Moderator, that's good, then do you have any specialties? Li Tianyu, my specialty? That's too much. I'm long everywhere. No, I have specialty everywhere.
As soon as Li Tianyu's voice fell, there was a roar of laughter in the hall, and even the 3 big guys on the stage couldn't help but become happy.
The host was a little embarrassed, and quickly asked, then changed the question, what do you want to share with you? Li Tianyu smiled slightly, anything is okay. I don't want to hide it from you. I always feel that I have a talent for doing business. Maybe this is called a genius. I have a lot of ideas in my mind.
There was another burst of astonishment at the scene. I didn't expect Li Tianyu to say such shameless words.
How can anyone boast that he is a genius? This kid is funny enough.
I really dare to speak on this occasion, and my courage is commendable.
The tone is too mad, maybe it's a silly critic. Zhao Wang was startled when he heard it.
He wanted to make Li Tianyu embarrassed, but he didn't expect him to be so swagger. But this is considered to have achieved the goal. He turned his head and said to Chen Anlu, Anlu, your fellow countryman is quite interesting.
Chen Anlu was also very speechless.
On the one hand, she did not expect Li Tianyu to take the initiative to raise her hand to speak, and on the other hand, she did not expect him to speak such words in public.
It doesn't matter if you brag in private, how can you brag in front of so many people or on such a formal occasion? If this overturns the car, it will definitely be laughed at. Chen Anlu was really embarrassed for Li Tianyu.
After all, this person is not bad except for some exaggerations. At this time, Li Tianyu was browsing the system information regardless of what others think.
Growth in designated parts. Tax amount, 1 million dragon coins. Explanation, any part grows 1 centimeter. Risk of side effects, low. Business elite. Tax amount, 10,000 dragon coins.
Description, business thinking, execution, and leadership have been improved to a certain extent, and the ability is 200% higher than that of ordinary business talents.
Risk of side effects, low. Chapter 36 I'll tell you a case. Business wizards. Tax amount, 800,000 dragon coins.
Description, business thinking, execution, and leadership have been greatly improved, and the ability is 800% higher than that of ordinary business talents.
Risk of side effects, medium. Li Tianyu took a look, why is there such a project as specified part growth? After thinking about it carefully, it suddenly dawned on me. It should be that the system took the joke he made just now about everything special as bragging. Corresponding tax items appeared in the order center.
1 million yuan of dragon coins is needed to grow 1 centimeter, which is really expensive.
But if that place can grow a few centimeters, wouldn't it be going to heaven?
Li Tianyu was happy, and decided that if the conditions are met in the future, he can try if he has spare money. Looking at the following 2 projects, they are all related to business capabilities. Business elites are obviously inferior to business wizards, but they are about twice as powerful as ordinary people in business, which should be enough. Even if it is not enough, Li Tianyu's tax limit is only 10,000 yuan of dragon coins, while business wizards needs 80,000, no, 800,000 dragon coins. This is too much. Even if the system is upgraded, it may not be able to reach such a tax limit, even if it is reached.
800,000 is not a small number, and Li Tianyu's current fortune is only 2 million. Li Tianyu is really not willing to spend the money. It seems that if you want to gain good abilities, you must make more money.
Li Tianyu did not hesitate to choose the Business Elite project and successfully paid 10,000 yuan of dragon coins. System Assistant, the taxation project takes effect, the talent of Business Elite will be forcibly bound. Please prepare the host for the impact.
Shock? What impact?
Li Tianyu felt strange. There was a colorful light shining in front of him, stabbing his forehead pain. Immediately, his head seemed to be suddenly smashed by a big hammer, dizzy, and staring at gold stars. At this moment, he seemed to lose consciousness, as if suddenly short-circuited.
Li Tianyu's state is easily misunderstood. Everyone whispered, "What's the matter with this person? It was okay just now, why did you suddenly feel dumbfounded? What's wrong with him? Looks silly. I'm so nervous that I can't speak, right?
I don't think I can't speak, but I don't have much to say." The scene was out of control for a while.
The host is experienced and hurriedly asked, "Mr. Li? Are you okay?"
Fortunately, the uncomfortable feeling didn't last long. Li Tianyu regained his consciousness, feeling a refreshing coolness in his temples.
It's much more comfortable now. No, nothing. Then do you have anything to share? If not, just talk to someone else.
Li Tianyu coughed slightly and squeezed out a smile. I'm sorry, I got up a lot just now, and I was a little dizzy.
I do have some ideas.
I want to share it with the 3 guest teachers and the audience. Li Tianyu took the microphone and looked at the 3 business leaders on stage, and 1,000 thoughts and ideas emerged in his mind. This is magical, as if someone gave him the content of knowledge suddenly, he can understand it naturally and speak it out smoothly. Since the 3 teachers on the stage just talked about business thinking, let me also talk about some ideas in this area.
Why do I say it is an idea? Because I don't feel mature yet.
In order to avoid the content of what I said is too boring, I will give you an example. Li Tianyu's speech is very smooth, and his bites are clear, he pauses properly, and the rhythm is also very well controlled. The audience listened to him, and it seemed that they were not much worse than the big guys on the stage.
It's not like a nameless character can tell.
Zhao Lingguang's expression condensed, thinking that the contrast between the front and back of Li Tianyu is too great. It should be, he is bluffing.
Li Tianyu, this example is about airlines. I think everyone present has taken a plane.
When you go to the airport or get off the plane to go home, it takes about 100 yuan to take a taxi, or even higher. At this time, you will think, it would be great if taxis were free. If an airline dared to waive the cost of taxi rides, it would of course attract more passengers.
But the reality is that if the airline doesn't have enough money, 2 cars, and 3 drivers, then is there a way? Can passengers enjoy free airport pickup and drop-off service, and then they will not lose money, or even make a profit? Li Tianming paused deliberately, and then said, I think it's okay. Before Li Tianyu's words fell, the audience was in an uproar. This time, he was shocked by his shocking words. Free pickup and drop-off of passengers? Can you still make money? That's not a fantasy, it's pure nonsense. However, the 3 big guys on the stage were all waiting and became interested in Li Tianyu's ideas. Financial crocodile Zhou Kaichen couldn't help asking, then tell me, how can you do it? Li Tianyu smiled slightly. If it were me, I would establish a third-party service company, and then I would contact an airline, negotiate with them, and said that if we can provide free shuttles to passengers, then everyone's willingness to fly by plane will be greatly increased. This will greatly improve the company's performance, and only need to withdraw 25 yuan from the ticket in exchange for free pickup and drop-off for passengers. Mr. Zhou, do you think the airline will agree? Zhou Kaichen pondered for a moment and nodded. 25 yuan is not much, I should agree, but this is not enough to pay for the taxi, and your company will lose money. Li Tianyu, don't worry, Mr. Zhou, my plan has just begun. If you want to save costs, of course you need the company to have its own car and driver. Someone yelled, your own car? Then you have to buy a car and hire a driver. Isn't that more expensive? You will lose all your pants. There was another laughter at the scene. When the laughter subsided, Li Tianyu continued, I will contact an automobile trading company, for example, pick a 148,000 yuan car and tell them that they need to buy 150. Of course, the quantity is so large, it needs to be sold cheaper. The car company it makes sense, so it's cheaper. The man shouted again, how much cheaper can that be? 10,000? 20,000?
Li Tianyu waved his hand to let him not rush and listen carefully to the following words.
Chapter 37, The Performance That Surprised the Four. I told them again that this is an airport pickup and drop-off for passengers. You can advertise them every time you receive a passenger. You might think that at least most of the people who can fly by plane are people with relatively strong economic power. There is actually a lot of overlap with people who want to buy a car. These people are the so-called target customers. Since I advertised you, can this car be cheaper? The automobile trading company thinks it makes sense, and most of it will agree to it. The three big guys on the stage showed strange expressions one after another when they heard this. They couldn't help but glance at each other, as if they had thought of something. That's right, they are all very quick thinking and have a strong business sense, and they immediately felt Li Tianyu's real thoughts. Perhaps this should be a brilliant idea. The people sitting in the audience were unconsciously attracted by what Li Tianyu said. The noise disappeared, and only Li Tianyu spoke in the entire venue. After bargaining with the auto trading company, the price of 148,000 cars was finally sold at 90,000 yuan per car. Isn't this price excessive? Technology tycoon Ma Yi nodded, it's really not too much. Normal cooperation is profitable. Most taxi companies cooperate with car companies and can even get much higher discounts. Li Tianyu nodded, okay, I'm done with the preparation, now I'm on the subject. Li Tianyu's speech successfully aroused everyone's curiosity. Even Zhao Yingguan listened to his ears, wanting to know what medicine he sold in this gourd. Chen Anlu was even more surprised by Li Tianyu's performance. How could she have imagined that on such a big occasion, facing the three top businessmen in the business world, Li Tianyu's performance is completely like a business veteran, not stage fright at all. This is a great contrast to the impression Li Tianyu had given people before. It's like an ordinary person who has become a genius. Moreover, what Li Tianyu said seems quite interesting. Li Tianyu, next, I will release the news to find local people who need to find a job and have rich driving experience, and tell them that my company can sell them a car, which is a car for airlines to pick up and drop off passengers for free. To pick up and drop a passenger, the airline will pay a service fee of 25 yuan. Of course, one car can pick up and drop several passengers at a time, which is a form of carpooling. There are a lot of customers here, and the competition here is very small. In short, the work here is very good. However, the car will sell more than the market price. How much? It sells for 178,000. This price is actually compared to renting. In terms of license plates, it's still much cheaper. Li Tianyu looked at the audience around him, and all held his breath, as if he wanted to hear what happened next. In fact, some people are more agile, and after hearing this, they basically guessed the general content. Li Tianyu, I want to ask everyone, will these drivers buy it? Everyone behaved differently when they heard this. Some were lost in thought, some began to discuss with each other, and some showed a suddenly realized expression. Someone responded loudly, I will buy it. If it is me, borrow money to buy it too. God assists, this is the response Li Tianyu wants. Li Tianyu smiled and continued, the drivers are very happy, and even a little excited. Because the people who were going to buy a car and were looking for a job now have not only a car, but also a job, and their income is pretty good. Why? Not to buy? Of course it is to buy. Borrow money to buy too. However, my company only needs 150 drivers, so it's first come first served. Think about it, everyone, what will happen next? I received payment from the drivers, 150 people * 178,000 is equal to 26.7 million. How much do I pay to the auto trading company? 150 people * 90,000 is equal to 13.5 million. So, how much is left in my company's bank account? Many people actually took out their phones and started to calculate seriously. Li Tianyu announced the answer, I still have 13.2 million dragon coins left on my account, 26.7 million - 13.5 million equals 13.2 million. Li Tianyu dared to swear to the sky, he hadn't calculated in advance, these numbers were all popped out of his mind. However, no one doubts the correctness of these figures. All the people present seem to have been brainwashed. Audience 1, wow, can you make so much money? Talent. Audience 2, Fark, is this the so-called empty glove white wolf? Just one mouth can make more than 10 million. Audience 3, indeed, is this really possible? Is it too idealistic? Although there are still some people questioning the operability of this plan, it cannot be denied that this method is so wonderful. It is not ruled out that someone will really do this. In previous industry forums, most of the guests were invited to give lectures to the audience. This was the first time that the audience was attracted by the audience.
It is not an exaggeration to describe Li Tianyu's speech as stunning for people.
The host coughed slightly. Next, let 3 guests comment on Mr. Li's thoughts.
That's right, whether this method works or not has to be judged by the real boss.
The venue was quiet again, just waiting to hear the speeches of the 3 big guys. Financial crocodile Okaichan, this idea is very powerful.
I was shocked when I heard it just now.
Technology tycoon Mai, to be honest, I have had similar ideas before, but it is not as mature as this Mr. Li. Very good. Very good. The god of education Yu Yuanhong, I think this is a free business model.
People with this kind of thinking are indeed individual talents, and I think the operability is very high. I believe that similar models may appear soon.
As soon as the voice of the 3 big bosses fell, the audience was in an uproar. Even if they all said so, what else is there to doubt?
Zhao Guang's face was uncertain.
He originally wanted to make Li Tianyu embarrassed, but he made people into the limelight, and it was a big show.
You know, this industry forum is to be broadcast live on major websites and social media.
There are also some self-media mixed in it.
Maybe Li Tianyu can become popular all at once.
Chen Anlu had mixed feelings in her heart.
Although she thought that Li Tianyu was not as bad on the surface, she didn't expect it to be so good, and his momentum would be on the same level as some big bosses.
And what he said, even a fool would think it was very good, at least 100 times stronger than Zhao Guang's empty speech just now. Chapter 38 Side Effects, Upheaval of Personality. Chen Anlu was actually a little confused. Could it be that Li Tianyu who met twice was an illusion? Is it due to her prejudice?
Of course, it is not impossible for a person to perform at a super level on certain occasions. Li Tianyu's speech at this industry forum can even be said to be a speech, which really caused quite a stir. Many of the people sitting in the auditorium craned their necks to look at him, trying to see his looks. The 3 guests on the stage sometimes whispered to each other, seeming to be full of curiosity about Li Tianyu.
Who are the 3 big bosses? They are all well-known figures in the industry, and there are really not many young people who can attract their attention. When the meeting ended, Li Tianyu was struggling. Why? He was surrounded by many people.
Some of these people looked excited, while others were a little confused. One by one, they pulled Li Tianyu to chat about the idea, trying to figure out some details. Many of them have entrepreneurial ideas, and come to this forum to get some dry goods. The 3 guests on the stage spoke in a cloud of mist, unable to grasp the essence.
Only the examples cited by Li Tianyu have a certain degree of operability.
Many of them also took the initiative to add WeChat with Li Tianyu, preparing to talk in detail in private. Maybe someone really wants to create such a travel company that specializes in airport transfers. Li Tianyu walked outside the venue and found Chen Anlu also standing outside the door. Of course Zhao Guang was also there, but Zhao Guang's expression was obviously very upset, as if someone owed him 2 to 80,000. Normally, Li Tianyu not only didn't make a fool of himself, but also made a big show, which made Zhao Guang uncomfortable like eating shit.
After Chen Anlu saw Li Tianyu, she hurried over. Li Tianyu, I have something to find you, can I delay you a few minutes? Well, you can. Chen Anlu hesitated and said, the bag you gave me last time is too expensive, I can't ask for it, but I didn't bring it today. I will return it to you in some time, or I can send it to you. Li Tianyu responded indifferently, I said, I will not take back what I gave you. Chen Anlu observed Li Tianyu's expression and could see that he was not joking, but rather serious. For some reason, Chen Anlu feels that Li Tianyu now is different from the previous impression. It is indeed different, mainly because of his masculine temperament. Chen Anlu, how about this? Li Tianyu said suddenly. If you are really embarrassed, please find me a meal at some time. Huh? Would you like to have dinner? When Zhao Guang heard this, he was anxious. What? Do you still want Anlu to invite you to dinner? Let's dream of your big head in the spring and autumn. Li Tianyu didn't even look at Zhao Guang, but still said to Chen Anlu, can't you?
Yes, obviously, no, something will happen to the company tomorrow, then, let's get off work the day after tomorrow. When Zhao Guang heard this, he was stunned, and Chen Anlu actually agreed. Zhao Guang had made appointments with Chen Anlu many times, but he never succeeded once.
This Li Tianyu just handled it casually. And let Chen Anlu invite dinner. Li Tianyu nodded, well, you will send me the company address on WeChat in a moment, and I will pick you up after get off work. Huh? Pick me up? No need. That's it, I have something to do, let's go first. Li Tianyu said, waved to Chen Anlu, turned and left. Chen Onlu looked at Li Tianyu's back, a little lost. It's strange, why does Li Tianyu give such a big contrast in the work of a meeting?
Li Tianyu was indeed different, and he was aware of it himself.
In the past, Li Tianyu couldn't be so cold when facing beautiful women, and sometimes he was too cheap. Strange, what happened just now? Suddenly, a system-synthesized voice rang in Li Tianyu's mind. System assistant, host, don't be surprised.
Although you have successfully activated the business elite talent, unfortunately, there have been great side effects on you.
System assistant, warm reminder, as long as it involves the host itself, including changes in ability and body, side effects may occur.
System assistant, there are many types of side effects, so the system will not list them all.
Li Tianyu was startled when he heard side effects.
He then recalled that in the order center, he did see signs that each ability had side effects.
For example, the talent of Business Elite is like this. Business Elite. Tax amount, 10,000 dragon coins.
Description: business thinking, execution, and leadership have been improved to a certain extent, and the ability is 200% higher than that of ordinary business talents.
Risk of side effects, low.
Thinking of this, Li Tianyu was shocked in a cold sweat.
No way? Why is it so unlucky?
It is clear that the side effect risk is low, but I still win the prize.
But the question is, what kind of side effects have it produced? Li Tianyu calmed down, found a place to sit down, and asked in a low voice, System, what are the side effects now?
System assistant, host, your personality has changed.
The changes are as follows. Calm plus 80%. Cold plus 50%. Wisdom plus 75%.
Li Tianyu saw that his temperament had changed, his calmness, coldness, and wisdom had been enhanced.
These three personality changes. Except for cold, it doesn't seem to be any negative emotions.
In particular, wisdom increased by 75% at once, which is obviously a good thing.
Li Tianyu, system, are you kidding me? Are these three types of side effects?
System assistant, the so-called side effects do not refer to negative personalities, but generally positive and neutral personalities.
System assistant, of course, too much is not enough. If your cruel index exceeds too much, you may develop a bloodthirsty personality. Li Tianyu listened and was relieved temporarily.
Such side effects are also acceptable. As long as it is not for missing arms and legs, losing a piece of meat, and losing life for a few more years, there is nothing terrible.
At this time, Li Tianyu's cell phone rang.
That is the sound of WeChat receiving the message.
Li Tianyu picked up the phone and glanced at it. It was indeed from Chen Onlu, her company's address.
Li Tianyu now has a sense of accomplishment, and the results of his own magical operations have exceeded expectations. The potential of the system is also greater than imagined. In the past, Li Tianyu only used it as a vending machine in exchange for property, but now he feels that the ability to change himself is more valuable.
Will I still be short of money if I have the ability?
The next day, Li Tianyu slept 3 pulls in the sun, and then slowly found a restaurant to eat a meal that was early or late, and then went to the company. Now he is really not very concerned about going to work. Even if he is not fired, he will choose a suitable time to resign.
Chapter 39 I am not afraid.
For example, today, he woke up naturally when he fell asleep, and it was already 10:30 by looking at his watch. After washing up, I went to McGuanlao at the gate of the community to have breakfast.
Then I drove away from home. When I arrived at the company, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Unexpectedly, Li Tianyu was stopped by Wang Jingjing, a girl at the front desk when he first joined the company.
Wang Jingjing is both cute and beautiful.
Of course Li Tianyu used to tease her, but every time she was ignored.
I don't know what's going on today.
When Wang Jingjing saw Li Tianyu, he seemed to have taken some medicine, his eyes gleamed, warm and gentle.
Wang Jingjing smiled softly, Li Tianyu, you are amazing. Ha? I'm really good, what do you mean?
Li Tianyu said a pun, but Wang Jingjing was not angry, but blushed.
Hate.
By the way, you really made a big splash yesterday.
Li Tianyu was startled, exciting? You still pretend, you are on fire now. The internet is all the video of your speech in the Business Prospects forum. Just swipe a few on Douyin, there must be you.
When Li Tianyu heard it, he was quite surprised. He didn't visit Moments or Weibo yesterday, let alone Douyin.
I don't know what's going on.
I felt very tired yesterday, which may be related to the consumption of system capacity.
It turned out to be like this, but I didn't expect it. Li Tianyu, tell me, how did you come up with that idea? Didn't you hear about it from others? Beauty, do you think I will plagiarize other people's ideas?
Wang Jingjing was startled. No, I didn't mean that, I just asked casually.
Li Tianyu responded with a smile, I can't see it, you are very curious. Why don't we turn around and I will tell you slowly. Having said that, Li Tianyu waved at him and left the front desk. Wang Jingjing was stunned, wondering if Li Tianyu's eyes were discharging just now? This feels very different from before.
Now Li Tianyu's whole personality has changed drastically compared with before, but if people who are familiar with him think about it, they can't think of the specific difference.
For Li Tianyu, the situation is serious than imagined.
On the way to the workstation, Li Tianyu was stopped one after another, and everyone pulled him to talk non-stop.
Colleagues in the technical department, hey! Li Tianyu, you have become an internet celebrity, do you know? How about you sign me?
Art department colleague, you, tell us quickly, did you take the wrong medicine at the time?
If you really took the wrong medicine, please tell me where to buy it?
A colleague in the testing department, Li Tianyu, you are so handsome, you really make a face for our company.
By the way, I think the method you said is quite feasible. Should we really start a business and do it? Li Tianyu was really embarrassed.
He didn't have time to respond. He didn't want to respond either. He just smiled and said perfunctorily before leaving for the workstation. Who knows, this is not over yet. As soon as Li Tianyu sat down, he was immediately surrounded by colleagues in the planning department. This made him talk about his thoughts, that made him talk about his experience, and some people even asked Li Tianyu to come up with a business plan and quit his job to start a business together. This last proposal resonated with everyone, and these people clamored to do it right away.
Li Tianyu couldn't stand no matter how indifferent he was.
Just when he was going crazy, Zhao Jitong appeared. Li Tianyu didn't want to see director Zhao Jitong before, but now he feels like seeing his relatives. Because as soon as the chief leader of his planning department appeared, his colleagues all met the eagle like the rabbit, ran back to the workstation, and began to pretend to work hard.
Thinking of quitting and starting a business just like this? Let's create ghosts. Li Tianyu, follow me to the office. Zhao Jitong walked over and said. Okay. Li Tianyu got up, followed Zhao Jitong, and went to the director's office.
As soon as the two left, the colleagues became active again, and they were all discussing what Director Zhao would do if he came to Li Tianyu.
Is it possible? Director Zhao is also interested in starting a business? On the other side, Li Tianyu followed Zhao Jitong into the director's office.
As soon as he closed the door, Zhao Jitong's expression changed. Like Mu Chunfeng, he was very happy, which made Li Tianyu feel very strange. He had never seen Director Zhao like this before.
This is the rhythm of taking the wrong medicine.
That's right, Zhao Jitong has always faced his subordinates with a sullen face, holding a shelf, and pretending to be majestic and keeping a distance from his subordinates. Today, it also seemed to be filled with ecstasy, and the previous glorious image suddenly collapsed. However, Li Tianyu can also guess that it must be inseparable from his performance at the Business Prospects Forum yesterday.
Tianyu, sit down quickly.
Li Tianyu sat down in accordance with the words. Zhao Jitong immediately gave him a thumbs up. Tianyu, you were really awesome yesterday. You have made a big face for our company and made a big splash.
Zhao Jitong is not exaggerating.
Just after the video of Li Tianyu's speech became popular, because he revealed the name of the company he worked for at that time, the internet search volume of Yunguang Technology Company more than doubled.
Mr. Zhao, I also try my best.
Oh, you are really good, you can actually shed such an idea on such an occasion, and there is no surprise there, quite a general, it is really impressive. Li Tianyu was a bit embarrassed to be praised without ethics during such a meal, to be honest. Okay, I won't say much, this time I came to you to inform you of an important thing.
Mr. Zhao, you say. In recognition of your wonderful performance yesterday, Mr. Wu is going to invite you to dinner. Mr. Wu? Which Mr. Wu? TSK, how many other president was in our company?
Li Tianyu showed a suddenly realized expression.
The Ms. Wu Zhao Jitong said was Wu Guoqiang. Wu Guoqiang is the big boss of the company.
He owns many companies and is very busy.
Usually, not everyone can see him. It is really surprising that he suddenly wants to invite Li Tianyu to dinner.
It's okay, don't worry, just have a casual meal, just chat.
Li Tianyu nodded, since it was the big boss above who invited to dinner, he definitely couldn't refuse.
Just go and chant, there is no tension. Speaking of which, this is also the credit of the system. If it were in the past, Li Tianyu, who was in the dick-sitting mode, would definitely be extremely nervous. For him, Wu Guoqiang was a big man. But now, in addition to being blessed by Li Tianyu's talent as a business elite, his personality has also undergone tremendous changes. The calm, cold, and wise personality has been greatly enhanced. Facing a person like Wu Guoqiang, he really has to calm down a lot. Zhao Jitong patted Li Tianyu on the shoulder again. You can perform as long as you can. Maybe you will be promoted by several levels. Chapter 40. Mr. Zhao, I know, I will try my best. Li Tianyu understands what Zhao Jitong thinks. How can he be regarded as a direct line of Zhao Jitong? Although Zhao Jitong likes to slap others a bit, he is not bad in nature. As long as he has the ability, he still appreciates it. After yesterday's performance, Li Tianming may not know what position he will climb, and maybe he can help Zhao Jitong at that time. In fact, Li Tianyu is really not interested in promotion and salary increase, and he will definitely not be able to work in this company for long. The reason is obvious. Li Tianyu is not short of money, so why should he do something to serve people here? Unless Li Tianyu is allowed to be the boss directly, he may consider staying, but that is a daydream and the possibility is zero. An appointment with the boss of Wu Guoqiang was set for the evening. Zhao Jitong didn't arrange work for Li Tianyu at all, let him paddle water boringly for a long time on the workstation, and made other colleagues in the planning department enviable. Some colleagues were still not convinced, and whispered, "What did the director do? Li Tianyu hasn't been to work for a few days, so he won't do any work or care about it." Another colleague curled his lips. "If you can say that in the forum, if you can make a big splash, you can make some face for the company by the way. You don't have to work, and you have to pay you if you don't go to work." Colleagues who were previously dissatisfied were speechless. Think about it carefully, it is true, who made Li Tianyu behave against the sky recently? First, somehow he built tens of millions of supercars at the technology exhibition, which attracted countless eyes and gave Yunguan Technology a lot of exposure at the exhibition. Then, Li Tianyu backhandedly spoke at the Imperial Capital Business Prospects Forum, astounding 4 people, becoming a generation of internet celebrity and winning the honor for the company. These 2 great contributions are indeed worthy of Li Tianyu's paddling for a while. When Li Tianyu was playing on his mobile phone, Wang Liang, who was sitting at the desk next to him, approached him. "Big internet celebrities, are you free today? Have a dinner appointment, by the way, talk about your gorgeous performance yesterday." Li Tianyu sighed, "I'm quite willing, but today I have an appointment in advance." Wang Liang showed a look of surprise. "Is there an appointment? Who is it with? Isn't it a little girl? If it's really a little girl, it would be nice to go to dinner with Mr. Wu." Wang Liang's expression was confused. "President Wu? Which President Wu?" Li Tianyu pointed upwards. Wang Liang immediately understood Li Tianyu's meaning. His eyes were staring out, and then he arched his hands like a figure in the rivers and lakes, and returned to his desk blue sky with a chair. Before it was time to get off work, Zhao Jitong shouted Li Tianyu away again. The 2 got into Zhao Jitong's Buick car and drove towards Tiansheng Hotel on the 2nd Ring Road. Ordinary people don't have much impression of Tiansheng Hotel, but in the wealthy circle of the imperial capital, this hotel can be said to be one of the most frequently visited places. On the way, Zhao Jitong has been chatting with Li Tianyu kindly. "Tianyu, why didn't I find that your eloquence was so good before? Don't tell me, just your posture yesterday, you really didn't lose to those 3 big shots at all. And your idea, did you come up with it yourself? I have listened to it several times, and I think it's wonderful. It's just an empty glove white wolf." It is really not easy for Zhao Jitong to say such a thing. In retrospect, Li Tianyu's performance was indeed very good. Not only did the content he said was dry, but the manner in which he gave his speech was also alive and uncommon. It is not an exaggeration to say that his skills are overwhelming the audience. More than half an hour later, the car stopped in front of the Tiansheng Hotel. Li Tianyu pushed the door and got out of the car, and saw all luxury cars parked in front of the hotel. Mercedes-Benz S-Class and Toyota Alpha is too ordinary, and you can still see super luxury cars such as Bentley Continental and Rolls-Royce Phantom. Zhao Jitong led Li Tianyu towards the door of the hotel. In fact, the facade of this hotel is very inconspicuous, only 5 stories high, but as soon as you enter, it is completely different. Not to mention magnificent, but it is elegant and detailed enough, and the style is very high. It is worthy of the rich people to invite dinner. The place to choose is different. After seeing the boss, pay attention to words and deeds, talk less and eat more. Zhao Jitong reminded in a low voice. "I see, Mr. Zhao." Following Zhao Jitong to the main hall on the 2nd floor, Li Tianyu finally met Wu Guoqiang, the boss of Wu. To be honest, it is the first time that Li Tianyu has met the big boss of the company after joining the company for a few years. Wu Guoqiang was in his 40s, and he seemed very kind and took the initiative to shake hands with Li Tianyu. After taking his seat, Wu Guoqiang looked at Li Tianyu a few times. "Little Li, how long have you been in the company?"
Probably, it's been more than 3 years. More than 3 years?
Wu Guoqiang looked at Zhao Jitong. Xiao Zhao, this is your fault.
With such excellent employees in your department, how can you keep him working at the bottom? Yes, it's my fault, Mr. Wu, it's my clumsy eyes. Zhao Jitong replied bitterly. Li Tianyu couldn't help laughing, thinking that you, Zhao Jitong, also have today. He usually likes to train us, but now he is like a big club.
Wu Guoqiang said to Li Tianyu again, yesterday, I listened to your speech in the business prospects forum, and I think you have a lot of ideas.
It's really scary. Mr. Wu, you're overwhelmed. Xiaoli, tell me, when did you have this idea? How did you come up with it?
If it was Li Tianyu before, he would definitely have to panic for a while when he was asked this question. But now Li Tianyu is already a business elite level talent, and has a strong, calm and wise personality. Of course he is calm and composed.
Mr. Wu, it's actually nothing.
I usually browse some specialized websites of the business community, read some related magazines, and sometimes think for myself whether there is a better business plan.
The plan I mentioned yesterday is just one of them.
Li Tianyu's words are all the same, and judging from his looks and tolerance, he doesn't seem to be bragging at all. Of course, Zhao Jitong knows a little bit about Li Tianyu. Seeing this, he can't help but admire this guy for being able to speak so freely in front of the big boss.
Oh, not bad, really talented.
Wu Guoqiang responded, and of course he wouldn't really recognize Li Tianyu in just a few words, but this calm temperament is really not like an ordinary young man. He invited Li Tianyu over this time, just to see the depth of this person, and to judge whether the plan was invented by him. Although the business plan mentioned by Li Tianyu still has some flaws, it does have some operability.
Chapter 41 is so dangerous. The cowhide is about to blow up. Those who can come up with such a business plan are definitely not waiting.
Looking at it now, at least Li Tianyu's first impression of Wu Guoqiang is not bad, like an outstanding young man.
Good conversation, no stage fright on big occasions. This latter point alone, even many older people can't do it.
At this time, the food was brought up by waitresses in court attire one after another. Li Tianyu swept away, and these waiters were more prettier than the other.
They wanted to have a figure and a cheek.
Calculated according to the scoring rules in the market, each of them should be at least 7 points, even higher than most internet celebrities.
Can hire so many girls of this quality as waiters? How much does this restaurant have to pay? Think carefully. Looking at the food on the table, basically Li Tianyu can't name it.
It seems hard to describe the exquisiteness of the dishes.
However, Li Tianyu was still very calm. Sitting at the table and hearing Wu Guoqiang move his chopsticks, he would eat a few bites.
Of course, since the big man treats him, Li Tianyu can't wrong himself. He still has to eat, but he has to eat more low-key. Wu Guoqiang smiled and said, Xiao Zhao, Xiaoli, I tell you, this restaurant is not an ordinary place. The people who come to eat here are either rich or expensive, and they are all celebrities. Zhao Jitong smiled and said yes, although he had heard of this place before, this was the first time he came here, and he was still exposed to Li Tianyu's light, and naturally he was quite excited.
Zhao Jitong looked left and right, and suddenly asked, Mr. Wu, is Mr. Lu Yuhua, president of Pioneer Group sitting there?
Yes, it's him.
We said hello just now.
It is said that he met a few people to discuss business today.
In a place like this, should be a big deal, right? I don't know this.
Wu Guoqiang smiled and said, Xiaoli, since I often read business websites and magazines, I should also know some entrepreneurs, right?
Li Tianyu's heart moved.
He read commercial websites and magazines. They just compiled it casually.
In fact, he didn't know any of them.
However, he has systematic blessings. Even if it is bragging, most of it can be rounded off. Mr. Wu, if I say this, you might think I am bragging, but as long as I am a famous entrepreneur, I basically know him.
Wu Guoqiang was startled, huh? You all know each other?
Zhao Jitong was taken aback by him, thinking that Li Tianyu was swollen, and he dared to say anything. Zhao Jitong kicked Li Tianyu both feet under the table, motioning him to close his mouth quickly.
What occasion is this? No matter how much you brag, you can't brag here. Li Tianyu didn't feel it.
In fact, he opened the system a long time ago and was ready to pay taxes.
Intelligence specialist. Tax amount, 50,000 dragon coins. Description, possess basic human intelligence knowledge, excellent insight, and above-standard reasoning ability. Risk of side effects, low. Master of intelligence. Tax amount, 300,000 dragon coins.
Description: possess extensive human intelligence, knowledge, excellent insight, excellent reasoning ability, and can instantly absorb the apparent intelligence of the designated person under specified conditions, as well as the secret information below the first level, but the special level information cannot be obtained.
Launch condition: handshake. Risk of side effects: medium. When the order list was refreshed, Li Tianyu cried out badly. Both the Intelligence Commissioner and the Intelligence Master far exceed the tax limit of 10,000 dragon coins. In other words, the bull Li Tianyu is bragging about is going to be violent. How to do? If it's normal, let's blow it, but now it's the big boss facing him. Although Li Tianyu is not a big deal even if he doesn't work in the company, he is embarrassed in front of the big boss.
Suddenly, the voice synthesized by the system rang again in Li Tianyu's mind. System Assistant, the system has detected the existence of a crisis, which is related to your future. System Assistant, every system level has an opportunity to discount tax.
Host, do you need to use it now? Li Tianyu's heart beats, and there are other good things such as discounts? He waited in an instant.
Since there is a chance for a discount, he doesn't need it at this time.
When should he wait? Li Tianyu immediately clicked the OK button. System Assistant, start the discount program. The content displayed in the order center list was refreshed.
The tax amount of the Intelligence Commissioner has become 500 dragon coins. The tax amount of the Intelligence Master has become 3,000 dragon coins. Li Tianyu was ecstatic, and the tax amount had all been reduced by 100 times. It was simply a big sale of cabbage. He quickly glanced at the profile of the Intelligence Master.
Master of Intelligence. Tax amount, 3,000 dragon coins.
Description: possess extensive human intelligence, knowledge and excellent insight, and can instantly absorb the appearance intelligence of designated characters and secret intelligence below the first level, but special intelligence cannot be obtained.
Launch condition: handshake. Risk of side effects: medium. Look at the description, this is a very powerful talent. But, what does it mean that the start condition is handshake? System Assistant, as long as you shake hands with a designated person, you can get as much information as possible from the other party.
System Assistant, once again reminded that the information obtained is only apparent information, and some private incidents, but it is impossible to obtain extremely private matters. Li Tianyu suddenly realized that this talent can still play like this. Apart from anything else, select the Intelligence Master and click Tax Payment.
$3,000 are removed from the savings account. Talent acquisition. Li Tianyu's head was hit hard.
The headache was splitting for a moment, his eyes opened wide, and he almost fell off. Thousands of pictures suddenly appeared in front of him, one by one, they got into Li Tianyu's mind.
Li Tianyu, Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu heard Zhao Jitong's voice and immediately agreed. At this time, Li Tianyu's mind became more sober, and even Wu Guoqiang's series of relationships were more clearly reflected. What do you think? Didn't you hear Mr. Wu asking you?
Zhao Ji said at the same time, kicking Li Tianyu under the table again to show his attention.
Ah, sorry, I had a headache just now.
Li Tianyu glanced at Wu Guoqiang again, he was worthy of being a big man, the city was deep, and he didn't show an unhappy look.
Zhao Jitong was indeed anxious just now.
Li Tianyu was his employee, and Zhao Jitong was fooled by him.
Mr. Wu asks you, do you recognize the person on the table on your left?
Chapter 42 Handshake, it turned out to be the trigger condition. Li Tianyu looked to the left, and there were two people sitting. One middle-aged man, the other is also a man, relatively young.
The middle-aged man is a little fat, ruddy, and has a calm manner.
Although he is dressed casually, he looks like a person of great status. Another young man, about 30 years old, has harder facial lines and looks tall and sturdy. 80% of them may be middle-aged drivers or bodyguards, and of course they may also be assistants. At this time, Wu Guoqiang said with a smile again.
Xiao Li?
You just said that you know all the entrepreneurs, so just tell me, who is he? Of course Li Tianyu knew that what Wu Guoqiang asked him to guess was the fat middle-aged man.
Zhao Jitong was anxious, how could Li Tianyu know that person, even Zhao Jitong didn't know him. Zhao Jitong still understands Wu Guoqiang's temper.
This boss is definitely not so kind on the surface, if he finds someone cheating on him, he will definitely be furious, maybe he will suffer Zhao Jitong along with him. I just hope that Li Tianyu can find some excuses and fool the past.
Finally, Li Tianyu said, Mr. Wu, that person is AI Baoquan, the president, major shareholder, and boss of Aihua Real Estate Group. Hearing Li Tianyu's words, Zhao Jitong was a little surprised. Does this guy really know him?
But then it occurred to him that most of it was Li Tianyu's nonsense.
This can be regarded as a way.
If you say something wrong, it can be said that you have admitted your mistake, or you have not remembered it clearly.
Presumably Wu Guoqiang will not be too harsh. Unexpectedly, Wu Guoqiang showed a happy expression and applauded. Yes, Shaoli, you really didn't brag, you really know President AI Baoquan AI, it's amazing. Zhao Jitong's eyes widened, showing an expression of disbelief. Unbelievable, Li Tianyu was actually right.
Aidhua Real Estate Group, Zhao Jitong has also heard of it.
Of course, he knows that AI Baoquan is the president, but AI Baoquan has always been very low-key and rarely appears in the public eye. He only occasionally participates in some gatherings and exchanges in the real estate industry.
It is impossible for ordinary people to know AI Baoquan.
How did Li Tianyu meet? It's kind of incredible.
At this moment, Wu Guoqiang laughed and stood up. Go, Shaoli, come with me to say hello to Mr. AI.
Li Tianming was stunned. What did he want me to join in the fun? But since it was Mr. Wu's request, just follow suit. Li Tianyu stood up and walked forward behind Wu Guoqiang.
Zhao Jitong was left at the table, a little embarrassed, and he couldn't help feeling a little jealous. It seemed that Mr. Wu was surprisingly satisfied with Li Tianming.
Is it true that he has to entrust him with an important task?
But looking back, Li Tianyu was brought out by him, Zhao Jitong, and if he develops, Zhao Jitong can also be touched.
This is not a bad thing.
Zhao Jitong has many bad points, but he has one advantage, that is, he can clearly handle the situation and the situation is not a problem, and he will not be overly entangled and mediocre.
This is one of the reasons why Zhao Jitong was able to be promoted from ordinary employee to department director in his early 30s. Looking over there, Wu Guoqiang said as he walked. Boss AI, are you here for dinner again?
After hearing the sound, AI Baoquan turned his head to look over, and immediately became happy.
Mr. Wu, I ran into you again. I just attended a meeting. Didn't this come and have 2 bites? Why? Do you have a meal?
No, just ask the people from my company to have something to eat. By the way, this is Shaoli, Li Tianyu, a very talented young man.
Hello. Li Tianyu stretched out a hand neither arrogant nor humble. AI Baoquan shook hands with Li Tianyu casually.
At this moment, Li Tianyu's body was obviously shaken by something, and countless pictures appeared in front of him again.
All the pictures are related to AI Baoquan.
Li Tianyu felt astonished that the handshake was the trigger for the intelligence master. At this time, Li Tianyu already knew AI Baoquan well, including his various personal and impersonal relationships. He even knew how many mistresses he had. In addition, there are some information related to AI Baoquan, but he did not notice. Li Tianyu also obtained it.
For example, in AI Baoquan's real estate company, how many employees have said bad things about him, and what is the content of the bad words? For example, among AI Baoquan's 5 mistresses, 2 of them raised small white faces in private and gave AI Baoquan a green hat.
Li Tianyu really wanted to laugh. No matter how big a person is, there are trivial troubles.
However, in general, this AI Baoquan is generally a trustworthy real estate businessman, except that he has little principles on women.
At least the office buildings and residences operated by his company are strictly controlled from design, materials, and construction, and there have been no major quality problems. In addition, AI Baoquan also donated 3 Ho primary schools in the southwest region, all of which were delivered for use a year ago. He also specially helped 2 poor people who were seriously ill to raise money for surgery. Suddenly, something flashed in Li Tianyu's mind, which made his heart tremble.
AI Baoquan seems to be life-threatening.
At this time, Wu Guoqiang and AI Baoquan exchanged a few more words at random, then left and returned to their seats with Li Tianyu. Shaoli, eat quickly, the dishes will not taste good when they are cold.
Wu Guoqiang greeted. Okay.
Li Tianyu quickly picked up the chopsticks and ate the dishes on the table. But the delicacy comes first, the taste is not known, the taste is the same as chewing wax.
Li Tianyu was a little lost. He accidentally learned the shocking secret about AI Baoquan, and didn't know what to do. Do you want to help AI Baoquan?
If you decide to help, how is it appropriate to help?
Li Tianyu and AI Baoquan don't know each other, they just shook hands. You can't go up and say, "Hi, AI, you are going to die, right? Isn't that a death?" A big man like this will never believe in a nobody.
However, Li Tianyu's second thoughts, it is not difficult to gain AI Baoquan's trust, it is nothing more than whether Li Tianyu wants to save him. At this moment, Li Tianyu saw that the tough guy sitting opposite AI Baoquan called the waiter and settled the bill with a credit card. It seems that they are leaving soon.
Li Tianyu made a decision quickly.
Mr. Wu, Mr. Zhao, I'll go to the bathroom.
Li Tianyu said as he stood up. Well, go ahead. AI Baoquan waved. Li Tianyu got up, circled the restaurant half a circle, then changed direction and followed AI Baoquan. Chapter 43, Your Little Secret, I Know All About It. Li Tianyu didn't move much, but when he was 4 or 5 meters away from AI Baoquan's two people, the person who resembled AI Baoquan's bodyguard seemed to notice it.
This person's name is Yang'an, and he is indeed AI Baoquan's bodyguard, but he is called an assistant to the outside world. Yang'an has practiced martial arts and fighting skills. He is also a special soldier, so his skill and alertness are not a problem. He turned around and reached out to stop Li Tianyu.
Sir, what's the matter with you?
Yang'an's tone was very stiff, but also with a murderous aura.
Li Tianyu settled down and shouted over there, Mr. AI, can I have a few words with you? AI Baoquan looked back and was stunned. Isn't this Wu Guoqiang's employee? What did he come over to talk about? AI Baoquan glanced in the distance again.
Wu Guoqiang and the unknown employee were still eating and chatting.
AI Baoquan sorted out the suit on his body. Did Mr. Wu let you over? Is there anything he can't tell me personally? Li Tianyu shook his head. You have misunderstood.
I came here by myself.
I have something to tell you. It has nothing to do with Mr. Wu. AI Baoquan was startled, thinking what could this kid do to find him?
At this time, the thick-lined Yang'an said in a sullen voice, We are always very busy, AI, and we don't have time to talk to you, please.
Xiao Yang, it's okay. AI Baoquan interrupted Yang'an, and then said to Li Tianyu, How long do you need to talk? It's only a few minutes, and I believe you will be interested in what I said.
Since the other party said so, AI Baoquan was somewhat interested. Okay, you can say it. Mr. AI, we still need to find a private place to talk about this matter.
AI Baoquan frowned, slightly displeased, thinking about what needs to be done so mysteriously? Moreover, as the boss of a large group company, he has always been embraced and admired by others.
The boy named Li Tianyu in front of him obviously lacks respect for him.
However, AI Baoquan was well trained and did not appear impatient because of it. Okay, go over there.
AI Baoquan pointed to the door at the end of the corridor on his right hand, and out of the door was a small balcony.
There are some smokers who can solve the problem of smoking cravings there. As a bodyguard, Yang'an is obviously not at ease, Mr. AI, It's okay, look at him, there won't be any problems.
Yang'an observed Li Tianyu, and he did not seem to be someone who could cause any safety problems, so he let him go. The two went to the small balcony one after the other.
Let's talk about it. What the hell is it? It's so mysterious.
Li Tianyu smiled slightly. Mr. AI, I want to sell you something.
Sell things? What are you going to sell? AI Baoquan thought, what an international joke, Laozi doesn't lack anything, what can I buy from you? Li Tianyu smiled slightly, pointing to his temple and replied, information.
AI Baoquan was shocked again, and looked at Li Tianyu again. Let me tell you, I don't want to do those sly things, especially since Mr. Wu and I are good friends.
Besides, I am a real estate company.
You are a technology company and there is no competition.
What can you have a price for? Can I buy the information? AI Baoquan was misunderstood. He thought Li Tianyu was going to sell Yunguang Technologies information.
People who do this business are not uncommon in the industry. AI Baoquan has seen a lot of them, and they are the so-called commercial espionage. You have misunderstood, the information I want to sell has nothing to do with official business, it has to do with your safety.
AI Baoquan was shocked when he heard it, his eyes widened, revealing an incredible look.
Li Tianyu continued, Mr. AI, if my information is correct, someone wants to harm you, or is harming you.
AI Baoquan's face was uncertain, and gritted his teeth and said, Boy, you are so courageous, you actually use this kind of thing to cheat me out of money? Believe me or not, you can let Wu Guoqiang open you. Li Tianyu sighed, okay, since Mr. AI doesn't believe it, then I won't say more and say goodbye. With that said, Li Tianyu turned around and was about to leave. And many more.
Li Tianyu stopped, but did not turn around.
How do I know if what you said is true? Li Tianyu knew that AI Baoquan was still hooked. That's okay, in order to prove my intelligence ability, I will say something about you, President AI, don't be angry. AI Baoquan snorted coldly, seeming to have acquiesced.
The year before last, your heart had some problems. After examination, although it was only a sign of myocardial infarction, the doctor still performed a bypass operation for you to be on the safe side.
That's it? AI Baoquan said disdainfully, it doesn't tell you anything. Did you read the interview with me by Leader Weekly? It's not a secret at all.
Li Tianyu ignored it and continued. Mr. AI, you have 5 mistresses, all of whom are under 30 years old. 2 of them are still college students.
Of those two college students, one of them is studying in the sophomore year at the Imperial Film Academy. Her pocket money is this number. With that said, Li Tianyu stretched out his hand and made a 5 sign. Meaning, 50,000.
When AI Baoquan heard this, he was immediately stunned.
Darn it. How did this guy know?
Even the people closest to AI Baoquan don't know the exact number of his lovers, let alone their identities.
Although you are a good person by nature, you did some bad things when you first started. Scared away.
On another occasion, I even found a gangster to pour dung at the nail house for a week, and it smelled inaudible.
The method was clever.
Mr. AI, don't look at you now, but when you were young, you were very cowardly.
He was a crying ghost. He was often bullied by his classmates.
He would pee his pants once you were afraid of things, called urine turtle.
AI Baoquan was completely stunned. These are all secrets in secrets.
Even if someone knows something, it is impossible to know everything. In other words, if someone can tell so many secrets about AI Baoquan at once, it can only be AI Baoquan himself, and it can't be anyone else, including his parents and daughter-in-law.
This kid, how did this kid know? This makes no sense. Li Tianyu observed AI Baoquan's expression and knew that the fire was almost there. Mr. AI, do you want me to continue? I can guarantee that I can talk about you here for an afternoon.
In fact, Li Tianyu is also bluffing, and the information obtained by the intelligence master is limited to this.
But it was enough to deal with AI Baoquan. Chapter 44 I don't want much, it's only 3 million. AI Baoquan waved his hand immediately, don't say it, don't say it. AI Baoquan really couldn't listen anymore.
If Li Tianyu was allowed to continue, he might be shaken out by more of his old embarrassment.
What's more, Li Tianyu has said so much, everything is 3 points into the wood, which is extremely accurate. Regarding what this kid knew, Baoquan couldn't help but believe it. You, how do you know this? Li Tianyu smiled, and answered inexplicably, this is an industry secret. It's my ability to eat. It's hard to tell. Then what is the relationship between you and Wu Guoqiang? Now AI Baoquan can't believe that Li Tianyu is an employee of Wu Guoqiang's company. Which employee has this ability? And AI Baoquan is also worried that Wu Guoqiang is behind all this.
Although the two are indeed friends, they are just like alcohol and meat friends, and they are by no means a particularly deep friendship. But looking back, AI Baoquan and Wu Guoqiang are in different industries, and there is no conflict of interest, so there is no need to engage in things. Li Tianyu casually said, Mr. AI, I am indeed an employee of Yunguang Technology, at least temporarily, but what I do now has nothing to do with Mr. Wu or Yunguang Technology. If you entangle this again, then there is no need to talk about it anymore, and the transaction can be suspended. After listening to AI Baoquan, he had no choice but to believe it, and waved his hand, okay, I don't care about those. I understand the rules, let's make a price. Li Tianyu stretched out 3 fingers. 300,000? Well, I can call you now. Li Tianyu shook his head. AI Baoquan was startled, and confirmed in a low voice, 3 million? This time, Li Tianyu smiled slightly, indicating that the other party was right. Mr. AI, to be honest with you, I'm already on a discount. 3 million yuan of dragon coins is worth saving your own life, isn't it worth it? AI Baoquan pondered. Although 3 million yuan of dragon coins is a bit too much, as Li Tianyu said, if it is counted as life-saving money, it is not very expensive. You have money if you have life, and you have no life, no matter how much money you have, there is nowhere to spend it. As long as Li Tianyu's intelligence is correct, let alone 3 million, it is 4 million, 5 million, AI Baoquan will follow suit. That's okay, 3 million is 3 million, just say it. Li Tianyu was overjoyed, but his face was calm and Gu Jing was not. The personality transformation of the system is still very thorough. Li Tianyu has completely lost his previous turbulent air, and his bones reveal calmness and shrewdness. In the case of betrayal, this way of making money is really a very good idea. Although paying taxes to exchange houses and collecting rent is a good way to make money, it also requires a lot of labor. Not to mention anything else, it's quite troublesome to show people around the house. It's easy to betray information, just move your lips. AI Baoquan stared at both round eyes and just waited. Li Tianyu smiled and said, Mr. AI, in your Aihua real estate, is there an executive named Hu Jun? AI Baoquan was startled when he heard it. You don't mean Hu Jun wants to kill me, do you? Li Tianyu nodded, yes, it's him. AI Baoquan waved his hand immediately, impossible, it must be impossible, how could he harm me? Hu Jun is a fellow of AI Baoquan, and even a childhood buddy. They can be said to have grown up together naked. No wonder AI Baoquan didn't believe that Hu Jun would harm him, and that he was going to kill him. However, when it comes to people's hearts, AI Baoquan is a little bit uncertain. He can also be regarded as a veteran who has been playing around in the arena for many years. Not to mention being a child, it is not uncommon for even close relatives to kill each other for profit.
What evidence do you have to prove that Hu Jun is going to kill me?
Li Tianyu, I believe you are better at finding evidence than me. I just tell you the information I know in exchange for the rewards I deserve. AI Baoquan was silent for a while. It's not that I don't believe you. I can't doubt a good brother of mine just because of your words.
Li Tianming nodded. Understand, I can also say more.
Just the year before last, when you got sick, you fainted twice, one of which was in Yas County, Qizhou, remember?
AI Baoquan nodded. Yes, that time I went to Qizhou to participate in the auction of the land. How did you know?
I also know that you were rushed to the Yas County hospital that time, but the medical technology there was poor, and it gave you a misdiagnosis, saying that you had brain cancer.
Dirty cancer is a terminal illness.
At that time, you felt that you were running out of time, so in the presence of the company's legal affairs, you wrote an equity transfer letter.
AI Huchuan was stunned. Yes, but that share transfer letter is for your partner Zhao Yan. Li Tianyu said.
Yes, it's him.
What does this have to do with Hu Jun? Do you remember the effective conditions of that transfer letter?
AI Baoquan, remember, as long as I die, the ownership of the company will be given to Zhao. When AI Baoquan said this, he suddenly thought of something, his eyes widened, his face pale, and his lips suddenly trembled as if they were frozen.
Li Tianyu knew that AI Baoquan understood everything.
This matter itself is not complicated, and the cause is the equity transfer letter that was put together in a hurry. After the transfer letter came into effect, it lasted for 3 years.
Zhao Yan had already moved his mind.
Now it is the last year, and it will be too late if he doesn't do it. But people like Zhao Yan will definitely not do it personally to avoid losing the handle. So he teamed up with Hu Jun and wanted to use some clever ways to kill AI Baoquan, so that he could take this large real estate company as his own. As for why Hu Jun should be selected, it is also because he has the best relationship with AI Baoquan, the closest, and it is not easy to show his feet when doing some things.
Li Tianyu again told AI Baoquan to pay attention to the objects around him.
Hu Jun will definitely do anything to him if he is going to harm him. In fact, Li Tianyu didn't know where there was a problem at this time. He just used the talent of the intelligence master, combined with the number of recent meetings between Zhao Yan and Hu Jun and the meeting place, to reason. This kind of reasoning is very precise and difficult to explain, but the accuracy rate is very high, reaching more than 90%.
These recommendations of Li Tianyu should be of great help to AI Baoquan.
Okay, I have said everything I should say, and the rest is up to you.
I will send you the bank account number later.
Goodbye, President AI.
After speaking, Li Tianyu turned and walked towards the restaurant. Only AI Baoquan was alone in a trance.
Chapter 45. Sorry, I refuse.
As for Li Tianyu, does he know AI Baoquan's contact information?
Don't make trouble, he is a master of intelligence. This kind of celebrity's contact information has long been known. The next morning, Li Tianyu received a remittance of 3 million yuan in dragon coins.
Obviously, AI Baoquan has found out something.
Li Tianyu was very pleased. In this case, he had increased by 3 million, and nearly 5 million of deposits were in hand. This is not only a big step forward from the goal of 10 million yuan soft currency, but also gives him a feeling of becoming a rich man.
Laozi has 5 million, so why bother to work in this company? Li Tianyu was thinking about asking Zhao Jitong to resign.
Who knows that Zhao Jitong took the initiative to come to the door before waiting for him to go.
Mr. Zhao, I have something.
Oh, Tianyu, I'll talk about anything later, go to a meeting with me first.
Meeting? What meeting?
Don't worry about it, you'll know when you go, just wait for you. Li Tianyu was at a loss, seeing Zhao Jitong like this, it should be a very important meeting. But for his low-level planner, it is impossible for him to be qualified to participate in 2 important meetings.
Zhao Jitong pulled Li Tianyu into the company's large conference room. Li Tianyu went in and took a look and was taken aback.
All sitting on both sides are the middle and high level of the company.
Sitting in the main seat is Wu Guoqiang, the big boss of Yunguan Technology. Wu Guoqiang rarely came to the company.
To what extent? It is said that he only came to the company 4 times last year. But Wu Guoqiang is not lazy, mainly because he is more than one company. The person in charge of Yunguan Technology is Zhou Bo, and he is the deputy general manager. He has good abilities, at least he hasn't caused any trouble in the company.
Zhao Jitong took Li Tianyu to find a seat and sit down. Wu Guoqiang glanced at Li Tianyu and announced the beginning of the meeting.
First, each high-level individual talked about the progress of the business, and then the middle level talked about the work of their own department and their future plans. Wu Guoqiang half opened his eyes, as if he was about to fall asleep. After everyone said too much, Wu Guoqiang sighed, as if saying, "Finally, I'm finished."
Although Yunguang Technology is not a particularly large company, it also has 300 to 400 people. For a medium-sized company, things are not too small.
Now these high-level and middle-level people, looking at Li Tianyu from time to time, seem to be very curious about his existence. Although they are all in the same company, the identity gap is too great. Even if they have met Li Tianyu, it is impossible to know who it is. It was very strange that Li Tianyu could sit in this conference room at this time. However, several people have noticed that this Li Tianyu is not the kid who made the limelight at the Imperial Business Prospects Forum 2 days ago.
Moreover, Wu Guoqiang does not come to the company easily. Once he comes, it means there is something to say or deal with.
Sure enough, Wu Guoqiang said suddenly, "Today, I have to announce one more thing."
Li Tianyu, stand up.
Li Tianyu was still confused, but when he let him go, he just did. Just listen to Wu Guoqiang saying again, "He is Li Tianyu, who used to work in the planning department, is a good soldier and strong general under Zhao Ji's hands." Li Tianyu blushed a little at this. What a good soldier. It should be said that in the past, he was at most a shrimp soldier.
But now it's really different.
With the blessing of the system, his ability is no longer what it used to be. In the future, Li Tianyu will be transferred from the planning department as my assistant. I will inform Vice President Zhou and you all through him if I have anything to do in the future. When everyone heard it, they fried the pot instantly.
What? Li Tianyu? Assistant? This is too sudden. What's the origin of this person? Wouldn't it be Mr. Wu's relative?
Although these comments were very small, Li Tianyu heard them clearly.
Don't talk about others, even Li Tianyu has long been confused. Which one did Wu Guoqiang do? I'm crazy. What does Wu Guoqiang's assistant mean? That is equivalent to the chief executive of the company.
No, not just this Yunguang Technology, even Wu Guoqiang's other companies, Li Tianyu can also get involved.
Of course, this requires Wu Guoqiang's consent.
Zhao Jitong glanced at Li Tianyu, only to feel that the 5 flavors were coming together, thinking that this kid was crawling too fast, far beyond his imagination. In fact, yesterday Wu Guoqiang invited Li Tianyu to dinner, which made Zhao Jitong faintly feel that this kid has the momentum to take off, but he did not expect him to fly so high all at once. However, this did not exceed Zhao Jitong's expectations, so even though he felt sore in his heart, he immediately accepted the reality. After the meeting, Wu Guoqiang called Li Tianyu into the general manager's office. It is worthy of being the office of the highest officer in the company, and it is at least 200 square meters visually. It is estimated that Wu Guoqiang might want to explain why he made such a decision today. Li Tianyu also noticed that in addition to Wu Guoqiang, there was another person standing in the office, Zhang Changfang. Zhang Changfang is not only the head of the administration department, but now also temporarily takes over the work of the personnel department. At this time, Zhang Changfang directly handed a contract to Li Tianyu.
What is this? New employment contract. Zhang Changfang responded. Mine? Right.
At this time, Wu Guoqiang said, "You two sit down first, Xiao Zhang, you can tell Xiao Li briefly."
Zhang Changfang nodded, "Okay, Mr. Wu." First, Li Tianyu's position will be changed to assistant general manager. Second, the contract period starts from the signing, which is 5 years.
Third, a monthly salary of 40,000 yuan. Basically that's it, the rest are the competition clause and confidentiality clause.
Li Tianyu was startled. Competition clause? Confidentiality clause? Do I still need to sign this?
Of course, you are the assistant to the general manager, and you will definitely be exposed to some company secrets.
We must ensure that you will not harm the company's interests after you leave.
Wu Guoqiang tapped his fingers on the table and asked with a smile, "Xiao Li, sign it if there is no problem."
I have several things to leave to you next. Zhang Changfang put a pen in front of Li Tianyu.
At this time, Li Tianyu was flipping through the contracts one by one, not knowing what he was thinking. A few minutes later, Li Tianyu was still looking at the contract.
Wu Guoqiang became a little impatient and frowned. Zhang Changfang is certainly very eye-catching in his current position, and she coughed lightly.
Li Tianyu, in fact, you don't need to look at it so carefully, except for the few items I mentioned, the other aspects are no different from ordinary contracts.
After hearing this, Li Tianyu finally raised his head. "Mr. Wu, why did you choose me as an assistant?"
Wu Guoqiang narrowed his eyes. Nonsense, I think you have potential, so I want to focus on training. Xiaoli, hurry up, I have to go to another place to attend a meeting later.
I reject.
Let alone Wu Guoqiang, even Zhang Changfang was startled when he heard Li Tianming's words, as if he had misheard.
Li Tianming smiled slightly. I refuse to sign this contract. Chapter 46 Resignation? Can't ask for it.
With a pop, Wu Guoqiang's big hand slapped heavily on the table.
You are crazy, you. Zhang Changfang quickly said, Li Tianyu, you'd better think clearly before speaking. Wu always wants to promote you. I think very clearly, I won't sign this contract.
Xiaoli, why don't you know how to praise?
Li Tianming responded with a smile, Mr. Wu, you have misunderstood. I just think some terms are inappropriate. If it can be changed, I will sign it.
Zhang Changfang just tried to say something, but Wu Guoqiang raised his hand to stop it.
It's okay, let him talk. Xiaoli, how do you want to change?
Li Tianyu smiled slightly.
First, the assistant is exempt. If it's a consultant, I can think about it. Wu Guoqiang's eyes widened. What? Consultant? How can there be such a position?
You are a big boss, even if you don't have such a position, you can add it in one sentence.
Li Tianyu looked at Zhang Changfang and said with a smile, am I right? Zhang Changfang was startled. What can she say? Can only nod.
Just listen to Li Tianyu continue to say.
Second, the annual salary is 1 million. If the project is completed, the dividend will be calculated separately.
Thirdly, my time is at my disposal, I don't need to clock in, and I don't work in the company.
Of course, if there are really important things, I will do my best to follow up. Fourth, Wu Guoqiang raised his hand and prevented Li Tianyu from continuing to speak. It's alright, Li Tianyu, you really dare to say, who makes this request for your courage? Li Tianyu thought. Liang Jing entered.
What I want to say to you, Li Tianyu, if you don't want to do it, just say it straight. Xiaotai, let me pretend to be here.
Zhang Changfang also helped the boss. Li Tianyu, if you don't accept this contract, you won't be able to return to the planning department again. Do you know what this means? These two are really insidious, meaning that if you don't sign the contract, you will be fired. It sounds scary, but will Li Tianyu be afraid? Of course not.
He chuckled, it doesn't matter, I can go through the resignation procedures now.
You? Wu Guoqiang was going crazy.
Zhang Changfang is more calm, if you take the initiative to resign, the company will not give you any compensation.
It's okay, I don't care.
Li Tianyu said, turned around and left, and then waved his back handsomely. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, to send the resignation form to my desk.
Zhang Changfang was startled.
She has been working in HR and administration for a long time, and she has served 3 or 4 companies.
What kind of employees have not seen her?
But this is the first time I have seen a tough guy like Li Tianyu.
Moreover, Li Tianyu has been in contact with him before. He is a very ordinary employee. When did it become like this? This is exactly what Li Tianyu was about to fire his boss and company. Zhang Changfang hesitated for a moment, then turned to ask Wu Guoqiang, Mr. Wu, look, what should I do? What should I do? Isn't he a bull? Then give him the resignation form, I think he dare not sign.
At the same time, Li Tianyu returned to the workstation and began to clean up the things on the table.
Colleague Wang Liang came over. Tianyu, what are you doing? Pack your things and prepare to leave. Huh? Leaving? Where are you going? By the way, I heard you got promoted? Everyone was talking about you just now.
The conversation between the two attracted colleagues nearby, and they all gathered around for a while. Li Tianyu smiled openly. Brother is not rare, then what kind of promotion is it? Obviously he became a slave to the boss.
Then you are. I'm leaving now. What?
After listening to the surrounding colleagues, they all had surprised expressions, and some of their eyes were staring out. It's no wonder that there was a rumors that Li Tianyu was favored by the boss and became the assistant to the general manager.
What concept? Below 1 person, above 10,000 people.
Not to mention their little employees, even if the deputy general manager Zhou Bo sees the assistant general manager, he still has to be courteous. More importantly, the salary for the position of assistant general manager is definitely indispensable.
At least double the average plan. Such beautiful, Li Tianyu actually threw it away? And have to leave. This is incredible. In fact, it's not that my colleagues didn't understand.
If it was Li Tianyu before, he would definitely be happy when he encountered such a good thing.
However, now he is completely different. The system reformed Li Tianyu and made him very arrogant.
This kind of Li Tianyu, unwilling to be an assistant who obeys orders, so he asked Wu Guoqiang to be a consultant and would have to raise his salary to 1 million a year. Since the other party disagrees, just shoot and break up.
With Li Tianyu's current ability, are you afraid of not having food? Even if he doesn't do anything, it's perfectly fine to live on rent. Having said that, why did Wu Guoqiang want Li Tianyu to be his assistant? Didn't he see Li Tianyu's ability?
At this moment, Zhang Changfang came over with a serious face.
She put a few resignation application forms on Li Tianyu's desk. I have filled it out for you, you just have to sign it. After signing, I can leave, right?
Can. As soon as the onlookers heard that it was saving even the handover of work, it seemed that both HR and the boss were very dissatisfied with Li Tianyu.
Li Tianyu looked up and saw Wu Guoqiang not far away.
The guy sneered, as if he felt that Li Tianyu had no idea to sign the word.
Li Tianyu thought, do you really think I can't get along if I leave this company? Li Tianyu picked up his pen and signed his name on the resignation form without any sloppy.
The smile on Wu Guoqiang's face gradually froze, feeling hot. Li Tianyu really resigned, but he couldn't be happy at all. The reason why Wu Guoqiang promoted Li Tianyu to the position of assistant to the general manager was because he felt that this guy had some abilities. He gave him a taste of the sweetness and make good use of it.
Maybe he could bring great value to his company.
The reason why Wu Guoqiang has built several companies from scratch is that he has an advantage, that is, he is very accurate. After Li Tianyu's speech at the Imperial Capital Business Prospects Forum spread across the internet, Wu Guoqiang read it several times.
He was shocked at the time, how could there be such a person in the company? And it's still a small plan? I always feel that things are a bit weird.
It was only after meeting with Li Tianyu 2 days ago that Wu Guoqiang realized that this guy may be the most underrated person in the company. It would be too wasteful for such a person not to use it.
Wu Guoqiang quickly conducted a background investigation on Li Tianyu. Graduated from a second-rate university with average grades. The family is ordinary and there is no backstage.
After entering the company, his performance has been mediocre, and his salary is also average.
Wu Guoqiang can't figure it out. What kind of fairy is Li Tianyu? Chapter 47 What's wrong with him?
However, talents must be used if they are used, but although Wu Guoqiang intends to raise Li Tianyu to a high position, his salary has not risen much. After all, this kid had been working for a salary of early 10,000 for so long, and it was already very impressive to raise him to 30,000. I am not afraid that he is unwilling.
Who knows, Wu Guoqiang was wrong.
This guy Li Tianming has a bigger appetite than he thought. Li Tianyu signed the letter and took the resignation application form directly on the workstation. Director Zhang, I will trouble you with the future, so I'll leave.
With that said, Li Tianyu took the packed things away from the crowd, and walked out without looking back.
The colleagues in the planning department looked at each other and did not react at all.
Wang Liang's brain was brighter, and he chased it out. Tianyu, wait for me. Li Tianyu turned around and smiled, what? Can't bear me?
That must be reluctant, a colleague, I will give it to you.
In fact, Wang Liang can be regarded as Li Tianyu's best colleague in the company. The two entered the elevator side by side and arrived at the lobby of the office building. Wang Liang, Tianyu, are you looking for a good next home?
Li Tianyu, no, I want to take a break and not worry about work. That said, I am quite envious of you, I have to rest for a while if I get the chance. Li Tianyu patted Wang Liang on the shoulder, my buddy is gone, I will invite you to dinner when I turn around.
Okay, then I'll wait for your news.
Wang Liang hesitated and said again, if you find a suitable company in the future, take me there too.
Li Tianyu nodded, no problem, keep in touch.
Saying goodbye to Wang Liang, Li Tianyu drove his Porsche and left the office parking lot.
The departure of Li Tianyu caused quite a stir in Yunguan Technology. Many people had no intention of working, and secretly got together to talk about Li Tianyu.
It's no wonder that he was supposed to be mentioned to the assistant to the general manager, but he patted his butt and left in the blink of an eye.
Could it be confusing?
There was even a rather mysterious conspiracy theory.
Some say that Li Tianyu was secretly transferred to other companies by his boss. Some say that Li Tianyu actually went abroad for further studies. Some even say that Li Tianyu slept with the boss's lover, and the Dongchuan incident happened. After hearing this news, Lu Manqi of the administration department was a little lost.
Originally, she didn't catch a cold with Li Tianyu, but recently his various performances made her feel confused. This originally inconspicuous boy seems to be more and more outstanding. If Li Tianyu went back to pursue her Lu Manqi now, she could hardly guarantee that she would not agree. At the same time, Wu Guoqiang, who was sitting in the general manager's office, felt a little depressed. After a long time, Wu Guoqiang called the secretary on the landline.
"Call me Zhao Ji." A few minutes later, Zhao Jitong came in. "Mr. Wu, what's the matter? You know about Li Tianyu's resignation, right?" Zhao Jitong hesitated. "I know."
To be honest, Zhao Jitong was also at a loss. Whether there was something wrong in Li Tianyu's mind, this kind of good thing was also rejected. It didn't matter if he refused, he angered the boss and was immediately fired. But again, Zhao Jitong felt that Li Tianyu's resignation was a good thing for him. With the talent he has shown now, this company is indeed on a small stage for him.
"Wu Guoqiang, you should have Li Tianyu's contact information, right?" "Have. I talked to him recently, don't say I asked you to find it."
Zhao Jitong was stunned, but then he grasped Wu Guoqiang's thoughts. The big boss seems to regret it a bit.
"Boss, I see, I will take time to talk to him these 2 days."
Wu Guoqiang nodded and waved to let Zhao Jitong go out.
At the same time, Li Tianyu drove a Porsche to Hongyan Advertising Company. Hongyan Advertising is the company where Chen Anlu works. The two had an appointment today, and Li Tianyu will definitely not forget this. Hongyan Advertising Company is located in the Imperial Capital International Trade Center, which is near the East 3rd Ring Road.
It is not far from the North 4th Ring Road to the East 3rd Ring Road, but Li Tianyu encountered a serious traffic jam and it took an hour and a half to drive there. At the same time, Chen Anlu just finished the meeting and returned to the workstation to sort out the design ideas. She is a visual designer, and in just 3 years, she has been well known in the industry, and now she is involved in almost all major projects in the company. At this time, Ding Shangping came over, followed by Feng Yun. The two of them had a good relationship, and they were always in the right way. Ever since Chen Anlu's so-called boyfriend put one on the table last time, Ding Shangping has always held a grudge.
Afterwards, she thought about it again, always feeling that something was wrong.
At that time, Chen Anlu's boyfriend, the man named Li Tianyu, did not seem to be rich at all from dressing to talking. On this point, Ding Shangping felt that his vision could not be wrong. She wanted to take the opportunity to come and probe Chen Anlu's tone.
"Ding Shangping, Lulu, where is your boyfriend's bag? Didn't you see me carry it recently?"
Feng Yun, yes, I have heard what Xiangping said, let us see what the 80,000 bags are like.
Chen Anlu was stunned. She never carried the bag.
She didn't expect Ding Shangping and the others to talk about it.
"I put it at home, what's wrong?"
Ding Shangping glanced at the bag that Chen Anlu put on the desk table. It was still MK's bag, which was considered the middle end of the female bag, which looked like 3 or 4,000 dragon coins. With more than 80,000 bags, you can't carry them, but you carry bags of thousands of dollars every day. Who do you cheat?
"Ding Shangping, you have been carrying this bag for a long time, right? You can't carry such a good bag, why bother?"
Feng Yun, yes, remember to put it on your back tomorrow.
Chen Anlu was depressed, wondering if I need to take care of what bag.
Ding Shangping, by the way, let your boyfriend come over someday, let us get to know him.
Feng Yun, yes, yeah, I heard that your boyfriend is always rich. It's so enviable. Chen Anlu was even more depressed. Does my boyfriend have money? What does it have to do with you?
At this moment, Chen Anlu's cell phone rang and received the WeChat message. Chen Anlu glanced at it, and it was sent by Li Tianyu. There are only a few words, I am waiting for you downstairs. Chen Anlu looked up and found Ding Shangping and Feng Yun stretched their necks to look over.
Ding Shangping, yeah, did your boyfriend come to pick you up?
Chen Anlu replied helplessly, no, I went to the bathroom, you can do it yourself.
With that, Chen Anlu fled and left as if. Feng Yun, really her boyfriend? Ding Shangping, it's 80%.
Let's check it out later. Both of them saw the WeChat, and Chen Anlu's boyfriend was waiting downstairs.
Chen Anlu's company leaves work at 6 in the afternoon.
She would have worked a little extra, but today she was going to invite Li Tianyu to dinner, so she clocked in and left at 1 o'clock. When Chen Anlu got downstairs, she looked left and right, but she didn't see Li Tianyu. There were a few cars parked downstairs.
There is Volkswagen Tokuhara. There is a Honda Civic. There is Toyota Corolla. And a sky blue Porsche.
Chapter 48. Don't you like all girls? Chen Anlu didn't ask how Li Tianyu would come, but since she said she was going to pick her up, she should have come by car. For this reason, Chen Anlu did not drive her own car.
Two people can't run around on their legs, right? Li Tianyu, an ordinary white-collar worker, should not be able to drive a very good car. Could it be that Tokuhara Lang?
Chen Anlu was about to walk over and take a look, but she caught a glimpse of the blue Porsche door opening.
Li Tianyu pushed out the door and waved to her. Chen Anlu was stunned. Such a good car? It's a bit exaggerated, right? What are you thinking? Get in the car. With that said, Li Tianyu kindly opened the door of the passenger seat. Oh well. Chen Anlu sat in.
Li Tianyu also got in the car, started the car, and left. At this time, at the entrance of the office building, two women walked out of the shadows, their faces full of surprise.
They are not others, they are Ding Xiangping and Feng Yun. Feng Yun, Xiangping, didn't I mean that her boyfriend must be a Diaoxi? Diaoxi can drive such a good car?
Ding Xiangping was speechless for a while, and the facts were in front of her, and she couldn't make irresponsible remarks. However, she still felt something was wrong in her heart.
Is this the person driving the Porsche really the last time I saw Li Tianyu?
From their perspective just now, I didn't see the driver who was driving. At the same time, inside the Porsche car,
Chen Anlu couldn't help asking, this car is your? Li Tianyu smiled and said, yes, it's mine. But, how much do you earn a month? Li Tianyu turned his head and glanced at Chen Anlu. 0. 0? What do you mean? I just lost my job. Huh? What's the matter? I fired my boss, so you invited me to dinner at the right time.
Chen Anlu was speechless, feeling that this man was getting more and more profound.
By the way, what do you want me to call? Chen Anlu, what do you want to eat?
It's free, I don't ask too much, just can fill my stomach.
After hearing this, Chen Anlu joked, just fill up your stomach?
That's easy, just find a spicy soup restaurant to have a meal.
No, beauty, you can eat mala tang if you invite me to dinner?
I'm just kidding, so I know a good Western restaurant, let's go there, I'll show the way.
Western restaurant?
The rules are too big.
If you are not used to eating, let's not go. Then you say what to eat, I can do it. Li Tianyu thought for a while and said, okay, it's still spicy. Huh? Are you kidding?
Li Tianyu was really not kidding. He drove directly to find a Wang Liang Mala Tang nearby and stopped at the door.
You're not serious, are you? You really eat mala tang? Seriously.
Li Tianyu got out of the car and thoughtfully opened the co-pilot's door for Chen Anlu. When Chen Anlu got out of the car, Li Tianming took the opportunity to hold her hand. At this moment, almost all information related to Chen Anlu flooded into Li Tianyu's mind. Including the date of birth, hobbies, and even if you have ever had a boyfriend, you can see it all.
This talent for stealing the other party's intelligence is simply not very useful.
Treating guests to Mala Tang, which made Chen Anlu a little embarrassed, she still wanted to eat something formal. But Li Tianyu was determined to enter the Mala Tang shop, so Chen Anlu had no choice but to follow her.
Just like Li Tianyu said, mala tang is also a delicacy. It is really not uncomfortable to eat.
After entering the Mala Tang shop, the two of them sat opposite each other after choosing their own dishes.
You are pretty.
When Li Tianyu opened his mouth, it was a compliment from Wang Zhai, without procrastination.
This is too straightforward, Chen Anlu looked at Li Tianyu. Unlike the last time, Li Tianyu's expression this time has long since been in a state of joking and apprenticeship. He looks quite decent and has a slightly cynical temperament.
Chen Anlu's face turned red, and she immediately lowered her head.
Did you miss it last time? Chen Anlu couldn't help thinking so. In fact, Li Tianyu himself does not look bad.
Previously, it was mainly because of his bad temperament that he lowered his rank. Now after the system's talent transformation, Li Tianyu actually has such a bit of extravagance, it looks different.
Chen Anlu gave a light cough. You asked me to treat you to mala tang, but didn't you feel too panic?
Western food or something, the taste is average, and there are many rules.
Apart from spending a lot of money, I don't seem to be able to make anything, right? It's better to eat something smooth. What you said, it makes sense.
And don't you also like spicy soup? We can be regarded as having the best of both worlds.
Chen Anlu was startled. How did you know that I like mala tang? Don't girls like it all? That's true.
In fact, when Li Tianyu shook hands just now, he obtained the information of Chen Anlu simultaneously, which confirmed that she likes mala tang.
Waiter, number 19, number 20 is ready.
Li Tianyu got up and brought over the things they had cooked.
At this time, Li Tianyu brought 2 more bottles of Arctic Ocean soda. Your favorite drink? Chen Anlu was startled again. How do you know I love this? Don't girls like it all? This. Although Li Tianyu seems to make a lot of sense, not every girl likes to drink the Arctic Ocean, right? Do all the girls Li Tianyu meet like to drink? But to be honest, Li Tianyu is still very caring.
They talked and laughed and finished the meal, which really made people feel very comfortable.
Then, Li Tianyu drove Chen Anlu to the residence.
In fact, the two live not far away. Li Tianyu lives in the North 3rd Ring Road, while Chen Anlu lives in the North 4th Ring Road, which is a 30-minute drive away.
When he was leaving, Li Tianyu smiled and said, "Don't you ask me to go up and sit down?"
Chen Anlu's expression was startled. Forget it, my house is messy. Just kidding, if Li Tianyu were really allowed to enter the house, it would be tantamount to introducing a wolf into the house. Seeing Li Tianyu's somewhat evil smile, he should be able to do anything.
That's okay, then. I'll make an appointment another day. Okay. After speaking, Chen Anlu opened the door and entered the community.
I couldn't help but look back and found that Li Tianyu still parked the car there and did not leave, and then smiled and waved at her.
Danger. This man is too dangerous. Chen Anlu thought so instinctively, and hurriedly left Li Tianyu's sight. Li Tianyu drove home.
As soon as he entered the house, his cell phone rang. He took out his mobile phone and saw that it was a stranger's number, which was not stored in the phone book.
However, Li Tianyu knew that this was AI Baochuan's mobile phone number. Chapter 49 Free morning tea is delicious. Hearing AI Baochuan's tone seemed quite happy. Li Tianyu, then Mr. AI, you were so busy, and you still called, didn't you simply thank you? AI Baoquan laughed loudly on the other end of the phone. Brother Li, you are really quick to talk, and I won't be close. I called you because I want to ask you for help if I have something to do. Li Tianyu, Mr. AI, you are like a cloud under your hand, what else must I help? AI Baoquan, brother, as you can guess, I have quite a few people. There are no fewer than 8 bodyguards under my direct management, but there are not many people who can be trusted. AI Baochuan's words are very profound. If it were Li Tianyu before, he must have heard it in the mist and incomprehensible. But now it's different. Li Tianyu's wise talent has been greatly enhanced due to the side effects of the system. What does this mean? Many things Li Tianyu could not understand, read, or understand before, he can now understand clearly and clearly. In AI Baochuan's position, it is quite difficult to find someone who can be trusted. Even if his family members or his bodyguards can really trust him, there are some things that may not be able to help him. In other words, AI Baoquan has great difficulties. People who can be trusted are hard to find, and those who are trustworthy and useful are even harder to find. Li Tianyu knew that AI Baoquan must think of him because he wanted to do something difficult. Why does AI Baoquan trust him? Quite simply, he is an outsider and only works for money. From a certain level, people who can be controlled with money are of course the most reliable. Mr. AI, you know, I don't provide free services here. AI Baoquan laughed heartily again. Brother Li, even if you make a price, as long as AI Baoquan can afford it, I can naturally be satisfied. Li Tianyu, it depends on what it is. AI Baoquan hesitated, or said, is there time tomorrow? Meet and talk. Li Tianyu agreed. After hanging up the phone, Li Tianyu kept thinking about what AI Baoquan wanted to find out. In fact, it is not difficult to think, it must be related to the two people who want to harm AI Baoquan. At the same time, Li Tianyu was also a little worried whether he could accept AI Baochuan's entrustment. After all, around such big people, easy things don't exist. Having said that, Li Tianyu has just resigned, and it is a good thing to be able to do something. What's going on? I'll talk about it when I see AI Baoquan tomorrow. After figuring this out, Li Tianyu fell asleep. The next day, Li Tianyu was awakened by the music of his mobile phone. Looking at the watch, it was only 8 o'clock, and Li Tianyu hadn't gotten up at this time. Who is calling? Li Tianyu took it over and saw that it was an unfamiliar number, so he picked it up. Who? Is it Mr. Li Tianyu? It's me. Mr. AI asked me to pick you up. I'm right downstairs at your house. Li Tianyu was startled, a little dazed for a while, but quickly reacted. For a big man like AI Baoquan, it is easy to find out where Li Tianyu lives. Okay, I'll go down once I'm ready. Okay, Mr. Li, Mr. AI said, don't worry, you prepare slowly. Are you in a hurry? They have all found their doorstep. Li Tianyu was awakened, and he was not angry. After a simple wash, Li Tianyu went downstairs. Just saw a black Maybach. Li Tianyu didn't think too much, and just sat in. There is only one driver in front of him, who should be the one who talked to Li Tianyu. Good morning, Mr. Li, this is Xiao Lu, the driver, can I go now? Li Tianyu nodded, well, Xiao Lu, you can go now. Li Tianyu is also full of style now, without showing any timidity. Xiao Lu deserves to be a professional driver. He drove very steadily and was extremely comfortable in the car. Li Tianyu was confused and almost had to sleep again.
It should be the morning peak time of the imperial capital, but the Maybach only drove for 10 minutes before stopping.
Here, Mr. Li. Li Tianyu was startled. Here?
Looking out the window, here is the entrance of a restaurant, Long GT restaurant.
Mr. AI is waiting for you inside.
That's the case, let's say it earlier.
Li Tianyu pushed the door and got out of the car and walked into the restaurant.
A beautiful beauty walked to the front, and it seemed that the dress should belong to the position of lobby manager.
Excuse me, is it Li Tianyu and Mr. Li? It's me. Please follow me.
Li Tianyu nodded, followed behind the beauty manager, while walking, looking at her slender water snake waist.
Going up the second floor from the stairs, turning another turn, came to the door of a box. It's here, Mr. AI asked you to go in alone.
There was a sign hanging on the box with a few words Jianlong Ziyuan.
What a big tone. Li Tianyu pushed in.
This place is bigger and bigger than Li Tianyu imagined.
There are at least more than 200 levels by visual inspection.
There is not just a dining table inside, such as high-end leather sofas, a scary LCD TV, a beverage bar, and even a dance floor. And beside the round table, it was AI Baoquan sitting.
Li Tianyu smiled and said, Mr. AI, it's really not easy to see you.
AI Baoquan got up and walked over. He smiled and patted Li Tianyu on the shoulder. Brotherly, but I'm looking forward to you.
I haven't eaten breakfast yet, just sit here.
AI Baoquan behaved very affectionately, and did not hold the air of a big man at all, which made Li Tianyu a little favored. Then, the door opened, and two waiters pushed a large dining car. The dining car has 2 floors and is filled with all kinds of dinner plates.
Of course, all the food on the plate is eaten. The waiter put the plate on the round table very neatly, and the table was full for a while.
There are barbecued pork buns, shrimp dumplings, siu mai, steamed pork ribs, chicken feet, and custard buns.
There are also some meals that Li Tianyu can't even name. Li Tianyu couldn't help swallowing, his index finger moved.
This AI Baoquan is indeed a man who knows how to do things.
My hometown is in southern Guangdong province, so I have the habit of eating morning tea. I can see it, let's tell you, I'm really hungry.
Now that he is here, Li Tianyu is certainly not welcome, picking up his chopsticks, and putting a thin-skinned shrimp dumpling into his mouth.
Well, it's delicious.
Seeing Li Tianyu's actions, AI Baoquan laughed and gave him a thumbs up.
Brotherly, I haven't seen a young man who can let go like you in a long time. Thanks. AI Baoquan is right. When a young man with a background meets a big man like him, he can still eat in peace. He is not a fool, but an outstanding person. And Li Tianyu, in AI Baoquan's mind, is undoubtedly the latter.
After the two were full of food and drink, a waiter came in to clean up again, and this was about to get to the point.
AI Baoquan, brotherly, after you mentioned me, I checked my room and found something.
Li Tianyu did not speak, but listened quietly. Chapter 50, 10 million, I hire you. It turned out that after hearing Li Tianyu's point, AI Baoquan did not immediately go to the company's executive Hu Jun or even partner Zhao Yan to confront him.
AI Baoquan is not that stupid. You can only find evidence for this kind of thing. Only when people get dirty can the crimes of these two people be realized. And at that time, AI Baoquan did not believe Li Tianyu's words 100%. You know, this is a matter of vital importance to human lives.
Especially for a group company as big as Aihua Real Estate, any turmoil will cause turmoil. Therefore, no matter what AI Shoba thought, he still decided to find out if there was anything suspicious around him. It is absolutely impossible for Hu Jun to attack him. AI Baoquan clearly, he must use some small tricks.
This is also Hu Jun's advantage. He is the young man of AI Baoquan, and AI Baoquan is less defensive towards him. AI Baoquan was very careful, and after Li Tianyu's reminder, of course he thought of the daily utensils in his office. Such as teapots, teacups, and some toiletries.
AI Baoquan sometimes stays overnight at the company, but these things are not a lot.
Brotherly, guess where I found the problem? Li Tianyu was startled, wondering how I knew. Of course AI Baoquan didn't mean to let Li Tianyu really guess. Found in a cigar. Cigar?
It turned out that AI Baoquan smokes cigars well, and his addiction is not small, but due to physical reasons, he only smokes twice a week. AI Baoquan's cigars are all Cuban A-grade, high-end quality, and they are not easy to buy in China. Later, nothing suspicious was found on other utensils, and finally I thought of my own cigars.
This test really found the problem. Slap, there was a sound. AI Baoquan patted the table angrily. It's a high concentration of sulfite. Li Tianyu remained silent, waiting to explain. He was not a chemist, of course he didn't know what effect sulfite could play on AI Baoquan.
At best, he knew that the stir-fry of green vegetables would produce sulfite overnight. More boiling water can also produce this stuff.
It's not good to drink too much.
The sulfite itself is toxic, and the high concentration of sulfite is more toxic, but as long as the intake is not large, it is not a big problem. But I have a heart disease.
Li Tianyu nodded pretentiously, so it's so vicious.
Every time I take 0.1 milligrams, it can increase the burden on my heart. According to the frequency of twice a week, within 2 months, I will most likely die, suddenly.
I see. This time Li Tianyu really understood. AI Baoquan himself has a heart disease.
For such people, this method is indeed a good way to kill, and without knowing it, no one would doubt Hu Jun or even Zhao Yan. Even in doubt, it is useless to find evidence.
However, finding these clues can also prove that the intelligence Li Tianyu gave AI Baoquan is true.
No wonder AI Baoquan immediately put the 3 million dragon coins into Li Tianyu's account.
Then what? Li Tianyu asked. He wanted to know, now that the clues have been found, what is the purpose of AI Baoquan calling him Li Tianyu this time? Then I'll talk about the topic.
After I found these things, I wanted to talk to Hu Jun, and I want him to tell the truth in person.
An inspiration flashed in Li Tianyu's mind. Are you away? AI Baoquan stretched out his thumb. Yes, I ran away.
It is estimated that AI Baoquan wanted to find someone to hold Hu Jun to a secluded place, lynch him, force him to confess, and express a nasty anger by the way, but he didn't know how Hu Jun knew first and didn't catch him. I did this thing very secretly, but I still missed the news, so I suspect that besides Hu Jun and Zhao Yan, there are traitors beside me.
Li Tianyu blurted out, where is Zhao Yan? He, temporarily can't move. AI Baoquan shook his head and smiled bitterly.
Zhao Yan, he is not only a partner, but he is backed by the Beijing Consortium.
Unless there is direct evidence, otherwise he really can't move him. Peng's family? I see.
There are 5 large-scale commercial organizations in China, and all walks of life can basically contact them. They are Tangwan Chamber of Commerce, Shirai Club, Jingshi Group, Huayang Club, and Tianqing Jinxiu Consortium.
These 5 major commercial organizations have a long history.
Even the youngest Huayang Club has existed for more than 200 years, or even thousands of years. They have encountered wars many times, but they have not been destroyed, but they have become stronger. Although the existence of the 5 major groups is not a secret, ordinary people generally do not have access to them. But when it comes to the upper middle elite level, it is inevitable to deal with the upper people related to it. Since Li Tianyu obtained information related to AI Baoquan, he also had a certain understanding of these 5 major groups.
AI Baoquan's meaning is obvious.
Zhao Yan is actually a member of the Beijing Club, and at least he has something to do with him. Although Li Tianyu shook hands with AI Baoquan last time and obtained most of his information, this ability is also limited, that is, he can only obtain information that is most directly related to him, so Li Tianyu may not know everything about it. However, Li Tianyu still knows very clearly about AI Baoquan. For example, he actually has a lot to do with the Tangwan Chamber of Commerce. To be precise, AI Baoquan and a big figure in the Tangwan Chamber of Commerce are distant relatives. The reason why AI Baoquan started so quickly is mostly due to this relationship.
I have investigated. You just left Wu Guoqian's company. You don't have a job now, right? Li Tianyu nodded. That's right. Then I want to hire.
No, I want to invite you to work in my company.
Doing things? I don't know real estate. AI Baoquan waved his hand. Of course you are not responsible for these things. I want you to help me collect information about Zhao Yan and other traitors. It's best to catch them and eliminate them completely.
So that's it, private detective.
AI Baoquan snapped his fingers. Yes, similar.
I'm really fine, but my charge will not be low.
This is natural.
With that, AI Baoquan took out a ticket and handed it to Li Tianyu.
Cash check.
Cash check for 5 million dragon coins. If it were the former Li Tianyu, he might have shouted loudly, but now he has calmed his mind and said that Gu Jing did not wave on his face. AI Baoquan said again, this is only half, and when things are done, the other half will be offered.
Li Tianyu smiled slightly. How does President AI plan to arrange me into the company? How about the assistant to the president? It's an assistant again. Why don't these bosses have other positions for him? Li Tianyu. Seeing Li Tianyu showing a helpless look, AI Baoquan asked, is it wrong? Are there any positions like consultants? AI Baoquan thought for a while and said, consultant, this is fine.
It doesn't matter what kind of consultant, as long as I have the right to do whatever I want in the company. This is of course, brotherly, don't worry, as long as there is me, no one can control you.
Having said that, the deal is even settled.
When Li Tianyu walked out, he felt comfortable.
Chapter 51.
After eating morning tea, I earned 5 million dragon coins, which is really happy. In comparison, Wu Guoqiang's monthly salary of 30,000 yuan is not worth mentioning. If you get the other half of 5 million, the system's upgrade conditions will be fulfilled.
But then again, the job given by AI Baoquan is not so easy to complete.
Judging from the information known to Li Tianyu, Zhao Yan may be really difficult to deal with. After all, behind him is the Shirai Club.
Large-scale chambers of commerce like this are like giants in front of ordinary people.
In other words, if such a force is provoked, the ant shakes the tree, purely to death. But now Li Tianyu is surprisingly calm. He is only helping AI Baoquan to collect evidence, and will not touch the interests of the big powers. AI Baoquan seemed very urgent, and the result of the discussion between the two was that Li Tianyu was asked to go to the company headquarters the day after tomorrow to look for him to go through the entry procedures. Although it is actually to do investigations, on the surface it is still necessary to go to work. But AI Baoquan agreed to Li Tianyu not to sit in class seriously, which is more in line with his wishes. As soon as Li Tianyu got home, his cell phone rang. When I turned on the screen, Zhao Jitong called. The call of the old leader still needs to be answered.
Tianyu, do you have time now? Li Tianyu replied, is nothing wrong? Zhao Jitong, where are you now? I'm going to find you.
Li Tianyu hesitated and talked about a Starbucks near the community.
Listening to the tone, Zhao Jitong put his posture very low, and Li Tianyu was not easy to refuse. Of course Zhao Jitong came by car. Half an hour later, the two met at Starbucks.
Strangely speaking, when Li Tianyu was working under his hands in the future, when he saw the leader of Zhao Jitong, he felt weak.
But now, Li Tianyu feels that Zhao Jitong is nothing more than that.
Unconsciously, with the change of personality, Li Tianyu's realm seems to have improved a lot. When Zhao Jitong saw Li Tianyu, he was also stunned. He also obviously felt that Li Tianyu's attitude seemed a little different. But Zhao Jitong didn't think much, he came with a mission. They each ordered a cup of coffee and sat opposite each other. Zhao Jitong smiled, and first gave Li Tianyu a thumbs up. Tianyu, I really admire you, Mr. Wu put you up to such a high position, you actually resigned. Li Tianyu thought to himself, if the position is high and the salary is still so low, I will not do those thankless things.
Li Tianming did not respond, but directly asked, Mr. Zhao, what do you want me to do? I won't be close to you anymore. It's like this. After you leave, Mr. Wu just, how to put it, he regrets it a little. Li Tianyu was slightly startled. Wu Guoqiang regrets.
That's surprising. Li Tianyu is just a small and insignificant employee in the company, and to Wu Guoqiang, it should not be that important. Zhao Jitong, so, I came today to talk to you and see if it is possible for you to return to the company.
Back to the company? Li Tianyu immediately shook his head, since I'm out, there is no reason to go back.
There is a saying that is well said, a good horse does not turn back to the grass. Zhao Jitong hurriedly waved his hand, you listen to me first.
Mr.
Wu said, he also carefully considered the request you made before, and made certain changes to your salary.
The consultant position you mentioned before is really not available in the company, so it can only be announced
as an assistant, but if the company has nothing important, you can also go to your own business, as long as you don't delay business matters. In addition, Mr. Wu may promise to pay you 50,000 yuan in dragon coins, and there will be performance at the end of the year. After Zhao Jitong finished speaking, he looked at Li Tianyu, hoping to see the heartbeat look on his face.
However, he was disappointed. The ancient well on Li Tianyu's face was not wavy, as plain as water, and he couldn't see any thoughts. How is it? This kind of treatment should have been very sincere.
Li Tianyu nodded, it is indeed very sincere to allow President Wu to make such a big concession, I am really moved.
Then do you want to consider?
Li Tianyu waved his hand and interrupted Zhao Jitong's words, Mr. Zhao, you are my old leader.
I don't want to hide it from you. I have a home now. Is there a next home? So soon? Did you find it in advance?
Li Tianyu shook his head, I have just decided on my side, and I will be employed the day after tomorrow.
Where is this going?
Li Tianyu hesitated for a while, still said, it's Mr. AI's company.
Mr. AI? AI? AI Baoquan? Li Tianyu nodded. Zhao Jitong was taken aback at once, no? How did you meet each other?
After I saw it last time, I chatted casually, and then I heard that I had resigned from the company, so I took the initiative to find me and let me do it for him.
Zhao Jitong stared at the two bulls' eyes, and it was so easy to digest Li Tianyu's words. But this is still an incredible thing. Who is AI Baoquan? If Wu Guoqiang is a prawn, then AI Baoquan is a lobster. That's a big man who is higher than Wu Guoqiang. How could it be related to Li Tianyu? Then, after you passed, what position was it? Li Tianyu first picked up the cup and took a sip of the latte before answering, consultant. Consultant?
This can make Zhao Jitong confused, and now he can't understand Li Tianyu more and more. I don't know if it is a psychological effect, this kid seems to have a sense of mystery. Now that Li Tianyu had said so, Zhao Jitong had to give up lobbying. However, his heart suddenly moved. Although there are still doubts, Li Tianyu's rhythm is going to be soaring. Such a person must have a good relationship.
Tianyu, you have resigned from the company. As your previous leader, I have to treat you to dinner to show me. When Li Tianyu heard it, what was this going on? Zhao Jitong said again, but today is no longer possible. I will have a meeting when I go back. Wait for the weekend. I will call you. Then I will treat you to a good meal. This, don't have to, I appreciate your kindness. No, you have to ask. That's it.
Zhao Jitong stood up and waved to Li Tianyu, I'll go first and keep in touch.
Now that Zhao Jitong was so diligent, Li Tianyu accepted it reluctantly. Li Tianyu certainly guessed why Zhao Jitong did this.
But thinking about it carefully, this former leader has treated him well recently, and it's not a problem to socialize as a friend. After Zhao Jitong left, Li Tianyu sat in the coffee shop for a while, then went back to rest.
Chapter 52 He doesn't need to know my name.
On the third day, it was finally the day when Li Tianyu joined the company. Although it's a play, it still has to look like somehow. Li Tianyu got up early, tidied up a bit, wore a formal suit, and looked in the mirror and felt good. Then he drove towards the headquarters of Aihua Real Estate. Aihua Real Estate is an established real estate company in China, but it has only been nearly a decade since the headquarters moved to the imperial capital. The fourth ring of the northeast of the imperial capital, an area called Dongwang, is home to a large number of office buildings and many companies.
Aihua Real Estate is one of them. Aihua Real Estate occupies an entire 30-story office building, which is very impressive. However, parking was not very convenient, and the parking lot on the ground was actually full, so Li Tianyu had to drive down the basement. After finally stopping the car, Li Tianyu called Yang An. Yang An, Li Tianyu, had met him, and he was the same young man with AI Baoquan when Wu Guoqiang had dinner. This man is very good.
He has practiced martial arts, served as a soldier, and he was a special soldier. Yang An has very good abilities, not only as a bodyguard, but also as an assistant, and can handle some things that are not convenient for a female secretary. Therefore, Li Tianyu first called Yang An and asked him to answer. The call was quickly connected, and Yang An spoke very concisely.
This is the true nature of a bodyguard. Yang An and Li Tianyu made an appointment to meet at the front desk. Yang An said that the front desk is on the 5th floor of Aihua building. Li Tianyu took the elevator in the basement and went straight up.
In a big company like this, the quality of the front desk lady is quite good. They need a face and a figure.
After seeing Li Tianyu coming in, the lady at the front desk asked politely, "Sir, what's the matter with you?"
"I'll apply for entry."
"Then what's your name?" "Li Tianyu." "Ah, wait a moment, I'll check."
With that, the lady at the front desk looked at the computer screen and inquired about the entry registration form. Weird, among the employees who joined today, there is no such name as Li Tianyu. The lady at the front desk raised her head and asked, "Did you make a mistake on the date?"
"Let me have a look at your notice of employment." Li Tianyu was startled. "I don't have an entry notice. I have an appointment with Yang An, and he will come over in a while." "Yang An? Who is Yang An?" This can stop Li Tianyu. To be the personal bodyguard of the big boss, Yang An also has to keep a low profile in the company. Maybe these ordinary employees don't know his real name.
"It's okay, I'll just wait for him here. We called before." Li Tianyu answered casually, and then found a seat in the rest area next to him and sat down. But the girl at the front desk still felt that this person was a bit suspicious, and looked at Li Tianyu from time to time. At this moment, a young man came over and said to the lady at the front desk, "Zhang Li, if I remember correctly, there are 13 people joining today, right?"
Zhang Li glanced at the computer screen again. "Yes, it's 13. That's okay, we must notify the personnel department when they come, or we won't have time to do follow-up work."
The man's name is Yin Chao, the personnel manager of Aihua Real Estate.
"Okay, I see."
Zhang Li hesitated for a moment, and pointed to Li Tianyu and said, "That person also came to join the job."
"He? Which department hired people?
Zhang Li shook her head. His name is not on my entry list here.
What is his name? Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu?
Yin Xiao felt that the name was familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. Moreover, looking at Li Tianyu's appearance again, he felt familiar. By the way, Yin Xiao remembered that this person seemed to be the internet celebrity who was speaking at some conference. He had just watched it not long ago, so he still had some impression. At this time, Li Tianyu was looking at his mobile phone and did not notice Yin Xiao coming over.
Your name is Li Tianyu? Li Tianyu raised his head, slightly surprised. Not Yangyan, who is this? Yes, it's me. Which department do you want to join? I asked the front desk just now. There is no entry record for you. Yin Xiao's tone was slightly blunt, and Li Tianyu was slightly displeased. Who are you? I am the manager of the Human Resources Department. Oh. Yin Xiao frowned. Did you not hear my question just now? I heard it. Then please answer seriously, which department do you want to join? Did you join today? Why can't you find your name on the entry list? This series of questions showed that Yin Xiao's patience was almost exhausted. However, Li Tianyu still said slowly, you don't have to worry about these, I'm here to find Yangyan. Yangyan? There should be no Yangyan in the company. This time it was Li Tianming's turn to be startled. Is it possible that even the human resources manager does not know the name Yangyan? This is a bit exaggerated. Mr. Li, if you can't answer my question, please go out. Li Tianyu did not speak, but turned on the phone screen again and looked at it. This person's attitude made Yin Xiao really angry. I count to 3. If you don't leave, I will call security. This is a bit troublesome. Li Tianyu wondered whether to call Yangyan again. 1, 2. Yin Xiao was about to shout 3, but was interrupted by a voice behind him. Yin Xiao was startled by the muffled voice. Manager Yin, he is here to find me. Yin Xiao looked back, his face immediately changed completely. Yo, Assistant Yang. Yangyan didn't take a straight look at Yin Xiao, and went straight to Li Tianming. Mr. Li, come with me. Li Tianming stood up helplessly. Your name is Yangyan, right? Right. Li Tianming pointed to Yin Xiao. Then why doesn't he know your name? He doesn't need to know my name. Li Tianyu gave him a thumbs up. You are still cool. Let's go, the boss is waiting for you. Li Tianming followed Yangyan and walked inside. And Yin Xiao stood there dumbfounded. Only then did he know that Assistant Yang just now turned out to be Yangyan. No, the key is not this. Assistant Yang is not an ordinary assistant, but AI Baoquan's assistant, so there is no need to register with the company at all. Salaries are paid directly by the president's office. Who is AI Baoquan? CEO. Big boss. What's the origin of this Li Tianyu? Even if it's an internet celebrity, it's impossible to get involved with Mr. AI, right? Is it possible that Mr. AI wants to do the project on which he is speaking? Impossible. For AI, tens of millions are small money, and I don't like it at all. After pondering for a long time, Yin Xiao couldn't figure out why, so he gave up. There will be a regular meeting in a while, so I have to prepare quickly. Chapter 53. Where did this man jump out? Today's regular meeting can be regarded as a general meeting, and all middle and high-level personnel in the group headquarters must attend. In addition, I heard that the big boss will also attend. Explained that this meeting is not trivial, and there may be important announcements. You know, in the past most of the mid-level and high-level regular meetings, President AI Baoquan was able to avoid it, and it was generally presided over by the general manager Zhao Yan. But this time it may also be because Zhao Yan is on a business trip and has not returned yet, so AI Baoquan hosted it on a whim. Yin Xiao took the laptop, entered the large conference room, found a back seat and sat down. Sitting next to him is the manager of the administration department, Shen Siyue. Yin Xiao whispered, I heard that the big boss came to host today. Shen Siyue glanced at Yin Xiao and said angrily, yes, do you still want to behave? Yin Xiao smiled awkwardly, which one is this kind of thing up to me? There are so many styles and charms of Shen Siyu, especially the perfume on her body, which smells very good. Yin Xiao just wants to take the opportunity to get close to her, so she can talk to her more. There are many people in the company who want to get involved in the contemplative month, but they all return to no avail. Although Shen Siyu seems to be a charming beauty, she seems to be very principled and understands the principle of stopping when interacting with men. A woman like this is very smart, she is good at using her own advantages and keeping a distance. It is not easy to suffer, and it always makes men who fall in love with her feel unbearable. I can see it, I can't touch it, this is the best way to make a man obedient. However, there are also rumors in the company that Shin Se-yue has long been adopted as a lover by Zhao Yan, and he does not know whether it is true or not. At this time, Yin Xiao couldn't help looking at the white neck of Shin Se-yue, and had to admit that this woman was really drooling. Shin Se-yue also felt Yin Xiao's hot gaze, glared at the other party irritably, and turned his head away. This look glared Yin Xiao, full of charm. At this moment, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became tense, and all the buzzing voices disappeared. The needle drop is audible, no exaggeration. Then, the protagonist of this meeting appeared. I saw Ai Baoquan walked in, without a doubt sitting on the main seat. As expected to be a big leader, he was full of momentum as soon as he appeared on the stage, and everyone on both sides straightened their backs and did not dare to slacken in the slightest. But Ai Baoquan did not come alone, and another person followed. It was a young man in a formal suit and a straight figure. When other people saw this person, they all showed doubts, and they were all guessing at this person's identity in their hearts. Only one person's expression was different, with a look of astonishment. This person is of course Yin Xiao, and why does he show such an expression? Because the young man who came in with Ai Baoquan was actually at the door of the company, Li Tianyu, who had a dispute with him. Is Li Tianyu really related to Ai Baoquan? No, this can't be called a question at all, it's completely real. It doesn't matter, can these two people come in together? Isn't that nonsense? The question is, why did Li Tianyu come to the meeting with him? Yin Xiao faintly felt something wrong. At this moment, Shin Se-yue caught a glimpse of Yin Xiao's expression, and asked in a low voice, "What's the matter? Do you know him?" No, it's okay. Ai Baoquan began to speak. He first talked about the situation that General Manager Zhao Yanzhao could not come back, and then asked the heads of various departments to report on the recent work situation. The department mentioned here, of course, refers to a larger type of department, but even so, there are more than 20 departments. Department leaders reported one by one, ranging from simple to complex, long and short. During the period, Ai Baoquan would even ask questions. So this link alone took a full 1.5 hours. During this period, Li Tianyu has been listening quietly. The strange thing is that in the past, as ordinary employees in meetings, they were often absent-minded, or extremely bored and resisted, but now listening to the things these department leaders say, it seems that they are not so boring. According to the system assistant, Li Tianyu's business talent has been greatly improved, and he can now listen to topics that he didn't have much interest in before. When all was said and done, Ai Baoquan glanced at Li Tianyu and said to the participants, "Today, I would like to introduce a person to you. This is the one sitting next to me, Li Tianyu, the planner that the company has just joined." When everyone heard it, they were startled. Planner? Is there this position in the company? Of course, Shin Se-yue felt strange, turned her head to look at Yin Xiao, and asked in a low voice, "When did you hire someone? Why didn't you hear anything about it? Also, what does the planner do?" Yin Xiao showed a wry smile, "It wasn't me who did it, I don't know anything." Shin Se-yue carefully looked at Li Tianyu, who was sitting in the distance, and suddenly said, "That person looks familiar, as if I have seen him somewhere. Isn't it the internet celebrity who gave the speech? It was all online 2 days ago." "That's right, I said it. It's strange, why did this person suddenly come to our company? Could it be that President Ai dug him over because he watched the video and appreciated his talent?" Yin Xiao looked at Shin Se-yue, "What you said still makes sense." In fact, Li Tianyu and Ai Baoquan discussed the position of planner on a temporary basis. In the company, Ai Baoquan is the boss, not to mention the planner. Even if it is a tortoise lion, he can arrange it. Anyway, Li Tianyu doesn't need to go through the formalities in the personnel department, he just needs to put a name in the president. In other words, Li Tianyu is directly under the leadership of Ai Baoquan and does not need other people at the bird headquarters. Of course, except for the general manager Zhao Yan. Ai Baoquan also got angry with Li Tianyu before. Although Zhao Yan is the general manager, his reputation is lower than Ai Baoquan, but the actual power is still great. First of all, Zhao Yan is a partner of the company and owns 18.8% of the shares. He is the second largest shareholder of Ai Baoquan. If it's just these, Ai Baoquan is not afraid of him, but Zhao Yan's other identity, Ai Baoquan can't help but hesitate. Zhao Yan is actually the son-in-law of a collateral leader of the Beijing Club. The Shirai Club is a well-known large chamber of commerce, powerful, even if it is just a side branch, its power is really not small. That's why Ai Baoquan took Li Tianyu's move and asked him to find out the evidence that Zhao Yan wanted to harm him, so that he could confidently find the people above Zhao Yan to theoretical. Even if Zhao Yan can't be put in and locked up for a few years, he will be ruined and will not be mixed in the circle. After all, Li Tianyu claims to be an intelligence businessman. According to AI Baoquan, his ability to obtain such evidence is more professional. Chapter 54. At this time, AI Baoquan said, I invited Li Tianyu over as the company's planner, also for the sake of the group's future development prospects. Some people may also recognize it. Just a few days ago, the business prospects of the imperial capital in the forum, Li Tianyu's speech can be said to be sonorous and powerful. His business plan is extremely feasible. Of course, we are in real estate, and we will not enter the travel industry at least temporarily, but this can also reflect that Li Tianyu's thinking is very clear, unique, and groundbreaking. Li Tianyu couldn't help but glance at AI Baoquan, wondering if he was blowing too much. However, AI Baoquan is also beating the gongs and drums for himself, as a pavement, so as not to get stuck in the group headquarters. Although AI Baoquan can completely cover the sky with one hand, he still has to worry about the public opinion environment of the people below. Who would be convinced if a planner suddenly dropped out of the air and was gesticulating everywhere? Thinking from the perspective of Li Tianyu, he would not be in an environment where someone would make irresponsible remarks. AI Baoquan's words really worked, and many people suddenly realized that they looked at Li Tianyu. So this is the man of God. I'll just say it, as soon as he came in, I felt familiar. Speaking of which, the business plan he mentioned before is quite good. After hearing it, I want to actually operate it and see if I can make money. Of course, there are also some negative opinions. Many people think that Li Tianyu is a bit too young. Maybe he is not 30 years old yet. Why is it that Mr. AI has been entrusted with an important task? However, these opinions have no effect, and they can only be discussed on stage. If someone publicly questioned AI Baoquan, unless he was Zhao Yan, he would die miserably. AI Baoquan said at this time, Tianyu, would you like to say something? AI Baoquan added firewood just now, and Li Tianyu added the fire. AI Baoquan, of course, also read Li Tianyu's speech at the Imperial Capital Business Prospects Forum, and felt that this person still has some clues. It's always hard to say a few words at the meeting. This should be put before, Li Tianyu will definitely hit the street. But now it's different. The talent of the business elite is not vegetarian, at least it will be very handy to deal with this kind of scene. But Li Tianyu didn't want to speak well, he wanted to make something that would lead the sword away. I know you may have questions. Why do you, Li Tianyu, are so young for a position like a planner? In fact, this question is very easy to answer, because it was Mr. AI who came to me. Mr. AI trusts and appreciates me, and gives me the right to dictate to you here. If you don't think I am inappropriate, you can go to the president's office and tell Mr. AI about the incident, and let him replace me. Li Tianyu's words were too high profile, and it really caused some reactions from everyone present. But most people are a little bit ignorant, and Li Tianyu's words are too strong, and he is completely using Mr. AI's position to overwhelm others. Will this be convincing? I'm afraid it was counterproductive, right? Some people even couldn't help showing a sneer, just waiting to watch Li Tianyu's good show. Even AI Baoquan looked at Li Tianyu, thinking he was too reckless to say this. To put it bluntly, I'm here to take care of you, and Mr. AI covers me, and I refuse to accept you and bite me? In fact, Li Tianyu said this with a purpose. He doesn't really want to be a planner when he comes to work at the headquarters of Aihua Real Estate. He has other tasks, and this task is quite special. He just wants to be the target of the public, angering certain people and letting them take the initiative to find their own troubles. If you know that the other party has done something, you can take advantage of it and greatly reduce the time cost. The final goal is to complete AI Baoquan's commission as soon as possible and get another 5 million. Li Tianyu continued, of course there will be people who want to try my Jinliang. It's okay. People who are not convinced can come to me. We can discuss in more depth. This is considered to be in line with my work. Everyone looked at each other. The people who got into this position were all professionals in the workplace. They always felt that Li Tianyu had something to say, but for a while, he couldn't figure out Li Tianyu's true intentions. Basically, no one will really trouble Li Tianyu. It's not about slapping President AI in the face. But the small movements behind the back are inevitable. Some people who are even close to Zhao Yan have already started to use computers to send emails to General Manager Zhao. The planner that AI Baoquan found, you can't just let it go. Looking at this high-profile and unusual posture, you might get a hole in the headquarters. Li Tianyu knocked the table with his fingers, as if thinking about something. Then, he turned his head and asked AI Baoquan, next, I will first contact the person in charge of the Administration and Human Resources Department. I think it should be okay? AI Baoquan laughed and said, of course there is no problem. Then AI Baoquan turned his head and said to others, Human Resources Department, the head of the Administration Department stand up. Lu Chao was trembling at this time. When he heard that he was talking about the person in charge of the personnel department, he was startled and screamed. Also standing up is Shin Si-yue, she is the manager of the administration department. Shin Si-yue is actually very young. She rose so fast, which is also related to her sweet and attractive appearance. But it does not mean that the ability to meditate on the moon is not strong. On the contrary, whether it is work ability or interpersonal ability, Shin Si-yue is a strong hand, but it is covered by her appearance. Since just now, she has been observing Li Tianyu and felt that although this person speaks arrogantly and high-profilely, most of it is a targeted behavior. But she can't understand what Li Tianyu is going to do. It stands to reason that as a planner, you should have a good relationship with the leaders of these departments, so that you can work more conveniently, but this person does the opposite, which makes people intangible. Mind. However, it is normal for Li Tianyu to propose to contact the administration department and the personnel department first. Both of these departments deal with employees, so it makes sense to go here first. Li Tianyu looked at Yin Chao, his gaze fell on Shin Si-yue again, and smiled slightly. The two, let's talk later, don't you bother me. Naturally, our human resources department will cooperate well. Yin Chao's face was sweaty. At the thought of the conflict with Li Tianyu at the door of the company, Yin Chao felt uneasy, for fear that this kid would blow the evil wind in front of President AI, and he would surely not be able to do it long by then. Of course, Shin Si-yue was okay, and smiled and nodded. Administration department, welcome Mr. Li. Chapter 55. Don't worry, I regret my life. Li Tianyu couldn't help but look at Shin Si-yue more, thinking that this girl is really enchanting, with a beautiful face and a hot body. It stands to reason that AI Baochuan's servant shouldn't let go of such a feast. But there is no contemplation month among the 5 lovers. Later, Li Tianyu wanted to understand that AI Baoquan liked the cute ones, but didn't like the sexy ones very much. After the meeting, Li Tianyu went to AI Baochuan's office for tea. Speaking of it, it is visually estimated that this office is 400 to 500 square meters, there are 3 sets of sofas, and there is a mini golf course in the corner. Li Tianyu sat on the super large sofa in the middle, chatting with AI Baoquan over drinks. Brother Li, I didn't expect you to be so angry. If you say that, don't you trouble them? AI Baoquan said, and personally poured tea for Li Tianyu. Just let them trouble me. Li Tianyu took a sip and couldn't help but praised, good tea. The best Tinghu Bilyuakun, only 30 taels a year, do you want to get some back? AI Baoquan laughed. Li Tianyu hurriedly waved his hand, farewell, I don't know how to make tea. It would be a waste to take it back. Keep your taste. AI Baoquan didn't force it, took a few sips, then smiled and asked, Brother Li, it's not a small risk to do your business, right? Li Tianyu was holding a teacup and wanted to deliver it to his mouth, but stopped when he heard this. AI Baochuan's question is quite meaningful. Li Tianyu's face was not waved by Gu Jing, and he gently put the cup back on the table, and then said, Mr. AI, you are right. For some more sensitive matters, the person concerned will naturally be a little fidgety. At this point, the expression on AI Baochuan's face is a bit unnatural. He is one of the parties, and he is indeed a little fidgety. This kind of thing is very subtle and everyone knows it well, but AI Baoquan didn't expect Li Tianyu to speak so bluntly. What is the crime of cherishing Bai? Li Tianyu knows a lot of other people's secrets, and some of these secrets are fatal. The person involved will hope that Li Tianyu will shut up. How can I make him shut up? There are 2 ways, one is to throw money so that Li Tianyu will never say anything. But this method is also the most unreliable and cannot solve the problem fundamentally. The other method is the most effective, and that is to kill Li Tianyu and let him shut up forever. Li Tianyu believes that AI Baoquan will have such an idea, but he should not do it. The reason is that AI Baoquan doesn't have any 2 fatal handles. At least there has been no homicide in his body. AI Baoquan also did some unscrupulous damages when he started his business in his early years, and his performance afterwards is also remarkable. Of course, there are some irregularities in his personal life, and he has raised 5 mistresses, but that is also a common problem of the rich and cannot be used alone. Therefore, AI Baoquan will not harm Li Tianyu, which is not worth it. At the most it is to give more benefits, let him not say anything. However, Li Tianyu still needs to make AI Baoquan honest. Mr. AI, I don't want to keep you from telling you that we all have something to do in this business. AI Baoquan was startled. Back? What kind of back? Very simple, partner. When Li Tianyu said this, he showed a mysterious smile. I have a partner who will contact him every few days. If you lose contact with me, then the matter will be big. My partner will publish all the information, then, you know.
Of course AI Baoquan understands that it is enough for him to drink a pot just because his shameful things are announced.
Thinking of this, AI Baoquan couldn't help but shudder.
Brotherly, then you have to take care of your body and be very careful in your actions, lest accidents happen.
I know, please don't worry about this, President AI, I'm very sorry. AI Baoquan asked again, by the way, you have already joined the job, how do you plan to check? Li Tianyu pondered, when will Zhao Yan come back? He went to Krakow to deal with a very difficult thing. It is estimated that it will take at least half a month to come back. Li Tianyu felt a little headache.
His original plan was actually very simple, and that was to find an opportunity to shake hands with Zhao Yan and obtain his first-hand information. In this way, all Zhao Yan's network within the group can be clarified, and solving the case will naturally be a breeze. However, Zhao Yan will not be back for half a month, and Li Tianyu is really a bit burnt. It seems that only alternatives can be used. Mr. AI, let me start with other people first.
AI Baoquan nodded and suddenly clapped his hands. Li Tianyu looked at him in surprise and didn't understand what he meant.
Soon, the door opened.
Come in alone.
Li Tianyu looked back and found that it was Yang Yan. AI Baoquan said, Yang Yan, during this time, you will follow brotherly, protect him, and make no mistakes.
Yang Yan gave Li Tianyu a blank expression, I see, Mr. AI.
Li Tianyu waved his hand quickly, no, Mr. AI, I can protect myself, and I am not used to always being followed by someone.
Li Tianyu spoke the truth. When he thinks of eating, sleeping, peeing, shit and farting, he is always stared at by a person, or such a big man, and he gets goosebumps behind him. Of course AI Baoquan also expressed his understanding. Most people are really not used to being guarded by bodyguards.
In fact, he is not used to it, but the identity is here, life safety is more important than anything else.
Brotherly, it's not that I'm overhearted. Zhao Yan is not an ordinary person. He has a hand in black and white.
I'm sure that the news of your employment has already reached Zhao Yan's ears.
I'm afraid he will take it. Action. AI Baoquan's attitude was unusually sincere, so he almost held Li Tianyu's hand to speak. If you are seen by outsiders, you might still think that Li Tianyu is AI Baoquan's illegitimate son.
Li Tianyu pondered for a while. AI Baoquan was right, if Zhao Yan's servant really played in for him, he would be really hard to resist. You know, Li Tianyu is at most gang fights with people in college, and he may be able to deal with one or two punks. If the role is really ruthless, he will definitely lie down. That's okay, just trouble Big Brother Young to protect me for a few days.
Now it's right. AI Baoquan patted Li Tianyu on the shoulder, finally relieved.
If Li Tianyu really has some shortcomings, then his little secrets of AI Baoquan must not be known to everyone.
Among other things, those mistresses alone are enough to ruin him in the circle. In this way, Li Tianyu accidentally added a bodyguard.
But when he came out, he also chatted with Yang Yan and asked if he could protect him in the dark.
Chapter 56, The Hidden Bodyguard. In the dark? I mean, don't always stick behind me so high profile. Yang Yan's expression moved slightly, yes. Yes? Don't you think my proposal is a bit excessive? Mr. Li, don't question my professional ability. Yang Yan is not overconfident by saying so.
The bodyguard itself is divided into two types, one is the bright dart and the other is the dark dart.
Li Tianyu's request is nothing but a dart.
The benefits of the dark dart are many, that is, the lifestyle of the protected person will not be destroyed, and even the presence of the bodyguard will not be noticed. But at the same time, the dark dart has very high requirements for the bodyguard's abilities, especially tracking, lurking, and early warning capabilities. Yang Yan used to be a top domestic special force, and later received rigorous professional training of bodyguards, so the dark dart is naturally competent.
Saying goodbye to AI Baoquan, Li Tianyu walked out of the president's office. Next, he was going to go home. Li Tianyu also needs to plan well for things like AI Baoquan's investigation.
However, when Li Tianyu walked to the office area, he was stopped one after another. The people who stopped him were all department leaders who had just attended the regular meeting. Li Tianyu smiled and shook hands with these people one by one, and couldn't help but use the ability of information acquisition. Among these people, they are indeed closely related to Zhao Yan. For example, Zhuo Dafa, the marketing manager.
For example, Zhou Kuan, the designer in charge of the engineering design department. For example, Chang Dedian, the head of the finance department. However, this is also normal.
As the general manager, Zhao Yan is responsible for the specific affairs of the company. It is not surprising that these people are close to him. At least from the intelligence information obtained by Li Tianyu, they are not suspected. After greeted 6 or 7 people, Li Tianyu suddenly felt dizzy.
He quickly supported the wall with one hand and didn't fall down.
Li Tianyu took 2 breaths and touched his forehead, only to find that his face and hands were all sweaty. System Assistant, warning, using the Intelligence Master ability will consume the host's physical strength and energy, and frequent use for many consecutive times may cause the risk of fainting. System Assistant, host, please use this ability when necessary. It turns out that although this ability is powerful, it can't be abused at will. You have to pay more attention in the future.
Li? Mr. Li, are you okay?
When Li Tianyu looked up, it turned out to be a beautiful woman in the administration department, Xinyu.
It's okay, it's just some low blood sugar. With that, Li Tianyu stood up and shook hands with Shen Siyue on his own initiative.
Very soft and very slippery. This time he did not use the Intelligence Master ability to avoid sudden death on the spot.
Low blood sugar? I have raw chocolate here, just eat a piece.
Li Tianyu took the piece of chocolate, it was heavy, and it was indeed a coincidence. Thank you, Manager Shen not only looks beautiful, but also has a good heart.
Shen Siyue smiled charmingly. Mr. Li, you can't tell, you are quite good at talking. It's not a compliment, it's from the bottom of my heart.
Li Tianyu's smile was a little wicked, and Shen Siyue didn't dare to hit it casually anymore. She felt that Li Tianyu was obviously teasing her. Moreover, this person is a bit dangerous, and seems to be completely different from those who are guilty and courageous.
Li Tianyu also noticed Shen Siyue's alert and smiled and waved his hand. Manager Shen, I will talk to you later, thank you for the chocolate. Seeing Li Tianyu's departure, Shen Siyue pursed her mouth, not knowing what she was thinking. Li Tianyu came to the door of the company and looked back, but he didn't see Yang Yan. He thought this kid would hide now, right?
Then this stealth kung fu was really amazing. Li Tianyu saw that the little girl at the front desk looked at him curiously, smiled and waved her hand. The little girl blushed and lowered her head quickly.
Interesting. Sit down in the lounge area at the door and take out the chocolates given by Mengyu.
I opened the package and chewed twice, feeling that my physical strength has really recovered a lot.
At this moment, 2 people came over.
One of them, Li Tianyu, knew him as Yin Chao, the manager of the Human Resources Department. Another man, in his 30s, Li Tianyu was only slightly impressed, as if he had seen him during a meeting.
These 2 obviously came for Li Tianyu.
Yin Chao came closer and smiled awkwardly. Mr. Li, I'm so sorry in the morning, I don't know you. You are directly appointed by Mr. AI, I apologize to you here, your adults don't remember the villain. Reaching out without hitting the smiley, Li Tianyu certainly can't be too vengeful, so he said, it's okay, I've forgotten it a long time ago. Yin Chao pointed to the man next to him and said, Mr. Li, let me introduce you.
This is Director Zhou Pengzhou of the Public Relations Department. Hello, President Li.
Zhou Peng took the initiative to stretch out his hand, and Li Tianyu stood up and held him together. This person, not simple, Li Tianyu thought of this, and involuntarily used the ability of the Intelligence Master. Picture by picture, message by message suddenly squeezed into Li Tianyu's mind. Li Tianyu's pupils shrank and the expression in his eyes became sharp, but he immediately returned to normal.
Zhou Peng, this guy has a very close relationship with Zhao Yan. Unlike the executives of other departments, Zhou Peng's relationship with Zhao Yan is more close. How close is it?
Zhao Yan, who was far away in Kaizhou, directly gave Zhou Peng an order to find out his details about Li Tianyu.
It was also Zhou Peng who reported Li Tianyu's situation to Zhao Yan.
Perhaps this guy is Zhao Yan's #1 younger brother in the company.
Hello, Mr. Zhou.
Zhou Peng looked at Li Tianyu's face, and felt that this guy really had some ways, at least compared to other annual ringers, it was a lot deeper.
Mr. Li, let's have a look today.
I booked a box in Waihaixingchang and went to Lihi together.
It is also considered to be a catch for you. Waihaixingchang is a famous entertainment club in the imperial capital.
It is a very high-end kind, and it costs several thousand yuan per hour for ordinary boxes.
To be honest, Li Tianyu wanted to refuse.
He is still very tired now, but it would be underestimated. Moreover, Li Tianyu just wanted Zhao Yan's people to come over, and now there is no reason to refuse. Zhou Peng seemed to want Li Tianyu to feel at ease, and said, there are no outsiders, just me, Manager Yin, and you, let's just play around. When it comes to just play around, Zhou Peng's words are quite meaningful. Li Tianyu also knew enough about him, and naturally knew what it meant to be together.
Chapter 57 I'll show you palmistry.
The 3 of them left the company with Zhou Peng's Mercedes-Benz. Li Tianyu noticed that neither Yin Chao nor Zhou Peng had clocked in. They were obviously planning to leave early. This is normal, and the 2 of them are considered the backbone of the company, and basically no one cares about them. At this time, it was almost to the rush hour, and the road had begun to be blocked.
The Mercedes-Benz stopped and went, and it took an hour to reach the destination.
Waihaixing, the high-end entertainment club of the imperial capital.
Neon colorful, feasting.
There is an open-air parking lot in front of the clubhouse, where all the cars parked are luxury cars, and there are a lot of supercars. It was indeed the first time for Li Tianyu to come to this kind of place, but he was not surprised. Under the leadership of Zhou Peng, the three of them came to the box he had booked in advance. This box is not ordinary at first glance, it is high-end, with an area of more than 100 square meters visually. The decoration is luxurious, sofa, 100-inch projection TV, surround speakers, light dance floor, all available, quite magnificent. However, the room was not empty, and there was a man sitting swaggeringly. Behind the man stood a giant man. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a giant man. The height must be more than 1.9 meters, and it is even possible to reach 2 meters. Obviously, this person is a bodyguard, or a thug. The identity of the sitting person is definitely not simple. Li Tianyu glanced at Zhou Peng, as if he was saying, "Didn't you say there is no one else?" Zhou Peng smiled and said, "Mr. Li, let me introduce you. This is Luo Sanyang, who is also known as Luo Sange. He is also a well-known figure in the society. He just contacted me temporarily just now and wanted to join in the fun." Li Tianyu nodded. "Brother Luo, hello." According to Li Tianyu's observation, this Luo Sanyang is very angry, and this guy is mostly on the rivers and lakes. He didn't want to provoke right and wrong, calling him Brother Luo is already considered to be enough for him. However, Luo Sanyang didn't appreciate him, he just gave an indifferent didn't even lift his eyelids, let alone stood up and shook hands with Li Tianyu enthusiastically. Li Tianyu didn't care either. He found a place to sit down and waited for these people to perform. At this time, drinks, beverages, and various pastries and snacks are already on the table. As Zhou Peng was the host, he naturally greeted him. Li Tianyu spent a lot of energy and physical strength today, and was really hungry, so he simply ate something. At this moment, Zhou Peng opened the door and greeted him outside. Several girls walked in tintingly. These girls are young and beautiful, with slender bodies, wearing short skirts and light gauze, coupled with red lights, it is even more imaginative. Li Tianyu was not surprised, this is a place like this, of course, there is no shortage of companion girls. What's more, Zhou Peng engages in public relations all the year round, and people of the 3 educated in 9 class have to deal with it. It is indispensable to come to such a place to connect with feelings, and he is already familiar with it. "Girls, these are my distinguished guests, sit down here." The girls agreed clearly, and they sat among the others. Luo Sanyang should also be a regular customer here. He has the most girls around him, hugs from left to right and hugs right, quite a bit of style. The girl sitting next to Li Tianyu was named Yu Xijia. She was quite pure and had a little restraint in her behavior, as if she couldn't let go. "Still a student?" Li Tianyu asked in a low voice. "No, it's not." Li Tianyu smiled slightly, looking at the expression clearly. It is not uncommon for pretty female college students and even high school students to work part-time in such places. This kind of work is not very glorious, but it can make quick money, and it is still very attractive to girls who are in urgent need of money. But Li Tianyu judged that the girl seemed to have some difficulties that made it happen. "Don't be stunned, drink, drink." Yin Xiao said while holding his glass, "Brother Luo, do it first." With that said, he drank his glass of wine in one gulp. Luo Sanyang just took a casual sip and put the wine glass. The others drank their own. Li Tianyu noticed that Yu Xijia only took a symbolic sip, for fear that he would drink too much. Zhou Peng also noticed Yu Xijia. "Who is this girl? See you for the first time." "Brother Zhou, this is Yu Xijia. It's the first time to go to work today." The girl talking was Gui Yafeng, and she was sitting next to Emperor Luo Sanyang, almost half of her body resting on Luo Sanyang's body. "It's the first time," I said, "it's so tender." Zhou Peng said with a smile, "Yu Xijia, you have to let go of this business. It's awkward." "I see, Brother Zhou." After Yu Xijia finished speaking, he leaned on Li Tianyu's side, and took the initiative to chat with him. "Brotherly, I heard Sister Feng say that I haven't seen you here before." It turned out that this was why Yu Xijia asked Li Tianyu to sit next to each other. Li Tianyu naturally put on Yu Xijia's waist and rubbed it lightly. Yu Xijia's body tightened like an electric shock. "Having never seen me here does not mean that I am a good person," Li Tianming said softly against Yu Xijia's ear. Yu Xijia's face blushed and she was charming and charming. At this time, Luo Sanyang spoke. "Li Tianyu, your name is Li Tianyu, right?" "It's me." Li Tianyu replied lightly. "I heard what you are." Li Tianyu smiled slightly. Brother Luo, I am a human. Yin Chao quickly said, this President Li is the planner the company has just invited over.
Luo Sanyang slapped his hands. Yes, planner, I don't understand. What exactly does planner do? Li Tianyu's heart turned.
It seemed that Luo Sanyang was Zhou Pang, or Zhao Yin came to test him.
Li Tianyu never shook hands with Luo Sanyang, so naturally he didn't know his details.
But judging from the arrogant and domineering attitude of this guy, it's not just as simple as a gangster.
Li Tianyu still needs to deal with it carefully. Planners are naturally doing development planning.
Both people and companies need to have a plan for the future.
Luo Sanyang chuckled, oh? Then why can you make plans for others? Why should others listen to you? Because I know a lot. Gui Yafang felt that the atmosphere was a little stiff, and he quickly joked, brotherly, are you knowing everything? It's not know-how, it's know-it-all.
I know astronomy at the top, geography at the bottom, and even the 8 characters of your birth date. When everyone heard it, the boy's tone was crazy enough.
Gui Yafang, then tell me about me, what do you know about me? Li Tianyu smiled slightly, give me your hand. What? Look at palmistry. Although women do not necessarily believe in palmistry fortune-telling, they are naturally full of curiosity about it.
So Gui Yafang stretched out his hand happily. The attention of other people was also drawn to the past.
Chapter 58, Let's play games together. Li Tianyu held the hand that Gui Yafang handed over and rubbed it deliberately.
This action is frivolous, but very important.
One is to use a handshake to obtain Gui Yafang's intelligence. The second is to make others think that Li Tianyu is a disciple. Sure enough, Gui Yafang couldn't help laughing out loud. Brotherly, will you read palmistry?
Look at the palmistry, first look at the hands. Your hands are also very good, white and tender, slippery and soft, no wonder third brother Luo likes it. Yin Chao and Zhou Peng looked at each other, and both felt that Li Tianyu really dared to speak.
It is really meaningless to be ignorant, Luo Sanyang is not easy to provoke.
What Li Tianyu meant is that I can touch the things that Luo Sanyang thinks are good. Men have a strong territorial consciousness, and Li Tianyu is also testing Luo Sanyang's endurance limit.
Luo Sanyang just snorted coldly, and didn't seem to mean to become angry.
Li Tianyu originally didn't want to use the ability of the intelligence master, after all, it took too much energy and physical strength.
But now I have to use it again.
Fortunately, I just ate some high-calorie food and drank 2 glasses of beer, which is a relief. As long as it is not used frequently, there will be no major problems.
The palmistry game started.
Li Tianyu said slowly, Gui Yafang, whose real name is Gui Jia, because the homophony is not very pleasant, so when he was in the 6th grade of elementary school, he actively asked to change his name.
Gui Yafang exclaimed, ah. How did you know? Li Tianyu knew enough about Gui Yafang, at least there was no problem with content such as birth date.
I won't tell you your year of birth. The date is April 6th, the lunar calendar happens to be March 3rd, and you were born at 2:30 in the morning. In the northeastern provinces, it was raining and snowing, and it was terribly cold.
You are an Aries and like purple.
Violet is your favorite. With blood type O, you were recognized as a beautiful woman in college.
The president of the student union at that time was very fond of you. Am I right? Gui Yafang was stunned, his eyes widened. When other people saw Gui Yafang's reaction, they knew that Li Tianyu was right.
Especially those girls, their faces are full of excitement.
Sister Feng, what he said, really or not? Isn't it all right? Then he is too amazing. Have you two known each other a long time ago? Brotherly wouldn't be your ex-boyfriend, right?
You see, Jia didn't speak, but she also looked at Li Tianyu with a look of surprise, just like looking at an ancient wizard with mysterious power. Let alone these girls, the other 3 men couldn't help but stare at each other.
Where is this sacred Li Tianyu? What the hell are you doing? How can you know so much about a drinking girl in the clubhouse? In fact, Li Tianyu knew more, but didn't want to say it. This Gui Yafang is also a poor woman.
She has had 2 boyfriends in total.
The first one is prone to domestic violence and also likes to drink too much.
As long as she drinks too much, she will beat her, so that she often sees people with a blue nose and a swollen face. The second boyfriend didn't have domestic violence, but he was a gambler, and then he became addicted to drugs.
This is also the reason why Gui Yafang entered this business.
He can afford to raise that boyfriend because he is quick to make money.
Not long ago, the 2 also received the certificate. Although this matter is a bit disgusting, it is everyone's choice.
It has nothing to do with right or wrong, and Li Tianyu does not want to be nosy. At this time, Luo Sanyang sneered.
He didn't believe in any nonsense about palmistry.
He felt that most of them were tricky. However, he likes to play games, it's better to just play like this.
That's fine, or you can help me see it.
Li Tianyu thought to himself that he meant it. He also wanted to explore the details of this third brother Luo. Brother Luo, please stretch out your hand. Luo Sanyang hesitated for a moment, but stretched out.
Li Tianming grasped it.
Luo Sanyang was startled, thinking that this kid would even touch a man's hand.
Abnormal.
Luo Sanyang instinctively wanted to get out, but did not succeed in breaking free.
Don't worry, brother Luo, start right away.
Li Tianyu said, turning Luo Sanyang's palm over and looking at it decently.
Oh. Li Tianyu looked at it, his expression exaggerated.
When the girls saw this, they all started booing.
How? Did you see anything?
Master Li.
Yes, yeah, we are waiting for you to reveal the information of brother Luo. Say it quickly, Master Li, we really want to hear it.
Li Tianyu glanced at Luo Sanyang, then touched his head for a while and said, "Oh, sorry, I really can't see the palm prints of brother Luo, I can only say that I'm not good at learning, sorry, everyone." As he said, he also made an apologetic gesture to the people around him. Everyone showed disappointed expressions. "Master Li, your palmistry skills are not good."
Zhou Peng couldn't help laughing.
Li Tianyu waved his hand quickly and said solemnly, "This is a profound knowledge of palmistry, and it can be roughly divided into two types."
Zhou Peng was startled. Which two kinds? One is to look at it, and the other is to look at it. Isn't this nonsense? It's not nonsense.
If you look at it with your eyes, you look at it with your heart, the people who look at it are all idioms, and the people who really look at it are telling the truth. Li Tianyu's eloquence has also improved a lot compared to before. He said a lot of babbling, half-truths, and everyone who was present went around.
It can be regarded as revealing the fact of showing Luo Sanyang's palmistry just now.
In fact, Luo Sanyang's information has been obtained by Li Tianming, and the reason why he didn't say it was a lot of worries.
Luo Sanyang is really a big man.
This guy is a ruthless person, and Li Tianyu definitely can't afford it. As Li Tianyu had guessed before, Luo Sanyang belonged to the people of Jianghu Dao, and it was a very large group.
In the imperial capital, there are two rivers and lakes. One is Qinggui and the other is Hongyish. And this Luo Sanyang is the little leader of Hongyish.
This guy had such a status at a young age, and he was shot with real swords and guns. He didn't do anything less about removing his arms and legs and pinching other people's eggs.
Li Tianyu accepted Ai Baochuan's entrustment to make money, but not desperately. Offend Hongyish?
That's Li Tianyu's long life. I just don't know how this Zhao Yan family is related to Hongyish. At this moment, Luo Sanyang lazily said, "Zhou Peng, arrange a game to create an atmosphere."
Zhou Peng quickly said yes.
In this kind of entertainment, there are girls who lose money, and it is normal to play games. The game Zhou Peng arranged is very simple, called Pai Chi Ling. Rules, from 1 to 99, if the number of people reaches a number containing 7 or a multiple of 7, the number is not allowed, and a pass must be called, and the next person will continue to report the number.
If someone reports a wrong number, they will be punished. This game is very common, and the less common is punishment. Those who report the wrong number must take off one of their clothes. Chapter 59. Forget it, the twisted melon is not sweet.
The rules of the game are too bad, and I don't know if Zhou Peng and the others often play it. But in this kind of entertainment club, it is indeed quite normal. As soon as those accompany girls heard such rules, they all showed acrid expressions.
"Oh, how can you play like this? We sisters suffer too much. Yes, look at what we wear, what do you guys wear? Brother Peng, why do you always move these bad thoughts?"
In fact, these accompany girls are not really unwilling, they just express some objections symbolically, and they appear more emotional.
Men's psychology is very subtle, women are completely obedient, but the effect is not good. If they want to refuse to welcome them properly, it is easy to touch their excitement.
Of course, there is also an exception for the companion girl Yu Sijia. It was the first time for Yu Sijia to enter the arena, and wherever he played this game, he was even more frightened when he heard the rules of the game. Except for her underwear, she has only a short dress with a suspender and a veil shawl. In other words, if Yu Sijia made the mistake of playing the 7 orders once, he would be ashamed if he made a mistake the second time. But Yu Sijia also understood that she was already here and couldn't go back, otherwise she would face a huge amount of liquidated damages, which would be even more miserable. No matter how unwilling she is, she can only bite the bullet. The number of players in the game is 8 people, 3 men and 5 women, forming a circle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
6. Pass. 8.
Of course, no one made any mistakes in the first round, and they all reported smoothly.
The same is true for the second round.
But in the third round, some people started to make mistakes.
It was Gui Yafan who made the mistake first. She accidentally yelled 28. Hurry up, Sister Fong. Zhou Peng laughed. Cut, what's so great? The light veil was removed, and the sound of exclamation and exclamation came one after another. Come again, come again.
When acting every time, most of the people present are masters of atmosphere.
The enthusiasm in the box quickly rises.
Someone successively reported wrong numbers, and under bursts of cheers, applause, and exclamation, light gauze vests, women's skirts appeared on the ground. Of course, men's clothes have also begun to appear. Li Tianyu yelled 49 and his suit jacket was thrown on the ground.
67, ah. No way.
A companion girl named Lu Jingjing called the wrong again, and now she only has a full-length dress.
Jingjing, hurry up, don't let everyone wait.
Yin Chao was excited and urged.
Yeah, this is a predetermined rule, no shamelessness is allowed.
Jingjing, you are the first one, hurry up.
Lu Jingjing let out a groan, and he actually did so amidst cheers.
This kind of scene made Li Tianyu stunned. Zhou Peng, Yin Chao, and Luo Sanyang are all unsurprising, and they seem to be middle and veteran. As soon as Lu Jingjing started this head, other companion girls were pulled off one after another.
The box became more and more red.
All this, in Sijia's eyes, made her even more distracted and frightened. In this atmosphere, it is even harder to say what more ridiculous things will happen in the future. When she decided to come to work, she just said that she would accompany the guests to chat and drink. Although she knew that there would be some marginal things, such as allowing others to take advantage, she did not expect to be so blatant. Yu Sijia had already made a mistake once, and the tulle shawl had already taken off.
It was Sijia's dazed effort, it was her turn. 84, ah. Wrong. When Yu Sijia just yelled, she regretted it. Oh my god.
84 is also a multiple of 7, she reported an error.
Everyone immediately reacted. Oh. Yu Sijia, it's finally your turn. Hurry up. Hurry up.
I would like to see how much material this girl has. It can be seen that Yu Sijia was at a loss, and she was shaking all over, like a helpless little sheep facing a few hungry big bad wolves.
Zhou Peng continued to urge, Yu Sijia, don't let everyone down, don't you think everyone else has done it? Yeah, look at me. Yin Chao laughed.
He only has shorts now, which is really funny.
Can I? No. Rules are rules and cannot be broken.
Zhou Peng said solemnly. When Yu Sijia listened, tears were about to fall. It can be seen that this matter is very difficult for her. The atmosphere in the box has cooled down for a while, which is not a good sign. Gui Yafang has the most experience, she forced her composure, sat next to Yu Sijia, and whispered something to her. It should be something to persuade her to give in. However, Yu Sijia still kept shaking her head, and Gui Yafang gave up after saying a few words.
In fact, everyone else is easy to say, but Luo Sanyang's face has collapsed.
Yu Sijia, if you are not obedient anymore, don't even want to get out of this room today. When Luo Sanyang spoke, his voice was harsh, and his expression was even more oppressive. Yu Sijia was terribly scared, and she also knew that she couldn't afford a character like Luo Sanyang. She put her hand on the sling and wanted to pull it down, but Zhou Peng might think that she was too slow and would tear it up.
No.
Yu Sijia was frightened, got up in a panic, and hid in the corner. At this moment, Li Tianyu didn't like this atmosphere very much. Although this girl should have this consciousness since she chose to be a companion girl, but the current situation is a bit convincing to be a prostitute.
Since you are out to be happy, why do you want to achieve this level? It can be seen that Luo Sanyang is really a little angry.
His face was sullen, frightening the other companion girls. Don't talk about these girls, even Yin Chao was scared.
This is the rhythm of the accident. Evil tiger, do it for me, pick up this bitch. Oh.
The evil tiger is the giant thug who has been standing behind Luo Sanyang.
But this name is a bit misleading, it should be called Evil Bear.
The body of the evil tiger confronted Yu Sijia, the perfect beauty and the beast, and couldn't bear to look directly at it. Although Li Tianyu was not a gentleman, he couldn't bear to see this situation.
Brother Luo, forget it, why bother to be so magnificent for a wine-compensating girl? Luo Sanyang sneered, Li Tianyu, what do you say? There is a good saying that the twisted melon is not sweet.
Since she is unwilling, please drive her out.
Li Tianyu's words are quite satisfactory and reasonable. There was light in Yu Sijia's eyes, looking at Li Tianyu, and then at Luo Sanyang. There was also some hope in her heart. Chapter 60. Li Tianyu persuaded to be gentle, he did not want to have any conflict with Luo Sanyang. People on the rivers and lakes road, he really doesn't want to touch. Although these people are not brutal and evil people, they always play cards according to common sense. Li Tianyu just hoped to ease the situation. Since Yu Sijia is a novice and can't let it go, so why bother? However, Luo Sanyang doesn't think so. He is used to being arrogant and domineering, at least in terms of his land boundary. You gotta stay away. You don't have the right to speak. Luo Sanyang's roar shocked everyone else. Even Zhou Peng was aware of the seriousness of the matter. Luo Sanyang is a gunpowder keg, not necessarily exploded at any time. When Jia Yan said that he would be invited over, Zhou Peng felt that it was not very good. It's just to explore Li Tianyu's bottom, why bother to find such a ruthless role? However, Zhao Yan said, you should give Li Tianyu a disarm and let him know how powerful it is. Don't be a big-tailed wolf everywhere in the future. But there's always a difference between giving him a devil and beating him. Look at Luo Sanyang's posture, but he wants to start beating people. If Li Tianyu is broken, then President AI will lose his temper. Can anyone he finds himself hit casually? Thinking of this, Zhou Peng quickly wanted to go up and take Li Tianyu away, but what was unexpected is that Li Tianyu was so shocking. No, it was a shocking rhetoric. Brother Luo, you ate shit, please brush your teeth first. At this time, needles dropped in the box can be heard. The others all looked at Li Tianyu and Luo Sanyang with horror. Everyone is thinking, Li Tianyu is crazy, he dare to say anything. Li Tianyu must be over. Today will definitely be abolished. Luo Sanyang has not done anything about cutting people's tongues. Zhou Peng hurriedly pulled Li Tianyu over and whispered, President Li, hurry up and apologize to Brother Luo. Li Tianyu smiled, but did not answer, instead sat back on the sofa. This posture is obvious. Apologize? No way. In fact, Li Tianyu was also playing drums in his heart. When I said that sentence just now, I was really dying. If it was Li Tianyu before, under this situation, he would not dare to say such a thing when he was killed. However, now due to the influence of the personality of the system, Li Tianyu's arrogance does not allow him to remain indifferent after being scolded. Luo Sanyang half squinted his eyes and stared at Li Tianyu. What happened to Yu Sijia at this time? Luo Sanyang didn't care anymore, and now Li Tianyu was the one to offend him. Li Tianyu, what the hell are you? Li Tianyu responded indifferently, I am not a thing, I am a human. Now that he has provoked Luo Sanyang, there is no need to get used to him. Well, you are a human now, and I will make you a non-adult in a while. Li Tianyu waved his hand, evil tiger, slap me twice, hit him harder. Everyone took a breath. The 2-meter giant of the evil tiger is as big as an ordinary person in his palm alone. Just let him slap him harder and slap him down. If this kid's body is weak, then he shouldn't die directly. Saw the evil tiger took 2 steps to Li Tianyu's side, and his huge body came close. Li Tianyu closed his eyes and simply turned a blind eye. When everyone saw his behavior, they were completely confused. Is this kid stupid? Not afraid of death? Yu Sijia over there suddenly shouted, don't. I take it off, can I take it off? Where is Luo Sanyang willing to listen now? He directly shouted, evil tiger, do it for me. Beat it hard. Beat it so hard that he doesn't even know his mother. Oh. The evil tiger rounded his arms, and his big hand, like a fan, pulled it over with the wind. Li Tianyu still closed his eyes. Some of the companion girls covered their mouths, some exclaimed, and some covered their eyes. See you soon. However, a few seconds passed, and I still didn't hear the expected movement. Such as pop, oh, help and other sounds. Yin Chao and Zhou Peng, who had their eyes open, their eyes widened and their mouths wide open. This. The evil tiger waved his arm and didn't hit Li Tianyu, who was sitting on the sofa, but was held up by someone alone. Who is this guy? Yang, Assistant Yan? Although only the back can be seen, Yin Chao still recognizes this person. Assistant Yan? Yang Yan? Zhou Peng also recognized that he was the key Department of Public Relations, and he could see Yang Yan from time to time, and he also knew that Yang Yan was AI Baochuan's #1 bodyguard. Why is this guy here? Could it be AI Baoquan is here? Zhou Peng immediately denied this idea again. AI Baoquan is considered a public figure, and it is impossible for him to come to such a place. The other accompanied girls also looked surprised. When did this man come in? In fact, everyone was attracted by the quarrel between Li Tianyu and Luo Sanyang just now. Yang Yan came in at that time, and before the evil tiger drew Li Tianyu, he grabbed the giant man's arm. Li Tianyu opened his eyes, feeling at ease, thinking that AI Baochuan's personal bodyguard is still reliable. In fact, he was really scared just now. If Yang Yan didn't rescue in time, then the teeth in his mouth would be lost. And even though Yang Yan's body reached 1.8 meters or more, it was still a question whether he could stop a giant man who was nearly 2 meters away. Look now, it's okay. Luo Sanyang was also completely stunned at this time, but immediately shouted, "What's so special, hurry up." The evil tiger yelled again and slammed Yang Yan with his other hand. The momentum was shocking, and everyone exclaimed again. However, the fist stopped midway. The evil tiger with a grim complexion was now distorted even more ugly, and his mouth still made a belching sound. Looking at it again, Yang Yan grabbed his finger and broke it directly. Oh! Ouch! Ouch! Evil tiger, the giant man sweating from the pain, fell to his knees on the ground. Then, another elbow punch hit the evil tiger's chin. The giant fell to the ground and fainted. KO. Yin Xiao was already stupid, and his chin was about to fall to the ground. Zhou Peng was also secretly surprised. He knew Yang Yan was a bodyguard, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. You must know that this evil tiger brought by Luo Sanyang is also a fierce figure, but he can't hold it for a minute, which makes people surprised. At this time, Luo Sanyang was indeed shocked, and he didn't figure out the situation for a while. Who are you? Yang Yan shook his wrist. I am Mr. Li's bodyguard. The accompaniment girls then understood. No wonder Li Tianyu was so crazy, it turns out that he brought a bodyguard. And this bodyguard is too powerful, it's a killer. Chapter 61. The reason why Li Tianyu was so confident just now was because he knew that Yang Yan was a competent bodyguard. Although the evil tiger looks terrifying, it's easy to deal with ordinary gangsters. However, compared with the top special forces trained in hell, the evil tiger is still not enough. However, can this scare Luo Sanyo back? Li Tianyu is not so naive. Luo Sanyang is a figure in the world, and also a small boss. It's impossible for a person like this to lose face because of a thief. Sure enough, Luo Sanyang squinted his eyes and said coldly, Li Tianyu, do you think this is over? Your bodyguard is very strong, but he can fight 1, 2, or 10. Can he fight 20? Seeing that the ancient well on Li Tianyu's face is not waved, and his face is as sinking as water, he doesn't seem to care. Luo Sanyang nodded viciously with his finger, and then took out his mobile phone, which seemed to be ready to call someone. Yang Yan glanced at Li Tianyu and seemed to be waiting for his instructions. It is best to snatch Luo Sanyang's mobile phone now, so that the two of them will not be surrounded and beaten brutally. Just like Luo Sanyang threatened, no matter how powerful his Yang Yan is, he is still a mortal body. It is no problem to hit a few of them. If there are 20 or 30 guys, it will be dangerous. Even if Yang Yan could protect himself, he couldn't protect Li Tianyu. But Li Tianyu did not intend to let Yang Yan grab the phone, but stood up. Although it was safe to grab a mobile phone for a while, Luo Sanyang would still get revenge afterwards, and that kind of retaliation was unpredictable and would get worse. In doing so, the gains outweigh the losses. Luo Sanyang stopped his movements and stared at Li Tianyu with sharp eyes. Li Tianyu actually stood in front of Luo Sanyang and said with a smile, Brother Luo, what would happen to your little brother Duan Qiansha if it were known to the Tangwen Club? Luo Sanyang's expression changed. What did Duan Qiansha do? No. How do you know Duan Qiansha? I think about it, it was probably on the 13th of last month, right? It was the 14th, 2 o'clock in the morning. When Li Tianyu said this, he took another look at Luo Sanyang. Sure enough, Luo Sanyang's face broke even worse, as if he was afraid of something. What are you trying to say? Brother Luo has to pretend to be stupid. Okay, then I will tell you. As he said, Li Tianyu was actually attached to Luo Sanyang's ear grandiosely, and muttered. The expression on Luo Sanyang's face is getting more and more exciting, which can only be described as uncertain, but it is obvious that there is no longer the previous evil spirit. Zhou Peng and Yin Xiao were completely confused, and they didn't know what Li Tianyu was talking to Luo Sanyang. Third brother Luo, who has always been grumpy, can actually hear it. Li Tianyu finished. Luo Sanyang's expression turned out to be very strange. You, who are you? How do you know this? Li Tianyu chuckled, visit the mountain in the night rain and lonely wind and shadow, visit Yunlu village in his hometown. When Luo Sanyang heard it, he was completely panicked. Now there is still the arrogant and domineering third brother Luo, who is clearly an ordinary brother.
Visitors, mountain rangers, impossible, impossible, this is only August, and mountain rangers usually only appear in October.
Li Tianyu patted Luo Sanyang on the shoulder. You know, mountain rangers generally cannot reveal their identity.
I tell you this, but I just don't want to cause trouble anymore.
I hope you and your people will be conservative. Secret. Luo Sanyang's face gradually became respectful from the suspicion just now. Yes, I see, the Qiansha incident. I know I will keep a secret. Luo Sanyang looked happy. Thank you, Mr. Li.
He turned his head to Zhou Pang, Yin Chao, and others, and said viciously, did you hear what Mr. Li said just now?
Be smart. Don't tell me what happened just now, or don't blame me.
Cut your tongue and feed the dog. Whether it is Yin Chao or Zhou Pang, they have been in a state of ignorance since just now. You can understand what they are saying, but since Luo Sanyang said so, he could not help but nod his head and say yes. As for the accompaniment girls, there is nothing to say, they have nothing to do with them.
Li Tianyu glanced at Yu Xijia, who was still in the corner, and said, she can go now, is it okay? Third brother Luo. No problem. Of course no problem. Luo Sanyang smiled at Yu Xijia.
If you encounter anything in the future, just speak up and don't say anything else. At least in this area, Luo Sanyang can settle it for you. Yu Xijia did not respond, clutching her chest, and hurriedly walked outside the door.
Mr. Li, thank you. Yu Xijia took a deep look at Li Tianyu and left in a hurry.
Li Tianyu sighed, oh, tired. Luo Sanyang, Mr. Li, otherwise, I will arrange a VIP suite for you.
You will rest for one night first, and I will find a few more good ones for you. Li Tianyu waved his hand. No, I can sleep at home when I go home. Yangyan, did you drive? Yangyan nodded, it's on. Let's go.
Okay, President Li. When the two were about to take a step, they heard a low growl. The evil tiger woke up. He got up and caught a glimpse of Li Tianyu and Yangyan, his veins bursting with anger, and he was about to punch him with his fist raised.
Oh! Something staggering happened. Luo Sanyang slapped the evil tiger fiercely, slapped him with gold stars. I made you beat me. Fark off. The net is messing up with me.
Luo Sanyang said to Li Tianyu again, Mr. Li, go slowly, I will invite you to dinner later. Li Tianyu did not look back, and walked out of the box one after another with Yangyan.
Eat with you? Let's avoid it.
When he arrived outside the clubhouse, Li Tianyu breathed fresh air, as if he was reborn. At this time, he realized that his back was wet. It was too thrilling and exciting just now, and consumed a lot of energy. At this time, Li Tianyu seemed to fall down at any time. Li Tianyu secretly vowed that in the future, we will do less of this kind of thing. Yangyan moved his lips, and stopped talking.
Li Tianyu smiled and said, you want to ask, what did I say to Luo Sanyang?
Yangyan hesitated for a while, still said, forget it, you shouldn't know, I won't ask, but what are you going to do with that girl?
The girl?
At this time, Li Tianyu saw that Yu Xijia was actually standing on the side of the road. At this time, she was dressed in casual clothes, and she was restored to the appearance of a college student.
Li Tianyu walked over and asked, you haven't left yet? I didn't thank you very much, how can I go? Why? Do you want to agree with your body? Li Tianyu joked.
Yu Xijia blushed and said, the bedroom has been locked.
I can't go back tonight. It's easy to handle. Chapter 62.
Li Tianyu opened a room for Yu Xijia in a nearby hotel.
Li Tianyu entered the room and drank a cup of tea. Then, Li Tianyu did not come out all night.
Early the next morning, Li Tianyu woke up from the hotel, unexpectedly feeling refreshed. What's amazing is that Li Tianyu was very tired at first, but suddenly became alive and well. It was carried out several times last night, and Li Tianyu can't remember it.
However, Yu Xijia left without knowing when. Li Tianyu asked which university Xijia attended, but Yu Xijia did not say. Li Tianyu does not force it.
Perhaps Yu Xijia just wanted to repay her kindness. After breakfast, Li Tianyu did not rush to work at the Aihua Group headquarters, but stayed in the room to organize his thoughts. He replayed the events of last night in his mind, feeling that he was dancing on the tip of a knife. It was enough trouble to provoke Luo Sanyang's evil star.
What's more troublesome is that Li Tianyu lied to Luo Sanyang, and it was a big lie.
Visiting the mountain in the night rain's solitary wind shadow, guest's own hometown Yunluzhuang. This is actually not a poem, but an incision of the Tangwen society. Moreover, this incision has been passed down for thousands of years, and it is only used by mountain patrollers.
What is a mountain ranger? This is a long story.
In fact, the predecessor of the Tangwen Club appeared in the Tang dynasty as a tea house. This tea house was built in the mountains and was named Yunluzhuang. Yunluzhuang used the best spring water to cook the sweetest tea, and slowly became famous and developed. Soon, the tea house opened a lot of semicolons, all over the famous mountains and rivers. Managing these tea houses is a huge project. Not only does it require a good shopkeeper, but the general manager also sends people to inspect and supervise the tea houses from time to time. And these people who go to patrol are called patrollers inside the tea house.
Rangers are equivalent to discipline inspectors.
Although they do not have the right to directly manage appointments, every sentence they report will be taken seriously by the head office managers. Therefore, the semicolon up and down are extremely respectful to the mountain ranger. To put it in an exaggeration, it basically belongs to the royal treatment. The total number also realized that there would be many problems in this way, and ordered the mountain rangers not to expose their identities to ordinary people in the semicolon at will. The only ones who know their identities are usually the shopkeeper and the second shopkeeper. Since the appearance of the mountain ranger system, it has stretched for thousands of years, and it has been passed down to the present. Now Tangwen has long been not a tea house, but a commercial group composed of a variety of industries and a number of large group companies.
The patrollers are not the tea house subcolons anymore, but the companies and organizations under the Tangwen Chamber of Commerce in various cities.
Unfortunately, Hong Yishe is actually affiliated to the Tangwen Chamber of Commerce, so it is also the object of inspection. Although Luo Sanyang is only a small boss, he is a close associate of the president of Hong Yishe, so he knows it relatively clearly.
When Li Tianyu shook hands with Luo Sanyang, he got all the information he knew.
When Li Tianyu called himself a mountain ranger, Luo Sanyang was almost scared to death.
Because this mountain patroller actually knew about Duan Qianchigan.
This is what Li Tianyu deliberately whispered to Luo Sanyang in his ears, and it frightened him successfully.
Duan Qianchai is Luo Sanyang's Matsai.
He smashed other people's gold shops one night. This incident is actually a normal operation for people on the rivers and lakes, not too much. However, Fatty Chui, the owner of that gold store, happened to have a relationship with Tangwen Shanghui.
Now Fatty Chui doesn't know that the person who smashed the gold shop is related to Luo Sanyang. If he really knows, then the problem is big.
Tangwenshang has strict regulations, and it is forbidden to fight among colleagues, otherwise they will be severely punished. No matter how arrogant and domineering Luo Sanyang is, he will never dare to challenge the authority of the Chamber of Commerce.
That is pure death.
Therefore, Luo Sanyang's attitude changed 180 degrees, from a vicious dog to a pug.
However, did this thing just pass?
Li Tianyu pondered for a while. The current situation is still very dangerous, and it is several times more dangerous.
If his fake mountain ranger was exposed, Luo Sanyang's anger alone would be enough to make him drink a pot, let alone how the Tangwen Chamber of Commerce could let him go?
Oh, it's too difficult for me.
Li Tianyu couldn't help sighing when he thought of this.
But Li Tianyu is not without advantages, at least he still has the system. Yesterday's situation made Li Tianyu realize that it is time for him to arm himself, and various skills are always useful. Yang An, a powerful bodyguard, can't always follow Li Tianyu, so self-defense and fighting skills must be prepared.
I am a world-class fighting master, what am I afraid of?
When Li Tianyu finished speaking with a smile, he opened the system interface, and in the order center, the corresponding tax item appeared as expected.
Fighting Master. Tax amount, 6,500 dragon coins.
Description: randomly familiar with 3 types of fighting techniques, with certain strength, agility, and flexibility enhancement effects.
Risk of side effects, low. Fight Master. Tax amount, 10,000 dragon coins.
Description: randomly proficient in 5 types of fighting techniques, strength, agility, flexibility, dynamic vision, and reaction speed are greatly enhanced.
Risk of side effects, medium. Cultivator. Tax amount, 800,000 dragon coins.
Description: proficient in all fighting techniques in the world, and randomly acquire a secret technique, which greatly increases strength, agility, flexibility, dynamic vision, reaction speed, endurance, and physical strength.
Risk of side effects, high. Li Tianyu looked at the list carefully. The highest level was Cultivator, and the introduction was very attractive. All the fighters who are proficient in this put aside, can obtain a kind of secret technique. What does this mean? What is the secret technique?
System assistant, if I tell you now, it will not be called secret technique. Li Tianyu is speechless, where's the assistant of the Depan system?
However, Li Tianyu couldn't meet the 800,000 tax payment. Fortunately, the amount of tax paid by the second-tier boxer master did not exceed the tax limit.
After all, the expensive ones are better than the cheap ones. Li Tianyu chose Master of Boxing without hesitation. A tax payment confirmation box pops up, click OK. 10,000 dragon coins are deducted from the account. Then, Li Tianyu felt that his whole body was going to burn, and it was getting worse and worse. It's not good. It's not good. Fark. How did this happen? Li Tianyu stood up quickly and jumped into the bathtub, but he fainted before turning on the faucet. When Li Tianyu woke up again, it was already noon. I fainted for 4 hours. Li Tianyu has lingering fears, and he seems to have to be more careful when using the system in the future. Fortunately, this is in a hotel. If you are in a public place, you still can't be carried into the hospital. Chapter 63. Want to borrow a car? Find me. System Assistant. The list of combat skills acquisition is as follows. Sanda skills get successful. Israeli fighting skills succeeded. Karate succeeded. Boxing success. Muay Thai is successful. These 5 fighting techniques are indeed more powerful, and should be enough for the time being. System Assistant. Host, congratulations, your body function has been upgraded. Strength plus 180%. Agility plus 300%. Flexibility plus 120%. Dynamic vision plus 220%. Reaction speed plus 165%. When Li Tianyu saw these improvements, it was a bit scary. System, what is my current physical function value? The system did not answer, but Li Tianyu's eyes showed an interface, which was actually his attribute value. Power 238. Agile 360. Flexibility 143. Dynamic vision 320. Response speed 236. Li Tianyu looked a little confused. System, what should a normal person's value be? I want to ask, how much better am I than a normal person? System Assistant, the basic value of ordinary people is 100. So that's the case, it's still a lot stronger. However, Li Tianyu also saw that according to the improvement rate given by the system, his previous physical function, except for dynamic vision, could not reach 100. What a weak chicken! Fortunately, the system helped Li Tianyu greatly strengthen his weakened body, and at least he could protect himself if he encountered danger in the future. It was already noon. Li Tianyu thought about not going to Aihua headquarters at all. But if you think about it carefully, today should be Saturday, so there is no need to go to work at all. I've been really confused these days. Li Tianyu retired the hotel room, and then asked Yang An to send him home. As soon as he entered the house, Li Tianyu's cell phone rang. As soon as it appeared that the electric display was from Wu Mingzhi, Li Tianyu answered the call. Hey, Mingzhi, long time no see, what are you up to? What can you do? Busy to work, how are you doing? Okay. By the way, do you know a good car rental shop? Car rental shop? Don't you have a car? What kind of car do you still rent? Wu Mingzhi sighed, hey, my wife, she has gone home. I went to pick her up today, but when I heard that her relatives were also there, I wanted to rent a good car to support the facade. Li Tianyu suddenly realized that Wu Mingzhi is also very difficult now. His relationship with his girlfriend Jiang Lan was pretty good, but he couldn't pass the level of Jiang Lan's relatives. Jiang Lan's father Jiang Wenshi is the boss of the company, so he has always been dissatisfied with Wu Mingzhi, the future son-in-law. If his daughter Jiang Lan really liked Wu Mingzhi, he would have separated the two. However, Wu Mingzhi has performed well recently, and he has a certain degree of self-motivated. Jiang Wenshi has gradually relieved. However, those relatives of Jiang Lan are different. All of them have eyes above the top and have little ability, and they especially like to make irresponsible remarks. Today, Wu Mingzhi went to pick up Jiang Lan, probably because he wanted to hold the scene in front of Jiang Lan's relatives and make them shut up. Li Tianyu, Mingzhi, what car rental shop are you looking for? You are looking for me. Wu Mingzhi, looking for you? Did you buy a car? Li Tianyu, yes. Wu Mingzhi, what kind of car did you buy? I want to rent a luxury car. I want to make face. Li Tianyu chuckled, don't worry, it will definitely give you face. Wu Mingzhi will be skeptical. After all, he knows Li Tianyu's situation better. He can't make much money in a month, and there is no mine at home. Buy a luxury car? It's unlikely. However, Wu Mingzhi trusts Li Tianyu more. If he is so confident, he shouldn't lie to him. Wu Mingzhi, well, your car is at home. I'll drive it. Li Tianyu, I will send your address. Wu Mingzhi, what? You changed houses?
That's okay, you can send me the address, I'll go over immediately. Li Tianyu hung up the phone and sent Wu Mingzhi a WeChat position. An hour later, Wu Mingzhi knocked on Li Tianyu's door. Fark. You rented this whole set, did you? Li Tianyu laughed loudly. Who said I rented it? This is my house. Do you want me to show you the real estate certificate for a look?
Wu Mingzhi looked at Li Tianyu a few times before he believed that this kid was not joking.
However, in the North 3rd Ring Road a house like this is worth nearly 10 million, and the decoration of this house is really amazing, simple and elegant, and very chic.
Wu Mingzhi looked a little confused. However, the relationship between the two of them was an iron buddy, so they started to talk a little bit.
Wu Mingzhi, did you do anything speculative? Li Tianyu, bah, you are just speculating. Wu Mingzhi, is that a violation of law and discipline? Li Tianyu, do you want to borrow a car?
Wu Mingzhi, by the way, hurry up, my time is very tight.
Li Tianyu took Wu Mingzhi from the elevator to the basement.
The house where Li Tianyu lived originally had a parking space, but he later rented one from the property because he wanted to park 2 cars.
The Porsche Cayenne and Pagani Zonda are parked side by side. Since helping Yunguang Technology to participate in the exhibition, this top supercar has been placed in the basement to accumulate dust. Li Tianyu doesn't like to drive supercars. He is handsome.
He has a 200% turnaround rate, but he is not very comfortable.
This one?
Wu Mingzhi asked, pointing to the Porsche Cayenne.
Yes.
Wu Mingzhi dropped his jaw in shock.
Li Tianyu pointed at Pagani Zonda. This one is mine too. Wu Mingzhi was dumbfounded and almost died in the basement.
You, tell the truth, how did these 2 cars come from? Forget the Porsche Cayenne, it's a more expensive luxury car at best, but it's incredible that this supercar is parked here. Wu Mingzhi also often reads automobile websites, and he still has research on cars.
Pagani, there is no supercar under 10 million.
What's more, supercars have to pay high taxes to enter the country, which is definitely worth tens of millions.
Li Tianyu waved his hand. Isn't this nonsense? I told you it's mine, do you want it? Wu Mingzhi woke up like a dream. Yes, of course. Which one? This.
Wu Mingzhi first pointed at Pagani, and then at the Porsche Cayenne. It's still this one.
I can't afford to give you a rub on the supercar.
Li Tianyu made a cut and took the key directly into Wu Mingzhi's hand.
Wu Mingzhi saw that it was Pagani's key. Fark. I don't need it, Cayenne is good enough, it has enough face. I haven't even touched the supercar.
Li Tianyu, don't talk nonsense, you don't have to pay if you crash, just drive over and shake Jianglan's relatives. A few minutes later, Wu Mingzhi drove Pagani Zonda of the wind out of the basement, holding the small steering wheel trembling.
This is so shocking, this is all about shooting Jianglan's relatives to death on the ground. Chapter 64, BMW 3 Series.
Wu Mingzhi slammed the accelerator on the street, listening to the melodious sound, thinking that this is really a supercar.
Pedestrians on the street, including passengers and passing vehicles, looked back. This rate of return is simply the existence of superclass.
Although Wu Mingzhi couldn't understand how Li Tianyu got this top supercar, but being able to drive this car to pick up his wife Jianglan was more exciting than expected. Originally, Wu Mingzhi just wanted to rent an ordinary luxury car, such as Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, etc., so that he could live a good face, and just let Jianglan's relatives be less forced. Who knew Li Tianyu would make such a tyrannosaurus out of it? It was a surprise. Jianglan's family lives in a villa area in the southeast of the imperial capital, Genoa Villa. The villas here are all detached, and based on the current market prices, they range from 30 million renminbi to 80 million renminbi.
However, when the market opened, it was not so expensive.
In just a few years, it has more than doubled. At this time, Jianglan's house was very lively, and all the third aunt's family came. At noon, the Jiang family specially set up a large table to entertain the guests of this family.
What they ate was stroking their belly and supporting the wall.
Compared with the well-off Jiang family, Jianglan's third aunt's family is very ordinary, at best it can be regarded as a well-off level.
However, her family is lucky. The old house has just been demolished, and a large amount of compensation is about to be credited to the account.
Several houses were also divided. Therefore, third aunt Deng Xiuhua doesn't feel that he is much worse than Jiang's here.
On the contrary, I don't know why.
When facing Jianglan's father Jiang Wenshi, Deng Xiuhua is always a little arrogant and aggressive, as if Jiang Wenshi is a poor relative.
Even Deng Xiuhua's husband Pang Lijun and son Pang Xiang felt superior in the Jiang family.
However, Jiang Wenshi is still cultivated, and he doesn't care about these people, he can do whatever he wants, and it's better to talk less. At this point, everyone was eating and drinking, and they sat on the sofa to chat. Deng Xiuhua loves this link the most, and he feels the most comfortable when he is full.
Lan Lan, have you parted with that guy?
Jiang Lan was startled. No, we are pretty good.
Deng Xiuhua curled his lips. Lan Lan, it's not that I said you. It's been many years, haven't you played enough? It's time to find a marriage partner. Jiang Lan, marriage?
My boyfriend is the one who wants to get married.
Deng Xiuhua, oh, you are quite protecting him, so I will ask you, how much money does he make a month? Does he have a car and a house?
Jiang Lan, I have a car, a house, I haven't bought it yet, but we have already discussed it.
When we get married, we will pay a down payment to buy a set. Pay the down payment. Deng Xiuhua pouted again. Do you still have to take money from the family?
Jiang Lan shook his head. No, we are going to rely on our own strength. He and I have saved some money over the years, and it's okay to pay a down payment. In fact, Wu Mingjie is planning to take part of the money from his family.
Otherwise, how can he pay the down payment for a few years in the imperial capital? Jiang Lan didn't dare to say this to the third aunt.
To let her know, it's time for cynicism again.
I'll just ask you, where are you going to buy a house? Exist. Before Jiang Lan could answer, Deng Xiuhua snatched the conversation. It must be the suburbs, right?
The northern suburbs are pretty choking. I think the southern suburbs are pretty similar, and you might be able to afford it. When Jiang Lan heard this, he nodded quickly. Yes, the southern suburbs are also fine.
Then I ask you, if you are used to living in such a big house, can you get used to it if you live in a pigeon cage? When Jiang Lan heard this, he said unconvincingly, I'm used to it.
I live in a pigeon cage with Mingjie.
I'm quite used to it.
When Deng Xiuhua heard this, she pouted again and talked to Jiang Lan's mother, Deng Yulwei.
Sister, take a look, you don't care about your daughters. What has this been taught? Deng Yulwei smiled bitterly and said, as long as the child likes it, we can't control it.
That's okay. If she regrets it by then, it will be too late, you have to persuade in advance. Deng Xiulan said eloquently, just say that I am a neighbor, and her daughter has to be herself. Looking for a partner, yes, her parents don't care, and finally got married. What do you say the result? Just gave birth to a child, the relationship broke up, and they felt that they were all inappropriate.
In the end, they had to divorce.
The girl still had to have children and bring with an oil bottle. Now I can't even talk about the subject.
Lan Lan, it's not your third aunt, I'm just taking care of my business. I'm also doing it for your own good.
You must find someone with a better financial foundation, not only having a car, but also a house, but also a big house.
This is called a step.
It's in place. By the way, you will have to add your name at that time, so you won't be afraid of being wronged at that time. Deng Xiuhua pointed to her son Peng Xiang and said, you are looking for someone, at least looking for someone like your cousin, Shang Xiang.
Tell your aunt and your uncle, how much money do you make now? Peng Xiang, Mom, what are you talking about? Deng Xiulan, you talk about it, if you don't say it, how do people know?
Peng Xiang had no choice but to say, taking into account various subsidies, it is almost 20,000 yuan. Just as Deng Xiulan was about to speak, Jiang Lan immediately said, Wu Mingjie also made 20,000 yuan, it's nothing.
When Deng Xiulan heard it, she was unhappy. Yeah, pay you back, it's just like that before you get married. If you get married, you won't be able to get you to die? There is nothing great about earning 20,000 yuan.
People earn tens of thousands, 10,000. There are tens of thousands of them. Shang Xiang, tell me about the car you just bought.
Mom doesn't understand. What is the name Bao?
When Peng Xiang mentioned the car, his eyes were bright, he was interested in it, and more interested in showing it off.
BMW 3 Series, I will pick up the car the day after tomorrow. Deng Xiuhua, how about? BMW is not cheap, Lan Lan, what car does your boyfriend drive?
The Accord.
The Accord, look at it, a domestic car. Peng Xiang, Mom, it's an RB car.
Oh, RB cars.
RB cars are worse. Not as good as domestic cars. Deng Xiuhua turned around and said to Jiang Wenshi, I said, you don't want to say anything about your father? There is no chance if you don't say it.
Jiang Wenshi had originally reluctantly agreed with Jiang Lan and Wu Mingjie's exchanges, and now with Deng Xiuhua, he felt very shameless and couldn't help but snorted coldly.
What can I say? I've already said that. Jiang Lan was terribly annoyed.
In fact, she knew about the purchase of a BMW by her cousin Peng Xiang. She had bought it with a loan. At the same time, Jiang Lan regretted a bit, thinking that she had known that the third aunt was so crazy, so she wouldn't let Wu Mingjie come over to pick it up.
Chapter 65, This is the Accord? Calculating the time, Wu Mingzhi should be on the road. John Lan is a little fidgety. If the third aunt meets Wu Mingzhi, he will be even more cynic. She was afraid that Wu Mingzhi couldn't help it, and it would be bad if she had any quarrels with the third aunt. So John Lan quickly said that he was going to the bathroom, and then started calling Wu Mingzhi. But not knowing what was going on, John Lan made 2 calls, but Wu Mingzhi did not answer. Inconvenient to drive? But Wu Mingzhi is used to wearing Bluetooth headsets. So John Lan made another call. This time, Wu Mingzhi took it. John Lan, hey, husband, where are you? Why didn't you answer the phone just now? I was so anxious to death.
Wu Mingzhi, I didn't set up the Bluetooth headset just now.
It's alright now, baby, I'll be there soon, don't worry. John Lan, I didn't mean that, otherwise, you still don't come. Wu Mingzhi was startled, why? Didn't you go home today? John Lan, why don't you come back tomorrow, my third aunt is showing off again. Wu Mingzhi understood. John Lan's third aunt had met once, and she was indeed like Xiang Lin's wife, and she did not like Wu Mingzhi inexplicably. This is also the reason why Wu Mingzhi wants to rent a luxury car in advance to stop the third aunt. Fortunately, Wu Mingzhi is not afraid at all now. Wu Mingzhi, don't worry, I'm going, and your third aunt can't say anything. John Lan, why? Wu Mingzhi, believe me anyway, I'll hang up first, wait for me at home. John Lan agreed and hung up the phone. Although Wu Mingzhi told John Lan not to worry, how could she not worry? But Wu Mingzhi insisted on coming, so come, and his parents already knew that he was coming. It would be strange if he changed temporarily. If things really don't go well at that time, you can at most drag him away. After John Lan returned to the living room, the third aunt's family still didn't mean to leave. John Lan's mother, Deng Yue, made another pot of tea and waited for a few people to drink. John Lan was also very helpless. She didn't understand why her mother was so low to her third aunt, which made her feel angry. Deng Xiuhua waved to John Lan, Lan come here. Oh. John Lan had to sit down. I heard that your boyfriend will pick you up in a while? Yes. Okay, it just so happens that I want to see him again, and talk to him well. Auntie San, you don't need to say anything to him, just rest well. How can it work? I'll say things your parents are embarrassed to say. Deng Xiuhua patted her chest, I'll be the villain. John Lan noticed that Sanyi was really going to do something, and couldn't help feeling even more uneasy. At the same time, Wu Mingzhi drove Pagani Son of the Wind and came to the gate of Genoa Villa. In general, when a vehicle visits, the security will ask about the situation, but Wu Mingzhi drives a supercar. When I saw the car, the security guard stopped talking nonsense and directly lifted the pole to let it go. Wu Mingzhi had been here more than once before, so he was familiar with it and went straight to Zhang Lan's villa. The super displacement engine makes a low sound of boom, 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 which is very nice. Even in this high-end villa area, there are not a few top supercars like Pagani Zonda, and most of them are Porsche 718s, 911s, and God of War GTR, which are slightly cheaper than millions of supercars. At the door of John Lan's house, stop, turn off the engine, and open the flying wing door. Wu Mingzhi got out of the car and rang the doorbell at the gate. Today he doesn't believe it anymore, what else can John Lan's third aunt can say? After a while, John Lan walked out, followed by several people. In addition to John Lan's parents, of course, there were John Lan Sanyi and Sanyi's son. Originally, Sanyi and the others just had to wait in the house, but wherever she could sit down, she still asked her son to come out and greet them all. At first sight, Wu Mingzhi still had a familiar taste. Why Li Xiuhua can't look down on Wu Mingzhi is because he thinks this kid is a little silly. Uncle, aunt, hello. Wu Mingzhi greeted John Lan's parents with a smile. Jiang Wenshi nodded, well, go in and sit down. Okay, uncle. Wu Mingzhi followed John Lan and her parents into the house. Deng Xiuhua and his son Peng Xiang stood there and didn't go in. At this time, Deng Xiuhua craned her neck and glanced at the car parked at the door. Is that the Accord? It feels a bit weird. At this time, Deng Xiuhua glanced at his son and found that he was already there in a daze. Xiaoshan, what do you think? Mom is talking to you. Huh? Mom, what did you just say? I mean, is that the Accord? It looks pretty advanced. Peng Xiang heard it and almost fell to the ground. Mom, don't you stop talking nonsense, make people laugh. What's wrong? What do I have to make people laugh at? Then, that's a supercar, maybe it's worth 10 or 20 million. What? How much? 10 or 20 million. Dragon coin? Deng Xiuhua said, ran over and reached out to touch it.
Mom, don't touch it, if you rub off the paint, you can't pay, you can't afford to pay. Deng Xiaohua was taken aback when he heard it, and her outstretched hand quickly shrank back. At this moment, Deng Yuwei pushed the door and shouted, Xiaohua, what are you mother and son doing at the door? Come in for tea. Ha! Deng Yuwei only discovered that a supercar with an extremely loud appearance was parked at the door. I really didn't pay attention to this just now. Whose is this? It won't be Mingzhi's? Deng Yuwei looked around again, and indeed did not see the Honda car Wu Mingzhi was driving. She took a closer look at the supercar and was startled. Deng Yuwei has been in the circle of the rich all year round and is a knowledgeable woman. Although she does not know this Pagani, the design of this body is not a common supercar. What's more, even a million-level supercar, most people can't afford it. So Deng Yuwei turned around and called Jiang Wenshi out. Jiang Wenshi's eyes widened when he saw the car. Isn't this Pagani? This is amazing. I heard that it costs tens of millions. He really drove it? Should be. Deng Yuwei smiled while talking, and pointed to his sister Deng Xiaohua. I saw that she was completely dumbfounded now. She wanted to say something, but couldn't say it. After a long time, Deng Xiaohua said to Jiang Wenshi and his wife, drive tens of millions of cars? Big money? Demolition households? We don't know this. It's all about privacy, and it's not engaged. It's not easy to ask. Jiang Wenshi laughed. I was stunned by Deng Xiaohua for a long time. They drive a tens of millions of supercars. Your son drives a BMW 3 Series. Your car is not enough for supercars. One wheel and one headlight are worth the money. What do you think you are criticizing? Although Jiang Wenshi also knows that this supercar is unlikely to belong to Wu Mingzhi, but it doesn't matter, as long as the face is saved. Besides, how many people can borrow supercars? That's also a skill. Supercars are not easy to rent, especially for supercars with tens of millions of levels. The qualification review is very strict. Chapter 66, Did this kid win the lottery? When a few people entered the house, Wu Mingzhi had already been sitting on the sofa drinking tea. Zhang Lan sat next to him, and even cut an apple specially for him. Wu Mingzhi saw Li Xiaohua coming in, stood up, and asked, Hello, Auntie San. Okay, hello. Li Xiaohua quickly agreed, her eyes seemed to lose her previous confidence. She originally wanted to educate Wu Mingzhi, but now she really has nothing to say. People are driving tens of millions of cars, and everything is blocked. Wu Mingzhi, by the way, San Yi heard that you wanted to tell me something? Zhang Lan twisted Wu Mingzhi on the back, blaming him for taking the initiative to seek abuse. Unexpectedly, the third Aunt Li Xiaohua actually laughed. There is nothing to say, just, you two are good for you, don't quarrel. Don't worry, Auntie 3, we have a very good relationship and we have never quarreled. Zhang Lan opened his mouth wide, not understanding what happened to the third aunt, and suddenly became so kind. However, she soon understood. Wu Mingzhi, daughter-in-law, don't froze, get in the car. It took a long time for Zhang Lan to react, no wonder Wu Mingzhi had such a confident attitude. Zhang Lan asked in a low voice, this car, where did you get it? Wu Mingzhi also lowered his voice, get in the car before talking, my parents are still watching. When Zhang Lan heard this, he immediately got into the co-pilot and waved his hand to bid farewell to his family. With the crisp roar of a large displacement superclass engine, Pagani Zonda of the Wind took off. Running on the street, the rate of turning around is really high. Don't say it, this feeling is simply wonderful. Husband, can you tell me now? Who owns this car? Don't say you rent it. Wu Mingzhi quickly said, I think, who rented it to me? Whose is it? Speak out, don't believe it, Tianyu lent it to me. Zhang Lan was stunned, Tianyu? Li Tianyu? Yes. Are you kidding me? Do you know how much this supercar is? At least several million. Wu Mingzhi waved his hand, it's more than a few million. I checked it later. It was sold for 20 million abroad and entered the country. If you count tariffs and the like, it's 40 to 50 million. Then you really believe it? I don't believe what's going on. They have them, and there are more than one. There is also a Porsche Cayenne parked in the basement of his house. Zhang Lan still didn't believe it, he didn't do something illegal, did he? Wu Mingzhi, don't talk nonsense. I know my buddy's character best. He can do some sneaky things at most. It is absolutely impossible to break the law. I guess he has recently developed and won the lottery. I didn't ask anyway, this is people's privacy. Zhang Lan, so, he is rich now. Wumingjer, that's for sure, people now have big houses and luxury cars.
Wait, you don't want to empathize, right? Jianlan, it's you, I'm thinking, should I match him with Yanzi? Wumingjer, LV Xiaoyan? Who is your colleague before? Are you still in touch? Jianlan, that's my best friend, okay? You just say okay? He doesn't have a partner yet. Wumingjer, you can do it, but you can't just post it just because my buddy is rich, right? Jianlan, it's not easy to do.
Let's not say that Li Tianyu was rich, and we don't mention the matter of matching them. Let them meet casually, and see if there is a call, and the call will continue.
No, just forget it if you call.
Wumingjer pondered for a while, and felt that it was not indispensable.
Lu Xiaoyan, a former colleague of Jianlan, looks very beautiful.
There are no lack of suitors around such a girl, but Lu Xiaoyan has a very high vision and has never found what she wants. In addition, she is relatively young and has just graduated, so she is alone. The next day, when Wumingjer went to Li Tianyu's house to return the car, he took him out.
Li Tianyu was confused. Where are you going? Wumingjer, go shopping. Li Tianyu was taken aback. Can't see that you still have that hobby, shopping with men?
I tell you, my sexual orientation is normal. Wumingjer, I'm not interested in you, I just want you to go to a pawn shop with me.
Li Tianyu was startled. Pawn shop? Are you going to be a thing or do you want to buy something?
Wumingjer, stop talking nonsense, just follow me. In fact, Jianlan's best friend now works in a pawn shop.
No way, Li Tianyu had to follow Wumingjer downstairs.
And he was still sitting in Wumingjer's old Accord.
Today is Sunday, and the road conditions are still good and there is no special traffic jam.
It took less than an hour to reach the destination near the East 3rd Ring Road.
This is a large commercial district, a concentrated area of shopping malls, office buildings, and entertainment venues.
Wumingjer took Li Tianyu into a house called Li Fu Tang. To be honest, Li Tianyu's first time to enter such a place, it is really a bit strange. The area of this pawn shop is really not small. There are ordinary glass frame tables in the hall, as well as independent square column-shaped glass exhibition frames.
In this kind of exhibition frame, there are generally more precious objects, such as porcelain, jewelry, calligraphy, and painting.
At this time, two girls came to face each other.
One of the girls, whom Li Tianyu knew, was Wumingjer's girlfriend Jianlan.
The other is very beautiful, with a slender figure and a beautiful face.
If you ask Li Tianyu to score, you will have at least 8 points.
In fact, this girl is the best friend Jianlan mentioned before, Lu Xiaoyan. Lu Xiaoyan is now working in a chain pawn shop, dealing with antiques, jewelry, and various luxury goods every day, so she has a higher vision.
Of course, Lu Xiaoyan didn't know Jianlan and Wumingjer's ideas. When she saw Li Tianyu, she was startled. Jianlan introduced, "This is my husband's buddy, his name is Li Tianyu."
Lu Xiaoyan nodded, and took the initiative to reach out and shook Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu also used the ability of the Intelligence Master. For such a beauty, he will not let go of any chance to get to know each other. Surprisingly, the life of this beauty is unexpectedly simple, and there is not even much to say.
Compared to her steady appearance, Lu Xiaoyan is much simpler.
Lu Xiaoyan was also observing Li Tianyu, and felt that this man was quite handsome and had a good temperament. Of course, there are many handsome guys around Lu Xiaoyan, so he didn't pay too much attention. However, with her ingenuity, she can also guess why the two Jianlan brought a man over.
"Just sit down and I'll make tea for you." With that, Lu Xiaoyan left. When she came back with the tray, she found Li Tianyu was looking at the exhibits in the store. Chapter 67. I have research on antiques. You are also interested in these?
Li Tianyu smiled and shook his head. I just take a look, it's still a bit interested. If according to Li Tianyu's previous character, he would definitely brag about it first, and then use the system to obtain knowledge about these antiques, calligraphy, and jewelry. But now, Li Tianyu is also a few million people, even if he wants to pick up girls, he doesn't want to be too public.
It's better to be a little more reserved.
At this moment, a man came over. This man is probably in his 30s and, judging from his clothes, he is also an employee of this pawn shop.
Li Tianyu saw the badge hanging on the man's chest. Name, Ding Hao.
Position, antique appraiser. In a pawn shop, because there are many luxury goods to be exposed to, the position of appraiser is very important. But to Li Tianyu's surprise, this Ding Hao became an antique appraiser at such a young age, which is a bit strange. Ding Hao may have heard the conversation between the two just now, and then walked over. It can be seen that this appraiser Ding is quite concerned about Lu Xiaoyan.
It's interesting, it's not really understanding.
Ding Hao laughed and said, "Mister, if you want to buy one for collection, I can introduce you to 1 or 2 years that suits you."
Why did Ding Hao's words sound wrong? Li Tianyu, how do you know which one suits me and which one doesn't suit me? Ding Hao, I don't know, do you know it yourself? The things you just saw are all antique relics, do you understand? Li Tianyu smiled, of course I can understand.
To tell you the truth, I have some research on antiques and jewelry. Ding Hao and Lu Xiaoyan were all startled.
Is this Li Tianyu still a hidden figure?
But Ding Hao immediately reacted. It is estimated that this kid just couldn't stop talking in front of the beauty and started talking big. At the same time, Li Tianyu had opened the interface of the bragging tax system, clicked on the order center, and he saw the corresponding list.
Junior Appraiser. Tax amount, 4,500 dragon coins.
Description: possess basic knowledge of the identification of valuables such as antiques, cultural relics, jewelry, etc. The identification accuracy rate is 45%.
Risk of side effects, low. Intermediate Appraiser. Tax amount, 9,500 dragon coins.
Description: possess intermediate knowledge of the appraisal of valuables such as antiques, cultural relics, jewelry, etc., with an appraisal accuracy rate of 85%.
Risk of side effects, medium. Master of Identification. Tax amount, 999,9999 dragon coins.
Description: possess the appraisal knowledge of all encompassing antiques, cultural relics, jewelry and other valuables, and can appraise jade and gem rough stones by appearance, with an accuracy rate of 99.9%.
Risk of side effects, high. Li Tianyu took a close look at the tax amount on the list.
Unsurprisingly, the highest level appraisal master is too expensive, requiring 9.99 million.
However, after seeing the explanation, I feel that this is not high.
The appraisal ability of antiques and cultural relics is negligible. Even rough stones can be appraised. The appraisal accuracy rate is 99.9%, which is basically equivalent to 100%. Although the wave of stone gambling has passed, there is still some enthusiasm. With this craft, you can make money with your eyes closed. It's a pity that the tax amount is too high, and it is estimated that even if you upgrade, you may not be able to reach the limit. The junior appraiser doesn't need to read it, the appraisal accuracy rate is only 45%, which is too low and not very useful. Intermediate appraisers can only appraise antiques, cultural relics and jewelry, and the appraisal accuracy rate has reached 85%, which is enough. Fortunately, the tax amount is only 9,500 yuan, which is within the range that Li Tianyu can bear. Li Tianyu quickly clicked on the intermediate appraiser and confirmed that the tax payment and account deduction were successful. Li Tianyu felt a heavy blow to his head again, dizzy for a few seconds, and immediately recovered. Li Tianyu's series of operations were cumbersome, but they were actually completed in an instant. And he himself seemed to be lost for a while.
Tianyu, are you okay? Li Tianyu recovered. It turned out that Wu Mingzhi was calling him.
Wu Mingzhi was sitting and drinking tea with Zhang Luan, but later discovered that there seemed to be something going on here, so he came over to check. Li Tianyu waved his hand. I'm fine, just lost my mind.
Wu Mingzhi, I think you guys were talking very well just now, what are you talking about?
Ding Hao smiled. Your friend just now said that he is an expert in antiques and cultural relics.
Professional, expert?
Wu Mingzhi was startled when he heard this.
How could Li Tianyu be an antique expert? He hadn't even seen it before. However, he quickly understood that Li Tianyu was probably bragging for fear of being looked down upon. As a good buddy, Wu Mingzhi will of course not demolish Li Tianyu's station, and he must unconditionally support it.
Wu Mingzhi, yes, Tianyu has a lot of research on antiques and cultural relics.
What's so strange about this? Ding Hao smiled. Well, expertly, do you want to show us your hands? Seeing that the situation is not good, Wu Mingzhi said quickly, I'm sorry, we are in a hurry, we are leaving soon, Tianyu, let's go.
Li Tianyu smiled and said, what's the hurry, I like this place quite a bit, stay a while.
Tianyu, you. Wu Mingzhi leaned over and whispered, are you crazy? You know what a fart antique.
Li Tianyu also responded in a low voice, don't worry, you won't be ashamed. Ding Hao pointed to the independent square pillar showcase beside him and said, this big expert, can you appraise this, how about it? In the square pillar showcase, a piece of porcelain was placed.
And this porcelain is not too big, like a vase.
If it were placed on a street stall, no one would think it was an antique.
The surface is white with cyan ink painting. Li Tianyu smiled, this blue and white porcelain vase looks very unique. Ding Hao was stunned.
He didn't expect this kid to say something like that.
Chapter 68, this is a real expert.
Just after a few people were stunned, Li Tianyu went on talking. This bottle has a narrow mouth, a long neck, a dangling belly, round feet, and outwards.
The shape of the bottle is impeccable and almost perfect.
Li Tianyu circled the square column display cabinet and said, the bottle body is surrounded by blue and white branches and decorated with peonies.
The technique is also very skillful. When Wu Mingzhi heard this, Li Tianyu was right.
No, it should be said that it is well compiled. Lu Xiaoyan was also surprised, but she didn't expect this person to really understand some antique terms. The whole body is decorated with green patterns, the inside is painted with honeysuckle patterns, and the strong ring banana leaf pattern.
Li Tianyu continued, this is actually a Hanguo blue and white jade pot spring bottle. Ding Hao was taken aback.
If Li Tianyu was talking nonsense at first, and the blind cat happened to run into a dead mouse, then the name of the blue and white jade pot spring bottle would indicate that this is indeed an expert. At least, people who are often exposed to antique Yuan can recognize it.
Li Tianyu, am I right? Ding University appraiser?
Seeing Ding Hao speechless, Wu Mingzhi understood.
There is no problem with what Li Tianyu said. Wu Mingzhi smiled and patted Ding Hao on the shoulder, how about? Didn't you lie to you? This is a real expert.
Ding Hao reacted and sneered, yes, this is indeed a blue and white jade pot spring bottle, but if you can tell this, you can't prove that you are an expert.
At most, it is a fan. I have read relevant information. Wu Mingzhi became angry and pointed to Ding Hao, you who?
Li Tianyu stopped him and said with a smile, then I will tell you something new, how about it?
Ding Hao was startled, feeling strange in his heart, what's new? Li Tianyu looked at the blue and white jade pot spring bottle again, how much do you plan to sell this beautiful porcelain?
Ding Hao stretched out a palm, 5 million.
Li Tianyu shook his head, don't say 5 million yuan, I think 5,000 yuan is a bit high. Ding Hao, do you know what you are talking about?
Li Tianyu ignored the other party and said to himself, the workmanship and glaze of your bottle are good.
It's a treasure everywhere, but it's not old enough. Ding Hao's expression changed, and his voice suddenly increased a lot, what do you mean? Speak clearly, what do you mean is that what we put out here is fake?
In fact, anyone who knows what to do should understand Li Tianyu's meaning. The so-called not old enough means fakes are fakes.
In the antique industry, there is a saying that be a person and stay a line, so that we can meet each other in the future. Lu Xiaoyan's expression also changed when she heard it. The items placed here are all fine products, and they can't be fakes.
Li Tianyu's words are really too much. Obviously, even Wu Mingzhi was a little frustrated, and whispered, Tianyu, don't talk nonsense, it's not a trivial matter.
Li Tianyu waved his hand to make him feel at ease. If you say it's fake, it's a bit wrong to you.
This bottle has a perfect shape, and the germ is indeed old. There are almost no flaws in the appearance, but...
Li Tianyu pointed to the pattern on the bottle. This glaze is new, and it will not be more than 3 months old. Don't betray you. It's worth it. This jade pot spring bottle is a selection of antiques transferred from the head office. If it is really a fake like Li Tianyu said, then the problem will be serious. On the contrary, Lu Xiaoyan was a little worried. He said to Ding Hao, let Jibo come over and take a look, just in case. Ding Hao glanced at Li Tianyu, hesitated, and finally nodded.
This is indeed the case, not afraid of 10,000, just in case. If there is a problem with the things that the head office has brought, it must be discovered and reported in time. If it takes a long time, it is the responsibility of this side.
After 10 minutes, Yibo came over.
Yibo, whose real name is Yi Fugua, used to work for a long time in the old-fashioned pawn shop, and has always been honored by the court, and has a high status in the industry.
Lu Xiaoyan and Ding Hao said the matter in a few words. Ding Hao pointed to Li Tianyu and said, Yibo, yes, he said it. Yi Fugua, you said? Li Tianyu nodded, yes, I said it. Then, Li Tianyu probably repeated what he said just now. Yi Fugua pondered for a while, and immediately thought of something. What do you mean? This is a forgery method that uses real blanks and fake colors.
Li Tianyu nodded. Originally, I just looked at the inconsistency in this bottle, but I wasn't sure what it was.
Then I looked at it carefully and saw it, you see?
Li Tianyu pointed to a flaw on the bottle body and said, this is a reduced glaze, also called a short glaze. It is a flaw caused by the immature firing process.
It is very common on porcelain before the early years of the Ming dynasty. It's very strange on Hanguo blue and white porcelain. Yi Fugua couldn't help nodding.
The porcelain of Ming and Qing dynasties was already perfect due to the progress of porcelain firing.
There were no flaws on the surface.
On the top of this jade pot spring bottle, there are 4 or 5 places at random.
Conspicuous. This is called forgery, and it's also a commonly used method of forgery.
Li Tianyu sighed, the craftsman's skill is good, even the flaws are very similar, but appearing on this bottle is really superfluous. The more Yi Fugua thinks about it, the more reasonable it makes sense. Xiao Ding, open the showcase, take out the bottle and check it carefully.
In fact, Yi Fugua already knew it, and Li Tianyu was right.
When I took out the blue and white jade pot spring bottle, I just didn't give up, just check again. Ding Hao took out the bottle carefully, and Yi Fugua was responsible for the inspection. After a while, Yi Fugua sighed, Mr. Li, what you said is correct, thanks to you.
Li Tianyu quickly humbled a few words.
Yi Fugua said to Ding Hao again, next time the main store will deliver something, every item must be checked carefully.
If you are in doubt, you must check with me again.
At this moment, Ding Hao looked like a rooster that had lost the battle, and had to nod his head and say yes.
This blue and white jade pot spring bottle was indeed received by Ding Hao.
At that time, he felt that there would be no problem with the things coming from the head office.
He didn't even look at it, so he signed it directly. Who knows, by coincidence, something went wrong.
Wu Mingzhi patted Ding Hao on the shoulder, remember what your master said, otherwise something really happened, and losing your job is a trivial matter.
If by any chance you are reported for selling fakes, then you will be finished.
After spending a long time slobbering, Li Tianyu sat at the tea table in the shop, poured a cup of tea by himself, and drank 2 sips. At this time, Lu Xiaoyan looked at Li Tianyu curiously and found that he was really handsome, especially when commenting on antiques, a proper expert posture.
Chapter 69.
Ding Hao stopped and ran behind the pawn counter to do appraisal work.
Li Tianyu chatted with Wu Mingzhi, Zhang Lan, and Lu Xiaoyan.
Because Li Tianyu did show the performance of an expert in antiques just now, Lu Xiaoyan also became very concerned about him.
Li Tianyu is also very witty about him.
As for why he knows the appraisal of antiques, he said that he is completely self-taught. In my spare time, I often watch some variety shows of antique jianbao, and I gradually understand.
Li Tianyu said.
This reason left Lu Xiaoyan stunned. There was a period of time before that variety shows like antique appraisal were really popular, but just watching that kind of show can you become an expert? This is a bit weird. At this time, Li Tianyu did not intend to struggle with this issue. In fact, he is not very interested in antiques and has no idea of developing in this area. Li Tianyu stood up and pretended to look at the objects in the showcase. The items in the showcase are all bought-out items, that is, the pawner takes the pawned items and sells them directly at the buyout price, and will not be redeemed in the future. At this time, Li Tianyu stopped and saw a black box in the showcase.
This box is a long strip, obviously wooden.
The surface should be black lacquer, but it may be too old, and it has become mottled and faded seriously.
Lu Xiaoyan said, are you interested in this sandalwood wooden box? Li Tianyu pondered, this box should be for painting, right?
Lu Xiaoyan nodded, yes, an old man brought it over and said that the calligraphy and painting in it had been sold to others, and he kept it for no use, so he took it to us and sold it.
Li Tianyu, can you take it out and let me see it? Lu Xiaoyan was startled, okay, wait a minute.
Lu Xiaoyan walked to the backstage, took the key of the counter, lifted the counter and took out the wooden box.
Wu Mingzhi and Zhang Lan also came over curiously and watched together. Wu Mingzhi, Tianyu, what do you want this broken box for? Zhang Lan punched Wu Mingzhi, what are you talking about, they are called antiques. Wu Mingzhi wanted to say something, but Zhang Lan glared back.
Li Tianyu didn't care about them, opened the box and studied it, then put it down.
How much is this? Lu Xiaoyan was startled, wondering if he still wanted to buy it. This, let me see.
With that, Lu Xiaoyan took out the form from under the counter and checked it. It's not that she is unprofessional, but that very few people buy such things.
This one is 135,000. Wu Mingzhi was taken aback, what? 130,005? Dragon coin?
LV Xiaoyan nodded, because it has been identified that this box is from the early Qing dynasty and is so well preserved, the price is higher.
Wu Mingzhi hesitated to say something but stopped, as if he was saying, it's just a shame, and it's still well preserved? I want it.
Before Li Tianyu's words came to an end, the other 3 people were all taken aback and startled on the spot. Wu Mingzhi reacted first and hurriedly pulled Li Tianyu aside, heartbroken and persuaded.
Tianyu, don't mention it, you can't spend it like this if you have money. Did you fall in love with Lu Xiaoyan?
If you like it, let's go out and have a chat, don't use such a stupid way of making money.
Look at the broken box, it's long, you can't put it in a lot even if you put it in, let alone a coffin.
When Li Tianyu heard this, he couldn't laugh or cry.
Why did this kid speak more and more outrageously? Let him stop quickly. Don't worry, this thing can't be lost. Wu Mingzhi was startled, is it possible that this shattered thing can sell even higher?
At this moment, Yi Fuguo walked over with Ding Hao, trying to organize other objects. Seeing the situation here, he also leaned in curiously. Yi Fuguo chuckled, "Yeah, are you ready to make a move?" After seeing what Li Tianyu wanted to buy, Yi Fuguo showed a look of surprise. Even he didn't understand why Li Tianyu wanted to buy this box. Although this thing is not very common, it is just a storage container after all, and there is no room for appreciation at all. However, Yi Fuguo did not blindly express his opinions. In the antique industry, experience is very important, but more importantly, eyesight.
Ding Hao even showed a look of disdain.
This is something an insider would buy. Li Tianyu clearly showed his timidity and showed off too much. Ding Hao, Xiaoyan, since this gentleman wants to buy it, let him check out.
By the way, we can't use a credit card here. Li Tianyu took out the bank card, let's check out. Wu Mingzhi stared out his eyes, this guy really wants to buy it.
LV Xiaoyan hesitated, but found a credit card machine and picked up Li Tianyu's bank card to read the card.
Enter password.
135,000 dragon coins are deducted.
Li Tianyu didn't change his face, and Gu Jing didn't wave. Lu Xiaoyan sighed.
He didn't expect that he was still a big money, but it was a pity that the taste of local tyrants was too strong.
Ding Hao looked at Lu Xiaoyan and then at Li Tianyu, with a secret heart. It seems that Li Tianyu's treacherous tricks did not succeed. However, Li Tianyu said to Yi Fuguo, "Lao Yi, help me take a look." Yi Fuguo was startled, "What are you looking at? What's in this box?" "But it's empty inside."
Suddenly, Yi Fuguo seemed to think of something. "You wouldn't mean it, inside." Li Tianyu picked up the rectangular wooden box and pressed his hand. There was a click. Li Tianyu directly broke the box, 135,000 boxes in full view.
Fark!
The other people present were really shocked.
Li Tianyu quickly spent hundreds of thousands of yuan, just to hear the sound? What a local tyrant! It is clearly a crazy local tyrant.
The forehead is clamped.
The donkey was kicked. No, the head was kicked by a donkey.
Only Yi Fuguo did not show a surprised expression, but paid attention to the box corpse.
This really has something. At this time, everyone could see clearly that a piece of cloth was exposed in the damaged box.
Ding Hao exclaimed, "It's silk." It turns out that there are cracks in this box, and there are still things hidden in the cracks.
Yi Fuguo was more excited than anyone else. "Quick! Take it out and have a look."
Li Tianyu carefully pulled out the piece of silk cloth and unfolded it on the counter. I saw a picture scroll unfolded before everyone's eyes.
"Teacher Yi, shouldn't this be?" Ding Hao glanced at it and couldn't help saying.
Yi Fuguo was serious, "Take my tools."
Ding Hao rolled and crawled backstage to retrieve Yi Fuguo's toolbox.
In this toolbox, the guy who eats Yi Fuguo is filled.
Why is Yi Fuguo so excited? Because this is not an ordinary painting. Chapter 70 Tang Bohu's paintings, tens of millions of bases.
The characters in the painting are vivid. A man dressed as an official was sitting under a tree, looking at something seriously. Opposite the official, a lady is playing the qin. Behind the lady is a screen with beautiful mountains and clear waters painted on it. It turned out that the official was in a courtyard, listening to a lady playing the piano. Although the whole painting is simple, it has a lofty artistic conception, which makes people feel immersive when viewing it for a moment. That official was Tao Yi, a scholar of the Imperial Academy during the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period. The Lady Fuqin is the famous prostitute Qin Shenlan of the southern Tang dynasty.
This is the Tao Yi Post Pavilion. Li Tianming murmured. Tao Yi Post Pavilion is a very famous painting.
The painter is no one else, but Tang Yin and Tang Bohu, who was known as the romantic talent in the Ming dynasty. However, a lot of this painting is known in the antique industry, but no one has ever seen the original painting. All of the paintings appearing on the market are fakes, without exception.
Ding Hao's face was sweating, wondering if this is the real thing, right? This kid shouldn't have this luck. This is much harder than winning the lottery.
Yi Fuguo looked at it with a magnifying glass little by little for more than 10 minutes, and finally straightened up.
Teacher Yi, how is it? Is it true? Ding Hao couldn't help asking.
Yi Fuguo sighed, Ming dynasty silk painting, and the technique is the same as Tang Yin, it should be true.
Hearing Yi Fuguo's conclusion, everyone else was shocked. Lu Xiaoyan, Teacher Yi? If it's authentic, then, that's great. Wu Mingzhi and Jiang Lan both widened their eyes, feeling that this incident was very strange. Tang Yin? Tang Bohu? Li Tianyu couldn't help showing an expression of excitement. To be honest, when he saw this box before, he concluded that it was a treasure box. Treasure boxes are divided into bright warehouses and dark warehouses. The bright warehouses contain objects of a little value to confuse others. The important thing is that the objects in the dark warehouse are often invaluable objects. However, Lee Tianyu didn't expect that there would be an authentic piece of Tang Bohu inside. This mood is exactly the same as winning the lottery, and it is definitely a super prize. Lee Tianyu suppressed his excitement. Lao Yi, how much do you think this painting can sell for? Yi Fuguo pondered for a long time, and finally shook his head. It's hard to say, Tang Yin's authentic works have not appeared for a long time. The last time. I remember that the last time was 6 or 7 years ago. The auction was Tang Yin Songya Farewell. Industry map, more than 40 million shots. Fark. Wu Mingzhi exclaimed. The others are not much better. 135,000 yuan, at least tens of millions of yuan. What is this special operation? It's so showy. Li Tianyu was happy in his heart, but on the surface he still had to stay calm. Yi Fuguo couldn't help asking, Mr. Li, do you have any plans to sell? I can help you contact a few customers. That's fine, Yi Lao, please help me to contact me. If the price is right, I can sell it. Li Tianyu thought for a while and said, if there is no suitable one, then wait for the Hanhai auction in the imperial capital. With that said, Li Tianyu asked Yi Fuguo for a wooden scroll and put away the authentic Tang Bohu, which was much more expensive than gold. When Li Tianyu put this thing in his handbag, it was like carrying a heavy cash box. What happened just now made Lu Xiaoyan think that Li Tianyu was incredible. It's as if you are not a mortal. Originally, she thought Li Tianyu was a little exaggerated, but now it seems that he is not exaggerated, but self-confident. Easily took out hundreds of thousands and bought a wooden box from the early Qing dynasty. He destroyed the wooden box without changing his face. When he thought he was crazy, he reversed again, and he actually produced a real Tang Bohu. Such a man is the best. However, this Li Tianyu didn't know what was going on, as if she didn't have Lu Xiaoyan in his eyes. Lu Xiaoyan is quite confident about her appearance and figure, and no man should ignore him. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaoyan, the beauty, was a little bit lost. In fact, it's not that Li Tianyu is immune to beautiful women. The main reason is that he has suddenly made a fortune and he can't control other things. Li Tianyu, Wu Mingzhi and Zhang Lan left the pawn shop. Wu Mingzhi was very excited and kept asking questions in the car. Mr. Li, Ms. Li, do you want an agent? Li Tianyu, I'm not a celebrity, what agent do I need? Wu Mingzhi, you are a rich man. Find a broker to manage your property. How many tens of millions? Can you manage it? Li Tianyu, I want to be beautiful. Besides, I haven't sold this painting yet. Wu Mingzhi shook his head. TSK, Tang Bohu's original work, if this is passed on, you can't be robbed and broken? It's not that easy. Li Tianyu said lightly. In the antique business, there has always been a price but no market. Of course, there are many people who want to buy real works of Tang Bohu, and there are many rich people, but those who are willing to pay tens of millions to buy a painting are not easy to find. If it doesn't work, I can only go to the Hanhai auction. The Hanhai auction in the imperial capital is very famous, and it gathers the richest collectors in the country, and it will definitely not pass the auction. Maybe you can still get a good price. As long as you honor this rare painting, the system can not only be upgraded, but you can live a life without shame, no, wealth and glory in the future. After returning home, Li Tianyu hid the baby painting, and finally hid it in a pile of clothes in the closet, which was temporarily relieved. After taking a shower, Li Tianyu sat on the sofa in the living room and watched TV. At this time, the phone rang. Li Tianyu picked up the phone and saw that it was his cousin Tang Rou. Speaking of it, it's been a long time since I ate together. Li Tianyu, hey, sister, what's the matter? Tang Rou, brother, please do something. Li Tianyu had a headache. When Tang Rou said something like this in the film, there must be nothing good. However, can Li Tianyu refuse? Obviously not. Go ahead, sister. Tang Rou, the teacher wants me to call a parent, come here. Li Tianyu rubbed his scalp. Sister, do you think you are still in elementary school? Called a parent? A liar. Tang Rou, well, let me tell you. The school organized an event. I need you to be a flower protector. Li Tianyu joked, you little flower, don't you need to protect it? No one picked it. Tang Rou, brother, you must promise me, or I will die for you to see. Li Tianyu, you watch TV dramas too much, right? You can also say this kind of words.
Tangro, well, tomorrow you will wait to collect the corpse for me, I won't say anything else, then I will make a wreath for me to look better.
Li Tianyu, okay, can't I go, when? Chapter 71.
Tangro, just next weekend, I will contact you in advance, and then you will be prepared.
Li Tianyu was startled, what are you going to prepare? Tangro, dress better. Li Tianyu, what are you dressing up? Can I go with my ass naked?
Tangro said bah, then said shameless, and hung up the phone. This cousin is too naughty, and it is also fun to tease her occasionally. The next day, Li Tianyu woke up naturally when he slept, and then went to the headquarters of Aihua Group.
Mr. Li is good.
As soon as he walked in, the lovely girl at the front desk greeted Li Tianyu.
It seems that the identity of President Li Tianyu's direct recruitment of planners has spread throughout the company. Well, hello. Li Tianyu waved his hand, then entered the workstation area on the left and walked deep through the corridor.
Li Tianyu went to the administration department immediately to find manager Shin Siyue Shun. On Yin Chao's side, Li Tianyu planned to let it go first. Judging from the information obtained by Li Tianyu, Yin Chao himself is a vacillating wall, and there is no value in continuing to investigate. Therefore, Li Tianyu must have a good chat with Shin Siyue. As the administration department, I deal with people in the company all day long, ranging from ordinary employees to managers, general managers, and even presidents. Within the group, how many large and small groups there are, and what kind of groups they are, even if they don't know clearly, Shin Siyue can get a general idea. Li Tianyu didn't want to stay in Aihua real estate for too long, so he wanted to make a quick decision, find the evidence, and leave with the money. There are 2 administrative offices in Aihua real estate, and there are number 40 or 50 people visually, which is really a big department. However, Li Tianyu looked around twice, but did not see the figure of Shin Siyue.
Li Tianyu randomly found a little girl in the administration department and asked about it. Little girl, manager Shin is out. Li Tianyu was startled, going out? Going out?
The little girl hesitated for a while, still said, manager Shin went to the nearby Jiayuan shopping mall. It seems as if something urgent happened.
Emergency?
Little girl, anyway, she answered the phone and walked in a hurry.
I don't know what happened. Li Tianyu nodded, thanked the little girl, and left the administration department. What should we do now?
Anyway, nothing happened. Li Tianyu decided to go to Jiayuan shopping mall. Jiayuan shopping mall is very close to Aihua building, and it takes only 5 or 6 minutes to walk.
At the same time, Shin Siyue did encounter problems.
Shin Siyue's aunt, Zhang Guerong, played in the mall with his little nephew Shin Fangliang.
The child Shin Fangliang is 8 years old now.
After playing in the children's playground for more than an hour, he ran out to play when he got tired of playing.
There is a piano art class in the mall.
A piano was placed in front of the store, which was used as a physical signboard and used for performance promotion.
Shin Fangliang saw the piano feeling fresh, so he ran over, wanting to take a closer look. At this time, the owner of the piano class was named Hao Yong.
He didn't know what was wrong, he came out with a mug, and was about to put the mug on the piano.
Hao Yong can also play a little piano, and occasionally stumbling to play a song.
At this time, he was thinking about whether he would play a song Swordsman or a song The Love Deal. Who knew that a figure suddenly ran over and shocked Hao Yong? The hand holding the cup shook, and all the instant coffee in the mug spilled into the piano's keyboard. The boss, Hao Yong, was furious when he saw this, and when he saw that it was a child who ran over, he caught him on the spot.
This kid is Shin Fangliang. What are you kidding around?
Where's your parents? Shin Fangliang was also frightened, and pointed to Zhang Guerong who was rushing over.
Zhang Guerong didn't keep up just now and didn't know what happened.
Hao Yong insisted that it was Shin Fangliang who knocked the cup over, which caused a catastrophe. Sister, you have to lose money today, I have lost a lot of money. Zhang Guerong felt that he was at a loss, so he asked Hao Yong how much he would lose.
Hao Yong, 160,000 dragon coins. What? Zhang Guerong was taken aback.
She knew that the piano was expensive, but she would have thought it would be so expensive, thinking that Hao Yong's lion had a big mouth.
Hao Yong said disdainfully, I tell you, this is a famous brand piano, ducal piano. This model is still the latest.
The original price is more than 200,000 yuan. Your son poured dirty stuff in. It is estimated that all the internal parts, including the keyboard, has to be changed, otherwise the pronunciation will be inaccurate and it will be useless at all. In fact, Hao Yong has some truth in what he said. The piano itself is a thing that sells sound quality. It's okay if the water is in, but the cup is hot coffee. Even if it is cleaned up, it will inevitably affect the sound quality.
This is another almost brand new piano.
The core part is changed, which is very expensive. Of course, Hao Yang's request for 160,000 yuan of soft RMB does have water. He was also worried that Zhang Jiarong would give less, so he deliberately said more.
Of course, Zhang Guirong did not agree. 160,000 yuan is not a small amount of money.
You can buy a car, and she doesn't have that much money now.
But if Zhang Guirong did not pay, Hao Yang would not let anyone go.
He even threatened Zhang Guirong, if he did not pay, he would call the police immediately. Zhang Guirong had no choice but to think that Shen Siyue was working in the nearby Aihua real estate, so he called her.
Shen Siyue answered the phone and hurried over after hearing about it.
After all, it was something that happened to a relative's house, so it can't be justified if you don't help.
Shen Siyue is doing administrative work, and his negotiation skills are naturally not bad. Boss Hao, your piano looks good, but it's a bit too expensive, right?
Hao Yang glared at Xinyue. Old girl, I really didn't say much.
This piano is imported. The Duke piano, an internationally renowned brand, is normal for the signboard in my shop. Shen Siyue frowned slightly.
Although she didn't know how to play the piano, she had indeed heard of the name of the Duke piano. It was indeed very expensive to import all of them. In order to achieve the effect of propaganda, the music class of the imperial capital often puts out some very expensive musical instruments, including famous brand pianos.
This is really not uncommon. However, Shen Siyue is more careful. She thinks that the piano is so tall and the little nephew is so short. It seems that it is not easy to touch the water glass. She went to ask her little nephew Shen Fangliang, did he knock over the water glass?
Shen Fangliang was frightened just now, crying, his head shaking like a rattle. No, I didn't come across.
Hao Yang's expression changed. How does this kid lie? How did your adults teach him? If you are like this, then I will call the police. The disputes here attracted the attention of many passers-by, who surrounded them one after another. Hao Yang, everyone will comment.
This kid broke the piano in my shop, but the parents don't want to compensate.
What do you mean by this? Chapter 72. Don't worry, I'll solve it. The onlookers didn't know the cause and effect.
As soon as they heard Hao Yang's words, they seemed to understand, and they began to talk verbally. The bear child is too naughty, the piano is very expensive.
Yes, it's not easy to do business. If you break something, you have to pay for it.
This child is naughty, and most of it has something to do with the parents. What kind of parents can teach what kind of children? This is not wrong at all. Zhang Guirong couldn't stand these criticisms, his face changed a few times, and he was about to cry. What they said is correct. If it is really your own child who broke something, then compensation is justified. But 160,000 yuan is indeed beyond her capacity. At this time, 2 mall security guards came over.
What's the matter? What happened here? Shen Siyue was shocked and immediately asked the security guard, this big brother, can you let us take a look at the surveillance video here?
That's right, I was in a hurry just now, but I didn't expect to see the surveillance video to find out if my nephew knocked over the water glass. Unexpectedly, the security guard shook his head. Sorry, the monitoring equipment has been under maintenance for the past 2 days.
Now it is not running at all. I can't see it anymore.
Hao Yang showed a small smile on his face. He knew about the maintenance of this layer of monitoring equipment a long time ago, otherwise he wouldn't be so confident.
Shen Siyue is a bit sad. What's the matter with this?
Had she been there at the time, Hao Yang would definitely not let Hao Yang say so. Since there is no monitoring, you can't say that the child knocked the cup over because of your boss Hao's mouth.
But repenting now can only arouse the boss' fierce energy even more.
This Hao Yang looked like a bitter and mean person. Boss Hao, otherwise, let's find a professional piano repair company to see how much the loss is.
Hao Yang waved his hand, this is not necessary.
I deal with the piano all day, and I know how great the loss is.
Shen Siyue, you can't count it, you must have a professional evaluation, otherwise we won't admit it. Hao Yang pointed to Shen Siyue, don't you admit it?
Okay, then I'll call the police.
Then you can talk to the police.
With that said, Hao Yang began to pick up his phone. Zhang Guirong panicked, and quickly took Hao Yang's arm and said, Boss Hao, we have something to discuss, don't worry. Hao Yang sighed, Sister, this is really not my fault.
My piano is too expensive. Forget it.
When Zhang Guirong heard this, his face was bitter. 130,000, that's too much.
Hao Yang was angry, this won't work, that won't work, I have to call the police. Don't, Boss Hao, let's discuss it again.
At this time, some onlookers began to come up with ideas.
It's not easy. Why don't you give 100,000? Let's make a whole calculation.
Yeah, you have broken other people's things, it is not appropriate to compensate, I think it is acceptable for 100,000.
Speaking of which, this piano is too expensive.
Of course, didn't you listen to the boss? World-famous brands, imported goods, of course they are expensive. Shin Se-yue was also upset by these people, and she had no idea. At this moment, a person pushed aside the crowd and squeezed over.
What's wrong? Manager Shen.
Shin Se-yue turned her head to look, and was stunned.
Mr. Li, why are you here? That's right, it's not someone else who came here, it's Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu, I just come around, what is wrong with you, what happened?
Shin Se-yue hesitated for a while, and she said the matter briefly.
Li Tianyu thought this was weird, in other words, did Aunt Zhang and you not see this kid knocking over the water glass? Shen Se-yue nodded. When Hao Yong heard this, he was unhappy again, why no one saw it? I saw it. Are you the boss here?
Yes.
Li Tianyu smiled, walked over, and shook hands with Hao Yong.
At this time, Li Tianyu had already used the ability of the Intelligence Master. The information related to Hao Yong was received by Li Tianyu 7 or 788.
This boss is really a profiteer.
Before starting the piano class, he ran a juvenile taekwondo class. As a result, he charged a batch of tuition, and it was closed after 5 months. Most of the tuition was not refunded, so he did not change the legal person. Open a piano class, it is clearly empty glove white wolf.
But it doesn't matter, Li Tianyu mainly wants to obtain information about this incident. Sure enough, Hao Yong was clearly touching porcelain.
The child named Shin Fangliang didn't touch the cup at all.
Hao Yong was taken aback and knocked the cup over. Hao Yong, who are you?
Li Tianyu pointed to Shin Se-yue, I am this beautiful woman's colleague.
Hao Yong, oh, colleague, then you can quickly collect the money, the sooner this matter is resolved, the better, don't delay the matter. That won't work. Ha? When Hao Yong heard it, he showed a wicked appearance again, you just can't live or die, right? That's fine, I'll call the police. Li Tianyu smiled and said, okay, you can report it.
When Zhang Guirong heard this, he was anxious again, and he pulled Li Tianyu and said, you can't let him call the police. The police will be in trouble.
It's okay, Aunt Zhang, let him go. Li Tianyu comforted.
Li Tianyu didn't believe that Hao Yong was daring to call the police, he was just scaring people.
Sure enough, Hao Yong took out his cell phone and hesitated, but never dialed.
The surrounding area is full of excitement, in addition to passers-by, there are also nearby businesses.
Hao Yong's behavior makes people feel strange. Li Tianyu said, Boss Hao, you have to think clearly.
When the police arrive, the surveillance video will have to be handed in.
Hao Yong was startled when he heard it. Surveillance video?
Shin Se-yue said puzzledly, I asked the security guard just now and said that the surveillance at this level is under maintenance. Li Tianyu shook his head, and pointed to the store entrance of the piano class, the monitoring of the mall is not available, but the one in Boss Hao's shop can be used. Shin Se-yue suddenly realized that she walked into the store door and looked up. As expected, there was a camera facing the door. The camera's light is on and it is obviously in working condition.
Shin Se-yue's face sank.
Boss Hao knew that there was surveillance in the store, but he still concealed it.
He could only say that there was a ghost in it.
Boss Hao, please bring up the surveillance video. We need to see how the cup was knocked over. Hao Yong was already panicked at this time, this monitoring is in my store, I don't want you to watch it.
Li Tianyu, okay, you don't want to, then you should call the police as soon as possible, and we will talk slowly in the police station. Hao Yong hesitated and never called the police. Shin Se-yue had noticed that this guy must be planting the blame. Okay, Boss Hao, if you don't call the police, I'll report. Hao Yong was stunned. Li Tianyu stopped Shin Se-yue, don't worry, I will solve it. Chapter 73 Do you like direct men?
Shin Se-yue was startled, but suddenly felt that this man seemed quite reliable.
In addition, how did he know that there is monitoring in the piano shop? Li Tianyu took 2 steps forward, took out a wallet from his pocket, and looked up at Hao Yong.
Li Tianyu stepped forward 2 steps, and Hao Yong ran away in shock and made a guard posture.
Hao Yong, what are you doing? Tell you, don't mess around.
Li Tianyu ignored him and took out 5 tickets directly from his wallet and patted them on the piano.
Boss Hao, I won't say much about anything else. This matter is not completely irrelevant to our side. At least you were taken aback. So you should take the 500 yuan first.
Hao Yong looked at the $500 and then at Li Tianyu, his face changed, his lips moved, and he stopped talking. Hundreds of thousands of yuan has become 500 yuan, which is really a big gap.
Oh, I said, you can't do this, I tell you, this piano.
Li Tianyu severely interrupted the other party's words. Boss Hao, I urge you to be acquainted.
If this matter continues, it won't be that simple. Let's not say what the police say.
Just you insulting a child is already very serious.
It's immoral. Do you want to do this business when you look back? Hao Yong fainted immediately when he heard it. Okay. Then do it. This time, the crowd onlookers understood it.
This boss Hao was so aggressive just now, the co-authoring was erroneous.
Could it be that he did it himself?
No, he didn't say that just now.
You haven't seen it yet? This kid is ruining people.
He overturned the cup by himself, relying on other people's children.
Fark. No, it's too bad. This is not a black shop.
Yes, don't look for this one for your children to learn piano in the future, it's too darn. When Hao Yong heard that the public opinion was wrong, he rushed into the store, and of course he did not forget to take away the 500 yuan. Li Tianyu looked back, and both Shen Siyue and Zhang Guirong looked at themselves in a daze.
Okay, let's go, it's over.
Only then did Shen Siyue wake up like a dream. Good. With that said, Shen Siyue arranged for her Aunt Zhang Guirong and her little nephew Shen Fangliang to go home first, and then thank Li Tianyu. Thank you so much for today.
Li Tianyu waved his hand. You're welcome, it's easy. Is this a simple effort? Shen Siyue glanced at Li Tianyu with a variety of styles. Li Tianyu was startled. This woman is really enough.
Suddenly, Shen Siyue remembered something, and quickly took out her wallet from her bag. Mr. Li, I will pay you back.
Li Tianyu waved his hand. No need, so be it, you invite me to dinner. Shen Siyue was stunned. Lunch?
Yes, lunch.
10 minutes later, Lu Liang was hot and spicy, at the door. That's it? Shen Siyue was stunned.
Yes, I don't know why lately, just like this bite, are you okay?
I'm fine. Li Tianyu shocked Shen Siyue this time. What kind of show operation is this? How can people treat people to have malatang?
However, Li Tianyu was not joking at all, he came for real and walked in swaggeringly.
Shen Siyue had to follow behind and entered the store. Li Tianyu asked for a lot of things. Shen Siyue is gentle, so I asked for a bit.
The two sat opposite each other. Shen Siyue changed the calmness and generosity of the past, but she was a little restless.
This is too rare in the past.
Most of the men in front of her are either embarrassed or deliberately to please, and Li Tianyu seems to have taken the initiative from the beginning, while Shen Siyue has become the weak side.
Li Tianyu was incomprehensibly happy. Don't worry, I don't want to soak you. Shen Siyue's eyes widened, wondering how could he speak so directly.
Besides, Shen Siyue would not be happy to say such things.
Then you are just for a malatang? Li Tianyu, what? Are you quite disappointed? You? Shen Siyue glared at Li Tianyu. I thought Mr. Li was different.
Li Tianyu, facing a woman like you, being a man makes no difference, unless he is not a man.
You are still different. Li Tianyu was startled. What's the difference? You are very direct. What? Do you like direct men?
This topic became more and more deep, and Shen Siyue woke up. The waiter yelled, and the things they wanted were cooked.
Li Tianyu got up and brought things over. Mr. Li, don't you really want to have a malatang with me, do you?
Li Tianyu, I want to know something.
Shen Siyue just picked up the chopsticks and put it down again. You can ask. Where did Hu Jun go? Shen Siyue was startled. Hu Jun? You mean Vice President Hu? He's on a business trip. Li Tianyu glanced at Shen Siyue. Where did you go on a business trip? I don't know about this. He didn't report to the administration department. It should be a temporary decision. Li Tianyu nodded, showing a thoughtful look.
Suddenly, with a move of his chopsticks, a beef ball rolled out of the bowl, just touching the ham that Shen Siyue placed on the table.
Oh! Shen Siyue was scalded, shocked. Sorry, it's my handicap. Li Tianyu quickly drew a tissue, picked up Shen Siyue's hand and wiped it. The action was natural and sincere. After the wipe, Li Tianyu did not let go, but shook it. Shen Siyue's face blushed and she glared at Li Tianyu, but did not break free. Manager Shen, why are your hands so white and tender? What do you usually eat? Shen Siyue glared at Li Tianyu with an angry look. I didn't feel at ease to ask if I knew it.
Li Tianyu finally let go of her hand. At this time, Li Tianyu had already obtained a lot of information related to Shen Siyue. He has this ability, and the reason why he has to ask Shen Siyue personally is to know if she has any problems and if she is telling lies. Facts have proved that there is no problem with Meditation Month, at least not telling lies.
However, Shin Siyue also concealed one thing at the same time. This incident may be the key to finding Hu Jun. As long as you find Hu Jun, all the problems will be solved, and AI Baochuan's matter will be settled.
The reason why Hu Jun slipped so fast has nothing to do with Zhao Yan.
Then why did Hu Jun get the news in advance? It's because someone informs it. The informant is actually a female secretary in the office of President AI Baoquan. The female secretary's name is Xiang Tingting. Xiang Tingting has another identity, that is Hu Jun's little lover. When AI Baoquan issued the order to his bodyguards, Xiang Tingting happened to hear it outside the door and immediately told Hu Jun.
In order to protect himself, Hu Jun naturally immediately packed up from the headquarters of Aihua Real Estate and even the imperial capital.